Yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Load it.
Yeah. What? Yeah. 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 What? Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
你好，我是 APT 主持人 Elfin Lin，隆重的欢迎各位来到 APT 今年第一个系列赛 APT 台北2024。我们预计将有数以万计的玩家前来共襄盛举。我们在车程大约10分钟的2个赛场同时举行，分别是亚洲扑克竞技协会和举办着所有豪客赛跟 Mix Game 的旧华人。APT 免费接驳车每30分钟就有一班，从早上10点一直到晚上10点的时间。另外 ，APT 主赛在3月3号星期日开始，保证奖池高达6500万新台币，冠军还能荣获 GPI 粉丝年度票选最佳狮子奖杯。点赞、订阅跟追踪我们对系列赛的每日报道。另外，在2月29号的全明星对决的独家现场直播，详情请上 APT Poker， 我们不见不散。
Very first APT meetup game with the #1 Chinese language poker YouTuber, Six Poker, aka Eric Tsai.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Elfin， 欢迎来到 APT 台北站的第一天。我们今天有一个非常特别的赛事 Meetup Game。今天的主角小六，他在2023取得 GPI 台湾年度第1名，他同时也是 Natural8 的 Team Part 大使。
我想说，一开始开10桌，我在想，会有人真的那么多人来吗？但没想到，对，一下就爆满了，一下就预约结束了。那也非常感谢大家的支持，对。
猜猜我遇到谁？赶紧跟大家自我介绍。
Hello， 大家好，我是娜娜
，AKA 小六的老婆。
对，应该是今年要结婚。
恭喜恭喜！你今天来打这个健身力。
对，因为他说今天有一个算是跟粉丝一起玩的，问我有没有兴趣，我说好啊，多一个人来送。
It is an honor to play with a poker idol. Oh, very fun. He is a superstar. I like him very much.
我觉得很好玩啊，可以见到很多台湾还有来自世界各地的粉丝。我觉得超好的，就是他没有一直在，很可惜。但我都专门找他玩的。
Hey, Michael Soiza, why are you playing so tight in this game?
Because I'm a need. I'm trying to grind my money for my golf green fees tomorrow.
我想说，最后要结束了嘛，送一组，因为他也只有短码，我想说我就帮他补码一下，结果没想到把人家清了，对，比较希望能够大家可以来玩得开心，感谢你们的支持，也感谢你们能够继续支持 APT 跟 Natural8， 还有我的新的扑克俱乐部 Six Bet。
你下一站 APT 济州岛会在哪里见到你吗？
会，对，大家 APT 济州岛见哦 ，See you in 济州。
Hi, I'm Ray Chu, marketing manager of the Asian Poker Tour, and welcome to Taipei. The first series of the year is supersized, running for 12 whole days from February 28th to March 10th. In expecting a lot of players, this event is spread across 2 venues, the Asia Poker Arena and the Chinese Mahjong League. There's a shuttle running between the 2 venues from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So be sure to take advantage of that. Question is, which events are where? The high roller events, the non-hold'em events, as well as the mixed events are being held at Chinese Mahjong League and all the other at Asia Poker Arena. There are some exceptions though, so be sure to refer to the full schedule. With the supersized main event starting on Sunday, March 3rd, guaranteeing at 65 million Taiwan dollars and the award-winning APT Lion Trophy. Follow, like, and share our daily coverage of the series, including the exclusive live streams of selected events starting on February 29th. For full schedule and more information, visit apt.poker.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
你好，我是 APT 主持人 Elfin Lin， 隆重的欢迎各位来到 APT 今年第一个系列赛 APT 台北2024。我们预计将有数以万计的玩家前来共襄盛举。我们在车程大约10分钟的2个赛场同时举行，分别是亚洲扑克竞技协会和举办着所有豪客赛跟 Mix Game 的旧华人。APT 免费接驳车每30分钟就有一班，从早上10点一直到晚上10点的时间。另外 ，APT 主赛在3月3号星期日开始，保证奖池高达6500万新台币，冠军还能荣获 GPI 粉丝年度票选最佳狮子奖杯。点赞、订阅跟追踪我们对系列赛的每日报道。另外，在2月29号的全明星对决的独家现场直播，详情请上 APT.Poker， 我们不见不散。
Very first APT meetup game with the #1 Chinese language poker YouTuber, Six Poker, aka Eric Tsai.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Elfin， 欢迎来到 APT 台北站的第一天。我们今天有一个非常特别的赛事 Meet Up Game。今天的主角小六，他在2023取得 GPI 台湾年度第1名，他同时也是 Natural8 的 Team Part 大使。
我想说，一开始开10桌，我在想，会有真的那么多人来吗？但没想到，对，一下就爆满了，一下就预约结束了。那也非常感谢大家的支持，对。
猜猜我遇到谁？赶紧跟大家自我介绍。
Hello， 大家好，我是娜娜
，AKA 小六的老婆。
对，应该是今年要结婚。
恭喜恭喜！你今天来打这个健身力。
对，因为他说今天有一个算是跟粉丝一起玩。
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
A very warm welcome to Taipei here at the Asian Poker Tour Taipei 2024, coming to you live from the Asian Poker Arena. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined by Stephen Lai. We are bringing to you the Superstar Challenge today, day 1 to be precise. This is the big one. 25,000 USD is the buy-in, and 26 superstars have rolled up to participate so far. We're left with only 22 of them as we join the action a couple of levels into the day. As I just said, this is the big one. Steven, I am pumped by the caliber of players we're going to be watching today.
Absolutely amazing. The weather in Taipei wasn't exactly warm, like you said this morning, but once I got into the venue, I saw the amazing players in play. I just warmed up.
I mean, the best of the best. We're talking the Isaac Haxtons of the world, the Steve O'Dwyers, and of course some of the familiar APT faces. Some of them are yet to sign up, so I feel like that 26 number might go up as well. This is a historic moment for the APT, a $25,000 buy-in that I always like to compare to the lowest buy-ins we have in the series, as low as 200 and 25,000, all in the same feature tables, all in the same beautiful Asian Poker Arena that you see on the screen right now. We have already kicked up the action, as I said, for a few levels, but we will be joining a feature table, and what a feature table is going to be, just absolutely jam-packed with some superstars. But for a moment, let's just observe what this beautiful arena looks like. Of course, Stephen, you've been coming to this venue for a long time. How do you feel about the buzz in the air today?
Oh, amazing. And, you know, so many familiar faces too. Some of them, I've seen them play $200 tournaments, and now this guy is playing 25K.
Absolutely incredible scenes. The starting stack, by the way, was 250,000, as you might expect for a prestigious high roller event like this. Small increments on the levels, 40-minute levels. We do have a day 2 lined up for this tournament, which means we will be playing 16 levels today, and I suspect well over 10 players will be coming back as we close out day 2 tomorrow on stream. Today, of course, second out of 11 days of streaming. We had an amazing event yesterday, the All-Star Showdown, won, of course, by the wildcard Lung Lung. I wonder what today has in store for us.
Well, it's unlikely to be a wildcard winning today. Oh, well, no one's going to win today. You know, we're going to have day 2 tomorrow. But look at this table. I mean, one of the superstars from India, I can see, Santosh.
Absolutely. Superstar is the right word, perhaps appropriate for the Superstar Challenge today. What a run he's been having. I'll tell you more about him perhaps the next time he's in the hand, but in a year and a half has amassed 7 million in Hendon Mob earnings. I mean, incredible. I was noticing, as usual, the flags that we have flying at the APT, 2 representatives from the USFA, but I think everybody else from a different country. We have Espen from Norway, Alexandros from Greece, David, of course, from the USA, Santosh, you just mentioned India, Thomas from Belgium, Mikhail from Sweden, and James Mendoza representing both the US and the Philippines. What a diverse table, just emblematic of the APT.
And it's, you know, a lot of them actually reside in Asia as well. So despite being, you know, Europeans, and a lot of people have moved to Asia for poker as a career, because it's a wonderful, you know, wonderful continent. You know, standard of living is very good, and there's plenty of poker they can play here.
Things are booming. But $25,000 in Asia, I mean, you bring up a good point. It actually means a bit more than, say, if you are indeed in one of the European countries. I mean, these are just massive stakes, life-changing money up for grabs, of course. And by far the coolest thing is what you were just mentioning. Some of the players have very recently sort of made their way up to this level, whether playing online, whether playing live. Santosh comes to mind, having an incredible run over the past 2 years. At the same time, some existing legends, Espen on the screen, chowing down his lunch, I assume. Of course, WSOP main event winner, over 15 million in lifetime earnings now. These stakes are pretty normal for him these days.
And this special event also has a special trophy, a black lion, which is very, very, very unusual.
The Asian Poker Tour trophies, of course, coveted for what they mean, but most recently awarded the best trophy of the year.
Best.
We jump into the action, a mystery hand going on here. David Coleman, perhaps not placing his cards on the sensor, but keeps things exciting for us. Alexandros has the ace-7, small versus big battle going on. Does have the key card, the ace of clubs, now with the 9 of diamonds on the turn. Proceeds with a check.
Checks behind. The river comes to 5 of hearts. I think is pretty blank. But these high quality players, they almost view the game differently to how we see it. You know, like I would kind of see a 5 of hearts as something very blank, but you know, in their analysis and their game tree, I'm sure the 5 of hearts will be somehow important. 4 of clubs.
There we go.
Wow, there you go, flopping a 3.
There we have it, the stack. Some of the players have been crippled a bit early in this tournament so far. Of course, we're about level 3, I believe.
I heard at level 1, someone lost with his pocket kings. And you know what he did? He went straight to the cashier.
That's how we do it. We have, of course, lost a few players who chose not to do that. Completely understandable at a $25,000 tournament. Down to 22 players out of the 26 entered so far. We will cut to the outer tables as well, by the way. Some global poker superstars lurking around. Isaac Haxton comes to mind. We saw some of the players that are likely to join us as well. Punat Punstri, Thailand #1, and Danny Tang,
Hong Kong #1.
Hong Kong #1, of course. And both of them were part of the All-Star Showdown yesterday, which was, of course, an invitational only 9-max sit-and-go.
Espen as well. You
Of
know,
course,
he was
Espen
playing
on the table today. Came down to the final 3. Unfortunately succumbed to the new superstar in the making, Lung Lung, a stand-up comedian who started playing poker recently and just crushed the best of the best. And here we go, Santosh. This man is coming in hot. Not just on the table, by the way. He is, I think, just 5 or 6 days removed from an EPT win at a 25K. So, trust me, he has the most relevant precedent experience. He just won a 25K at the EPT. He also won a WSOP Europe $50,000 buy-in bracelet. Originally from India, Santosh is from Mangalore, I believe. And I did get the chance to talk to him, and you know, he used to be a cash game player, transitioned to MTTs just for fun, started playing the high rollers. Triton comes to mind, some of these bigger buy-ins, and it's just not looking back. He just says he's an MTT player now.
Is it true that he's won 7 million in 9 months or something like that? Like, yeah?
September 2022 is when he started racking up tournament scores, and now he has 7 million on his hand and mouth. Seat 7 and seat 8 in the frame. Mikael Anderson from Sweden on the left. James Mendoza lives in the US by way of the Philippines on the right. No spring chickens. James over $1 million in earnings. Certainly both seem very comfortable at the table, but I'm very curious about whether these guys do the research like sometimes we like to on their opponents in a small field tournament like this. I mean, surely if you're putting up 25,000, you want to come prepared, or do you think it's just another day at the office, Stephen?
Oh, another day at the office. I mean, Mikael Anderson plays very high stakes cash game in Macau. But I think he's recently kind of moved his focus away from poker a little bit. So, you know, you can even call him a recreational player now.
Okay. Let's see what the Recs have up their sleeves. King, Queen off under the gun.
And he's also a master of disguise. Look at that photo.
That is in fact not Mikael Anderson.
Master of disguise. David Coleman, another beast from the USA, decides to fold.
Over $4 million in earnings for David Coleman, resides in New Jersey, and fresh off another win, a $15,000 buy-in win. What do you think about the momentum here? I mean, of course, it's a mental game. Having a win behind you surely makes all the difference in your confidence.
If you're invincible, you know, like, you know, MTT, winning an MTT is just like such an unlikely thing, right? You know, it's such a rare thing to beat, you know, 200 opponents, 200 other entries, and that must give you a lot of confidence to move forward and do bigger and better things.
It's like that story you hear about, you know, people breaking the 4-minute mile and such. Like, as soon as somebody did it, people knew it was possible, and so everybody did it. I think your first tournament win feels like that. Like, as soon as you win, you look and you realize you took everyone's chips. You're like, okay, I can do this again now.
Yep, that happened to me 11 years ago.
That's not bad. That's not as old as you keep making yourself sound, Steve.
11 years ago, and I thought, wow, I was invincible, and then look at me now, and you know, we're having a fantastic time in the booth.
Well, that happened to me over 11 years ago, actually, but it was online. And later on, I found out it was Ultimate Bet cheating scandal, where they used to make new players win. Let's not get too distracted. Back to the action here. Santosh getting busy once again. Pocket tens. 3-betting confidently from the dealer button, taking it down.
So it's one of those, like, you thought you found true love, and then she wanted a green card. Is that one of
Indeed,
those?
indeed.
So speaking of a warm welcome from Taipei, the weather actually hasn't been so great here the past 2 days. I mean, you landed yesterday as well, didn't you?
Yeah.
You know, we both landed yesterday, and it was very drizzly. But the people are as warm as ever. The setup, the organization, the APT crew, you know, everyone from cameraman to, you know, the CEO, everyone is so welcoming, making the APT, I would say, unbiased, the best tour in the world.
Absolutely. I mean, of course, we're watching a $25,000 tournament here. Let's just talk about what APT Taipei 2024 has in store. Overall, we're talking about a series that is guaranteed for 150 million Taiwanese dollars, which equates to 5 million in USD over the course of over 100 events that range literally from this $25,000 buy-in all the way down to maybe something in the range of $100 to $200 buy-ins across mixed games. It's an incredible tour. Of course, we will be covering all of it over the next 10 days of streaming, including the incredible main event that's guaranteed for almost 2 million USD. And I actually hope we smash that guarantee, because that would be awesome to see.
And you know, I have zero doubt that the guarantee will be smashed. Zero. Judging by the number of people we've seen so far.
Bit of a situation brewing here, Stephen. We have a mystery hand once again. David Coleman, 3 bets from the hijack against the open of Alexandros with the ace-10 off. And Thomas wakes up with ace-queen off on the button. Not the easiest of decisions.
Decides to 4-bet. When in doubt, apply pressure.
There will be no shortage of aggression on this table, that I can guarantee you. The name of the game usually in tournament poker is aggression. These guys know. A cold 4-bet looks mighty strong.
Go on, Mr. Coleman, put your cats back on the sensor. Nothing to hide here.
This spot has ballooned up. 1.2 SPR against the 125k stack of Thomas Boven. Misses the board, but 5-5 deuce is as dry as it gets. If he had the best hand pre-flop, probably still has the best hand.
In a 4-bet pot, 5-5 deuce is completely irrelevant.
I suspect a tiny C-bet would be fairly standard here.
So it is indeed a tiny C-bet.
Certainly no need to put in more chips on a 5-5 deuce board. Just want to put your opponent to the test a bit. Goes 1/5 pot.
And it's a jam. Or is it calling or call? Okay.
Actually, he check raised, I believe, Steven, and said 40.
40, okay.
Those green chips are 25,000 apiece. The blue ones are 5,000. Adds up to 40, so a tiny check raise. And we were talking about this yesterday, Steven. These guys really work a short stack. We just got a tiny continuation bet, 1/5 of the pot, and it's basically clicked back. I love this. The mystery hand, it's perfect. I have no idea what David Coleman has. He could have such a wide range of hands, and he knows he's not getting folds with just a click back. It's just like he wanted to take the betting lead in this hand and just find out how Thomas would respond. Here we go, the 10, basically a brick.
And all this happened after a 4-bet pre-flop, which is
a cold 4-bet, you're right. That is wild. When Coleman clicks back like that, hands such as Ace-King can be almost certainly removed from his range. He's trying to say he has something, like a big pair that he did not decide to 5-bet.
I think that's why he's not showing us his cards.
Wow. He bet only 12.5 and got the fold. Here we go. How about them apples? $25,000 buy and some truly advanced poker, and much to my chagrin, we might never find out what Coleman had, but it was fun to watch nonetheless. He actually takes the chip lead on the table.
It's going to be a lot of play, a lot of leveling, a lot of GTO Solver inspired lines.
Yeah, how about that line? Click back on the 1/5 pot C-bet and then downsize on the turn and get the fold.
It's almost like he saw through his opponent's card with
exactly. And of course he was leveraging the fact that his opponent had a much shorter stack, but my word, that was very, very expertly maneuvered.
I got it.
James Mendoza, originally from the Philippines, now lives in the United States. Defending his S-Pen is defending his checking behind his oh, no, he's not checking, no, he's thinking about it. 8 deuce off. And then checks. Okay. So it's a unraised pot, BVB. The flop comes. Ace, 4 deuce, 2 spades. Ace of spades is the flush draw now. S-Pen has flopped a pair, bottom pair. Neither player is unlikely to have an ace. Turn comes a queen. Now there are 2 flush draws on the board, but neither player is drawing to the flush. James is thinking maybe I can take a stab. Nope. He's checking, and Espen is likely to check too. If he's good, he's good. His bottom pair. No point bloating the pot. Let's see the river. Pairs of the ace. Kind of irrelevant, judging by what happened pre-flop, on the flop and the turn. Check, check. Is unlikely. Is likely to be a check, check. Espen will take down the. How many? Be 3. Oh no, he's gonna bet. It's just the thin value. A king.
The thinnest of value.
Can't even call that.
A very warm welcome to all the people in chat, by the way. Hello, hello. We have some hellos from California. The John Grandpa is the username on chat saying, let's go Alexandros. Let's go indeed. If you have any Alexandros stories, we'd love to hear it. Player joining us from Greece.
J Proper. Hello from California. What time is it over there? Must be midnight. By the way, you know, please give us a like, and if you haven't subscribed to this channel, subscribe and click that bell.
I'll tell you what that does, Steven. It helps us promote the Superstar Challenge to all the players who, all the people in the world rather, who I'm sure want to watch these superstars go at it. Of course, we have this incredibly stacked feature table, but let's not forget some of the high caliber players out there on the outer tables as well. I'm thinking, of course, of some of the N bosses, like Isaac Haxton, of course, Steve O'Dwyer, but also these local heroes, Mike Takayama's out there. Joshua McCulley from Australia, who, by the way, has been a mainstay at all the APT high rollers. It's kind of cool to see him reach that next level in terms of buy-ins.
And representing Hong Kong, that's Wing Hung. He's a Triton regular. And a man from Japan, Kosei Ichinose, who kind of been quiet actually in recent years, but he's making a comeback. He was the first Asian to achieve a certain level on a poker site that was very popular at the time.
Was that the Lamborghini level? Is that?
Yes.
That's when you got Lamborghinis? Yeah.
Oh, Porsche actually, yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So, just for the, just for the rake back, just for the reward, he was given like 300,000 USD.
That's crazy. Well, you know what I want to see is we have about 3 hours left, if not more, in terms of when late reg closes. Let's see a wild card. Just pony up the 25 Gs. Just look at the table, be like, I can take these guys. Let's go.
All
Let's spin.
Okay. So can I lead this with you? Yeah. Can you?
Oh, you want to get in there? Get in the action? I'll buy a piece.
No markup, all right? No markup.
No markup. Bit of an interesting defense from the small blind. King 3 suited, King Little increasingly popular. The fact that it was suited helps, and you see why. Has flopped the flush draw and the overcard against Espen's middle pair. These guys are deep, deep stacked. Starting stack was 250,000 chips. Both players hovering around that. Alexandros, a few more. %40 C-bet.
One thing that's really improved in Taipei is the ability, is the dealer's ability to speak English. The English level has gone right up in the past 3-4 years. And it's very good for visitors from all around the world. Taipei is slowly turning into a poker city, the most important poker city in Asia. Turn comes a 9 of clubs.
Not what either player wanted to see. Of course, another overcard to the 7 pair, but a 9 is a huge part of the range that would continue on a board like this. Espen has to be a bit careful. That being said, it is a cold call from the small blind. Espen has to wait his opponent's range. Bit heavier towards Broadway cards.
Checks back.
That's the gut shot as well. Wants to realize his equity. Absolute brick on the river. And now, how does Alexandros want to approach this?
Perhaps it's a bit too late to bluff this ball.
He can certainly represent rather queens, hands that had a 9 in them that are going for thin value. And of course, technically, he can have something like an 8-6. Certainly knows king high is unlikely to win. Goes big.
That's 75% pot.
Polarizing here is essentially saying, well, either have a missed flush draw, or perhaps a missed straight draw, or I have something big and I'm representing those missed draws. You choose. Good luck. Welcome to poker. How do you figure it out?
By racing and giving you something to think about.
Well, of course, the 6 of hearts is the key card here, not only blocking flush draws, but also the straight draw as well. One of the hands that polarizing removes from Alexandro's range is something like the 9-8. Would have been a straight draw. 9-8 suited is the likely hand that he would have defended the small with. Could have flopped a straight draw, got shot, and 2 overs to the 2 middle cards. Continued, but then would not bet this big with the 9 on the river, most likely. Oh my.
Yeah.
Calls it off. How do they do it? A pair of 7s on this board with a 6 kicker, even Alexandros. It's a bit surprised.
Hey, Justin Fairbanks, friend, long-time supporter of the stream. Welcome. Give me a fun fact today, Justin, since you've been full of interesting facts.
Justin is the unofficial APT chat researcher. Absolutely incredible at supporting us during the streams. Hello, hello, Justin. Long time. How are you?
Are you in Vancouver still, Justin? That would make it midnight your time. No, 11 p.m. your time.
And are you as hyped as we are to see these superstars at the Superstar Challenge here at APT Taipei? 25,000 USD has been ponied up to battle with the best of the best. 26 entries, as I mentioned. Unless there have been some eliminations since we started streaming, we do still have 22 of them around.
Very standard defend. 9-7 off from the big blind. 6-4 underdog. Flop comes. King high board. King 6-4. 2 clubs. King of clubs. It's going to be a check. A c-bet. Santosh has a bit of runner-runner flush possibility and a runner-runner straight possibility as well. But he still gives up. You know, a lot of people do find kind of deeper stack poker, tournament poker, a bit boring because it's very standard, right? You know, you open, big blind, defend, and then you see bet, you take down. It just goes on a little bit like that. But without the, you know, without the early middle stage, you would never have the late stage of all the tension, all the pushing, all the marginal calls. You know,
Especially with this set of players, I mean, just think back to the exact situation you described, but how differently it played out with that 4-bet ace-queen hand, the check raise on the turn, which was a click on the flop rather, which was a click back, the downsizing on the turn. I mean, these are lines that you would never see, even in the main event, which has a very high caliber of players at the APT. And then thinking to this hero call that Espen just made against Alexandros. I mean, these guys are going to make somewhat standard situations very, very spicy, because that's exactly how they've gotten to the level they are at in poker.
David Coleman flatting with ace-jack off. Santosh, oh well, 4 Jews off, why not, right?
Priced in.
Priced in.
Santosh is certainly not one who pretends to be the most GTO player of all time. Transitioning from cash games, he has a very loose, aggressive style, and my word, has it worked for him recently. He has absolutely been crushing. He's absolutely been crushing it, I should say. Across the board, various buy-in levels. An absolute mainstay at high rollers these days. And really exciting to see someone from India go that far. Let me pause on that for a moment, because we do have a flop straight. The classic danger board, they say, with King 9 is Queen Jack 10. Of course, your opponents can have Ace King, but Thomas has flopped second nuts. Alexandros has an interesting one as well. The key card, the Ace of Spades, the prettiest card in the deck.
And then it gets checked around.
And that's why now has the gut shot draw as well as the draw to the nut flush. Thomas, by the way, is going to feel mighty comfortable having the King of Spades himself, and checks again. Very, very interesting. Thomas decides somebody behind him is going to take a stab at this, considering how wet the board is, all the high cards on it. It seems like Alexandros is going to oblige.
Are we going to see a check racer?
Surely has to be considering it, blocking the flush draw, and the flush rather, with the King of Spades. He only has 34 bigs. The check raise would look mighty strong considering it was four-handed. Goes for the flat with the Queen of Clubs on the river.
Very good check, leaving his opponent a chance to bluff.
Alexandros has the exact card he wants his opponent to have. He wants his opponent to have been drawing to a naked flush draw so he could bluff them off. He has the Ace of Spades. What can he represent? Certainly betting into into three people on the turn. Can have all combinations that include queens in them. Gives it up.
Yeah, he flopped it straight, yes.
It's a good straight with a straight.
Look at that face.
One of my favorite.
I do find Europeans generally have a very different kind of temperament at the poker table versus North Americans. Just seem a little bit more, I don't know, generalizing maybe, but a little bit more studious. It's very kind of looking a little bit more analytical.
That's it. Well, I think back to the reputations they built in sort of that early era of TV tournament poker, where the Scandinavians were just considered like aggro maniac monsters. The Germans were perhaps, like you said, the most studied.
But they all look very kind of quiet and
Yeah, not as boisterous
and
as
stern. Yeah.
not exactly cowboys like
No,
they have in
they're
America.
not. That's what I'm trying to get at.
And how do you generalize Asian players, Stephen?
Oh, I think Asia is a big place. I think definitely more varied, right? You know, we saw in the last series, what's his name? The guy from Japan with the blonde hair, Shimizu. When he is wild.
Yeah, the Japanese contingent has certainly built a reputation in my head.
And
I think in terms of performance, a shout out needs to go to the Thai contingent as well. I mean, absolutely outperforming. Punat, of course, is sort of the leader of the pack. There is that sort of big three that's forming in Thailand. KT is, of course, a part of it as well. But Napat, the actor turned poker player from Thailand, had an incredible run at the main event in Incheon, I believe.
And then the rest of them either in Seoul or go to...
And don't forget, you were asking Vietnamese players as well. You know, the man with who won the high roller with this a similar haircut to mine. I forgot his name now. Kind of not much hair on the top, and he was singing and dancing and being just generally jolly at the table. And you know, you don't get to see many Europeans doing that.
Yeah, not too many jolly singing Europeans and high rollers, but that's what keeps things interesting. Vietnam, of course, and perhaps thanks to the APT in part, is just such a big hub for poker now that you really see some personalities come out of it. They, of course, have amazing local card rooms where they can have so much MTT practice, daily tournaments, all kinds of buy-ins. The player pool is just growing and growing. The recent events in Hanoi, Da Nang last year, of course, Phu Quoc just goes to show.
You watch any anime?
Yes, Mr. Big, that's it. Thank you.
Much of a Chad for that.
Mr. Big.
Definitely not Chad.
Remember that series we were covering the high roller? And he was just singing, dancing. And got the Australian guy singing and dancing along with him as well. Very good for the game. Oh, kept me entertained.
Same here.
Go on, flopping a set will also be entertaining.
Yeah, easiest complete ever. Cheap price, try to hit a deuce.
How about a flop of King 6 deuce?
Oh, you evil man. There is a 6.
Actually, he's not going to get much out of this.
You never know, Steven. This is a whole different breed of players. Multi-way, ace on the board, king 8 suited for David Coleman. Does he want a continuation bet? Decides against it. The 9 of clubs, bit of an action killer in a sense. Does give the straight draw to Coleman, but board is just getting more and more spicy.
So in this situation, a set should bet, not just to deny, but also to avoid a action killing card on the river. But of course he's going to do the opposite to how I described it. Nope.
This is why the small blind is just such a difficult position to play poker from. I mean, you can just see James flopped a set, knows he has the best hand most of the time, but is just not able to maximize. A lot of players don't realize that even when they're set mining from the small blind, yeah, you're 1 in 8 to hit the set, but will you be able to get any implied odds out of it? Can you actually make some value when you do hit? This shows how it's sometimes difficult to do exactly that.
The answer is no.
You haven't even watched Spirited Away? It's like this one anime movie that's really famous. Like
Okay. Some Studio Ghibli films being discussed.
Spirited Away.
I heard someone ordering a cappuccino.
It was the first anime. I'm not into anime at all. I always thought it was like only for like the biggest giga nerds and... I did, yeah. I actually did. I watched that one and I was like, this is really fucking cool actually.
Excuse the language.
Yeah, it was pretty sad. Sad day.
Well, you know what? Spirited Away is pretty darn cool.
I recommend watching that one. I think you'll like it.
Yeah.
Spirited Away is actually good, like as a movie, not just an anime, right? It's just
Yeah, I don't think of Miyazaki films as anime per se. I just think like
it's just a film.
It's yeah, it's just a film. To me, anime is more Dragon Ball Z, but I don't know the exact definitions and lines. I suppose anything animated out of Japan maybe is anime.
Well, I have to recommend something good from Japan recently. Spy Family. Have you seen it?
No, I saw it pop up on Netflix.
Oh, it's on Disney Plus, actually.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Disney Plus. Or maybe I don't know about India, but Spy Family. My wife is super into it. Just very silly. All right. Under the gun open, big blind defend. It's Very standard here. Flop comes ace, queen, 3, rainbow. Small blind checks. He's got no improvement possibility really, apart from a runner flush, 20% equity. David Coleman with king high and a gut shot. Probably can rep something because of an UTG Open. You know, a small bet, maybe like a 4K bet, 3K bet would do it. Nope. Yeah, 5K bet takes it down. 10K bet even takes it down.
Just to make sure.
And with that, he remains the chip leader with 177 big blinds. Mikael Anderson with 140 big blinds, closely follow. And then the shorter stack still has 48 big blinds.
Plenty. So what do you think, Steven? Do you even feel short stack if you're the shortest stack on this table, but you do have 48 bigs mentally?
No, it's fine. Plenty of, you know, effective stack being 48 big blinds is plenty for tournament poker, especially. And the levels don't go up too fast.
40-minute levels, by the way. The main event tends to be an hour, but in this case, the increments are very, very steady, slow and steady.
Espan does have a very good table presence.
Yeah. Well, of course, he was the main event winner of the 2022 WSOP main event, but what I think about is that legendary hand where his opponent tanked for 18 minutes heads up. And if you look at Espen during that time, I mean, I think he was just meditating in the middle of it. Like, that's how centered he was. Of course, our fellow co-commentator and APT regular, Henry Kilbane, close friends, and at one point roommates with Espen.
Is that true?
I talked to him about if he knew what Espen was thinking, and he's just like, Espen was just zen during that time. Yeah, he never obviously, you don't really call the clock at
no.
that stage, heads up for multiple $1 million, but yeah, he just went into his own zone, let his opponent do his thing. I mean, you can only imagine the efforts these guys make towards their mental game.
Oh.
It's just like a pro athlete, right? I mean, they are essentially pro athletes. We just don't use that word in poker, but the mental game, which is now actually a huge part of a lot of physical sports as well, really comes into play. Espen clearly works on it.
I think to follow up on your comment earlier about not calling the clock, you know your opponent is actually thinking about something.
Yeah.
You know, he's not wasting the 18 minutes. I think in a less prestigious tournament, you know the man is blank in the brain and he's wasting 18 minutes of your life. You call the clock. You know, but you respect your opponent's kind of ability to think through the problem.
It's not TV time that they're after.
And sometimes it takes 18 minutes to think through the problem.
Well, that's the crazy thing about poker. You get down to heads up at a $10,000 buy-in with multiple millions on the line. You only have 18 minutes to decide multiple $1 million decisions. That's nothing. If you think about it, you just got to zoom out a bit sometimes. Back to the action, by the way. It's three-handed, king-queen, v ace-jack suited, v ace-queen. Everybody is staring down at the 5-4-4 board.
It's the first time we see a very premium combos in play. Or 3 premium combos.
Well, they had each other's outs, I suppose. Nobody connects. Chopportunities have come in with the
Did you just say
double pair on the board.
chopportunity?
Yeah, you haven't heard that?
Wow,
Chopportunities.
that's very good. I thought I was the man in charge of making up new words, but thank you.
Gotta keep things fresh.
Opportunity, I like it. Do like it. So the master of disguise, Mikael Anderson, in the photo with a big beard and a pair of glasses. Espan, yep, with ace-high, can't fold here, right?
Yeah, cannot fold, but is likely dreading what might occur on the river in case Carter decides to really go for it. Oof, the king-queen would have won it all, it seems. This is why you deny equity. Well done by Mikhail to do that.
Maybe it is him. Look.
Stephen.
Look closely.
I know.
Look closely.
I know all Caucasians look the same, but
Look closely. Come on.
no, I believe it's one of the other players on the table. But there we go. Check, check.
Ace size good. Check, check, chop, chop.
You know, coming back to, we were talking about the legendary long tank and just taking time in poker. Like, I am a bit of a follower of chess over the past 3-4 years, and I think chess, firstly, everybody in poker should at least try chess because it is the most famous mental game in the world, and it just adds that perspective to poker as a mental sport, because chess is, of course, widely recognized as a mental sport. It is a national game of Russia, for instance, and it's been around for hundreds of years. I think in chess, you know, the game is the same no matter what format you're playing. The only difference is the time involved. So the 4-hour version is often called classical chess. Then you go down to something like rapid. Sometimes they call it bullet, which is like 5 minutes. That's live. If you're playing online, it's like 1 minute. So it just goes to show that the speed at which you make a decision affects the quality of the decision. So when people don't take their time in poker, I just remind them, like, try chess, and you'll see how your decision making deteriorates when you don't have as much time. So take your time. At the same time, you know, people say think long, think wrong, etc., which I think they just say that because it rhymes. But you can sometimes justify really thinking through it. This is a tough, complicated game that we now use computers to try and solve. When you're trying to do it in real time, it is perfectly okay to take your time. And by the way, that's why we give time banks. We have 5 time banks that get reset at the start of the new day and at the start of the final table. Those buy you a minute apiece. Otherwise, of course, to keep things moving along, our shot clock is 30 seconds.
I was giving an interview about just before Chinese New Year on AI in poker, and I drew a conclusion to say that, you know, a lot of the solvers that we use right now, the GTO solvers, it's not AI. It's just a linear programming simulation, finding out all the possibilities, etc., etc. And the day when it comes, when the computer, if it takes longer, will make a better decision, that's when AI comes into poker. So at the moment, it, you know, the computer processing for longer doesn't make the decision better because everything is laid out as a decision tree. But the day will come very, very soon when if you give the computer a longer time with artificial intelligence, it will make better decisions. And that's the sign of things to come.
Well, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I actually went to college at Carnegie Mellon University, sort of the big hub of AI, along with MIT and Stanford in the US. And little did I know that in, I believe it was 2018, when Doug Polk, amongst other people, mentioned how they had taken on this computer that was playing heads up. It was Facebook and my alma mater, Carnegie Mellon, that had designed this not exactly AI bot, essentially, to try and play. It drew/lost the first year, and then actually won the year after that. And it's sort of meant to be this big watershed moment, just like Gary Kasparov versus Deep Blue from IBM was for the chess world. So after that 1997, I believe, Gary Kasparov moment, it took about 15-20 years for computers to just be better than any human can ever be in chess.
Correct.
I suspect the way progress is going today, we are heading to something like that in poker, and I'm very curious to see how online poker evolves. But what's great is live poker will be the same.
Hopefully. And, you know, like, I think we've had this conversation before. You know, just because the computer can find the perfect solution in every spot doesn't stop humans from competing against each other.
That's what chess is. I mean,
you know, I don't think there's anyone who can run faster than a car. It's not even a Ferrari, right? Like a Honda Civic. You know, it doesn't stop Usain Bolt from training to make himself faster.
Great point.
No one can lift more than a forklift. But we still have weightlifting competitions.
Interesting situation brewing here, Stephen, by the way. And under the gun +1 open from Espen. Fair enough with the King Jack suited. David Coleman, who still has a chip lead on the table, decides not to 3-bet. Sort of underrepresents his pocket tens. Good decision, it turns out, for the moment, with the Jack high board monotone, though. Five of hearts on the turn. Espen Did check after raising pre-flop, given the nature of the board, and of course, protecting his range a little bit as well. Jack 7-6 does hit the caller's range more than Espen's.
Yeah, we've decided it's
Quite a complicated turn, actually.
one-way flight because like 50% of the time, last minute there's a change.
Espen checks his top pair.
Always change.
He knows for a fact that whenever he bets, oh, now he needs to bet. But, you know, being out of position, betting, and then you cannot withstand a raise, then you don't bet. You cannot withstand a raise. Just protecting your range.
David
Now
Coleman
with trips.
somehow, till this point in the hand, has managed to lose the absolute minimum. Did not 3-bet pre-flop, did not bet the flop, check behind on the turn as well. Surely a bet is incoming from Espen, and surely David has to pay this off. I mean, this would be an out-of-line fold. Pocket tens looks just so strong. There we go. Gets the bad news, but honestly, barely hurt himself in this hand.
World class. Absolute world class.
Yeah, it's okay. Vanilla latte, yeah. Any latte. Vanilla.
And do you think these high rollers, because they play against each other all the time, do they see each other as colleagues? It's like a day at the office.
Yeah, that is interesting. You are battling all the time. So you're not in it together, so to speak. But you know what? Sometimes colleagues are not in it together as well.
Exactly.
Maybe it's like that. I mean, we've both at least been part of our local country circuits and the poker world, and it is, you do feel like a camaraderie with your fellow poker players. And of course, on and off the table is like a completely different ball game, but how it differs at this high roller level, I mean, personally, I cannot say, but I look forward to talking to these guys and learning more.
Pocket fours. Very standard open, +1. Santosh has actually been quite quiet. You know, you were telling me a little bit about him before the stream, and I was expecting him to give all sorts of crazy action. But he's been very quiet. But he's picked up Ace King, and he's going to give a little bit of action, no doubt. 3 bets is sure to happen. $25,000. Pretty big 3-bet.
Oh, you can go another hour of time without ping. You can order food. What's that? You can order food. It's a peak. I should have 500.
So man from Greece going to pill with his pocket fours. The stack depths is definitely deep enough for him to set line here.
Online poker, I've never done that. Same. Yeah. Never done that. That's next level deep in.
Discipline.
He gives it up. Wow.
Did not feel he had the right implied odds there.
Calling 25 days.
Yeah. I don't know, I thought you were big leg.
Maybe it's because it's deep. It's deep and then, like it's the 3-bet is bigger than usual.
That's right. I mean, Santosh has 80 bigs, and of course you're going to be out of position. If you flop a set, will you be able to justify calling pre-flop? Again, you're about 12% on 1 and 8. You flop a set. A very basic way to think about it is, can you make 8 times what you're calling to set mine? Of course, there's more to it. In this case, his hand was actually ahead as well. Decides to just pick a better spot.
What are you gonna do? Always. Always.
David, getting frisky.
My turn.
UTG +1, King 5 suited. Let's go.
7.
The King Littles really have been
flatting with. Oh, there. It's gonna be spicy.
Thomas Had a suited connector as well. Let that one go. Okay, this is what I like to see. Some trashy hands in the mix.
You okay?
Give me a break, okay?
I'm loving the camera work of the APT stream. It just makes us feel like we are part of the table. You know, we are hanging out with these superstars. Flop comes Jack 8 deuce, 2 spades. Santosh hits a middle pair.
About as big a whiff for King 5 of diamonds as it could be. And David recognizes that. Goes check, check.
Turn to 4 doesn't really help Coleman, David. That's a check. He's almost wrapping a pair of 5s or a pair of 6s.
Way to full orbit now. I have to wait a full orbit.
Takes it down. Yet another pot goes the way of Santosh. Man from Mangalore, showing how it's done in Taipei. Becky Chan, by the way, in chat says, I'm a fan of Mikhail. So handsome. Mikhail Anderson from Sweden. And a stranger in chat agrees, I suppose. Anna says, wow, he looks great. Indeed he does. Don't go by his photo. Go by the man.
Ran to the bathroom.
Came back to the button.
Came back and I missed my big blind. So I missed 3 hands in like 65 seconds, maybe. Maybe 70 seconds. Only at Borgata would that happen.
Casually tossing in an open with ace-king suited. I'm predicting the future here.
I love the shout out that the Borgata, the legendary casino from Atlantic City, just got. David Coleman, of course, a resident of New Jersey, where Atlantic City is. I used to go there all the time when I lived in New York. It was the only good casino you could go to. Took about 3 hours to get there. Take the night bus at 11. Come back at, you know, X o'clock in the morning. Let me pause on my nostalgia for a moment. Exactly. We have an ace-king suited versus ace-queen and a king on the flop. Should help Alexandros avoid disaster. Respecting the UT under the gun open.
Probably needs to take 1 head, I think, 1 street. It's going to be a pretty small bet. Yep, 5K.
Not even 2 bigs.
I think he just didn't have the smaller chips. It's like, oh well. I think if he was playing online, he'd definitely be clicking 1 big line. Turns a 7 of diamonds. David Coleman gets the check mark.
Have to keep betting here. Yes, the diamond flush did come in, but cannot be afraid of monsters hiding under the closet. Instead, you want to charge all the hands that could have a diamond in them. Now decides to go for pot control. Gets to underrep his hand as well and get his opponent with the exact kind of hand that Alexandros does have to consider taking a stab at it. With the ace-queen, Alexandros might have too much showdown value.
The 10 really doesn't change the board texture in any way. Go on, another 3K bet just to thin the ace high here.
Big bet.
Big bet.
2/3 spot. Going for a lot of value. Knows that by checking behind on the turn, he reduces number of kings in his range. does have Alexander's confused. He's contemplating a pretty big hero call. Throws in a time bank. Alexander's respected Coleman's under the gun open by not contemplating 3-betting his ace-queen off from the blinds. He doesn't have access to the whole cards like we do, but we did see Coleman open King 5 suited under the gun +1. The very last hand. So certainly Coleman's range is wider than one might expect under the gun. Being said, what kind of hand goes big on the river here? Let's go. And is pretty disappointed. Should get the good news if he catches up with the stream on the break. And speaking of break, by the way, we're still a bit of a ways out, but I do want to point out that our feature table will rotate on the break. So with 27 players now in the field, 23 of them remaining, we will make sure we introduce you to most of them, at least, the way the feature tables work out. Rotating every 2 hours. Some superstars in waiting on the outer tables.
You have to make an Instagram account and grow it to 10K followers in 1 year. In 1 year.
That's a lot. How many do you have?
20 something.
So pre-stream, you would tell me that Espen was going to be the most talkative person at the table. I
don't want to do that.
I don't think I would have.
That is surprising, you're right.
But then he was quite chatty last night.
Very chatty on the All-Star Showdown, especially with the wild
With
card.
Lung, yes. Blinking and winking. Pocket fours against a +1 open of Queen 10 suited. He's flatting their pocket fours. 9-7 suited gives up. Ooh. Too pretty. Jack 10 off. Yeah, go on then. Let's see the flop. Three-way. Pocket fours way ahead, actually. Flop comes ace 6-3, 2 diamonds. Pocket fours, despite seeing 2 overcards, cannot be too sad. 6 is kind of irrelevant, so you're just figuring out whether that's an ace amongst the 6 cards here.
Facing 2 opponents, though, you just start assuming one of them has to have one.
But then, you know, he can't really check to give, you know, to let 2 opponents to realize, right? So, a bet is needed here, that's it. Okay, good bet. And takes it down.
It would have to be a big bet for me to put
I think the dynamic is interesting because it's 300, and if one of them calls, then you could just give up the next screen. If you don't bet, then you just left all the ranges open, and then a jack comes on the turn, and you don't know where you're at. A queen, even a, you know, an 8, you don't know where you're at. So you got to bet.
Not to mention, you can now never represent having an ace yourself if you check in position on that board. So, relatively standard decision there. Works out.
Yeah, I don't see it enough. I don't think that's the only way to grow an account. for you, I don't know, like.
Justin in chat says, surprised that Punat Punstri hasn't entered yet. We are too, but there's plenty of time. 3 hours to go, approximately, for late registration to close. These guys have their own strategy as well. I mean, in general, some people eke out EV, as they say, by late regging. I mean, there's some merit to that, but in an extremely low-rake tournament like the one we have going on here, usually it's just a preference at what stack depth you want to enter. Of course, 250,000 chips is the starting stack. If you look at blinds, 1.53k, so get over 80 bigs at the moment.
May I see it?
Can you tell me?
I did a bit of an experiment on different speed tournaments and the advantages of late registration. I think the quicker the tournament, the more hyper it is, the later it should register.
Yeah.
Because you're getting so close to ITM.
Yeah.
And then you have so many, you are competing against so few people for the ITM spot. You should, and because it goes up anyway, it doesn't matter how deep you are really when you start. So late rec is as late as you can, but for a main event, you really should start playing from the first hand.
And really the math to that involves in the EV of essentially doubling your money by going ITM, not essentially trying to maximize your chance to win, which, trust me, every player here is doing exactly that.
With some slightly chunky combos. 8-6 off from the big blind. 8-7 suited from the small blind. Yeah.
Aces everywhere. Ace for James, ace for Thomas. You get a car, you get a car.
65.
Thomas is going to take a stab here with his middle pair.
Justin pointing out, you get half the rake off if you get there first hand. Indeed you do. That is the offer. What EV does that get you? Actually, Justin, that gets you money in your pocket. Straight up. No need to think through the EV too much.
I didn't have a jack, that's for sure.
Just go buy yourself a nice meat. And when we're talking about a $25,000 buy-in, I'm talking a really nice meal.
Do you think the burn jack influences that much that you don't get to call?
Probably not. I think you still get the call queen jack, but like
I would guess so too.
Jack 10 probably not. Yeah. Jack
Well,
9,
there are
obviously
3
not.
players at the table, or 4 players at the table who have not said a word for the past
I guess
hour
you
and a
don't
half.
bet them anymore.
Yeah.
Perhaps indicative of the comfort level or just the approach they take to the game.
Well, some people are quiet at work.
How are you at the table, Steven?
I talk.
A lot?
If the conversation is interesting, I will talk. And then if it gets a little bit trivial,
If you
then
have
I
a
just
queen jack suited, would you rather
And is there any
like the 10
strategic
or
thinking
something
behind it,
better,
or just what's
No,
natural?
no, no. I think just
Well, it depends
Depends on the
the
multi-way.
just a
yeah, like for
matter of
example,
keeping
now
them
in the small
sane.
blind spot, definitely the jack.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the 10's more valuable. Yeah.
But I don't talk about hands generally.
Queen jack
Like,
suited.
no analysis.
It's a good hand. Thank you.
10-9-8 flop. Espen has a middle pair. Versus King Queen, 2 overcards and a gut shot. Straight draw.
Multi-way.
So we're talking 50-50 really.
I think I have 500. With a card? Is it easier for you card?
That's 10,000.
Yes,
Half pot.
yes, yeah, that's good.
Santosh is not going anywhere.
It's okay.
Going to the absolute nuts. 2 overs.
90? Dollars.
He is racing as well. Wow.
Taking the aggressive line. Turning his hand into a bluff. Does have that
10%
queen.
APR.
Functions as the blocker to the absolute nuts. Gets it through. Well done.
From the small blind, 10-9-8. Absolutely his range. Nothing's really happened, right? Nothing too dramatic. It's really happened.
Thank you.
Everyone is very comfortable. Everyone is trying to not make a mistake. Try to just keep the stack steady.
It's not fun.
That's certainly the right approach to the early stages of a tournament like this. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Ren was, Eklund was straddling, and Ren was double straddling. Oh. So it was 1-2.
Oh, James is talking.
Yeah, it was like 8K straddle.
Oh, in the 4K?
In the tournament. It's
just crazy.
Did they talk about straddling in a tournament?
Yeah, I don't know actually. There was a lot of noise on that table, so maybe the whole table was doing it.
Fascinating.
I have no idea how that would work.
Some big straddle energy, huh?
The popular variant of Hold'em that is often played in Hong Kong is the stand-up game without standing up. So for viewers who are not so familiar with this format, it's basically whoever they all compete for pots after pots, and the last person taking a pot will have to pay the table a certain amount, usually 5 to 10 big blinds. And it keeps the game very interesting, because when it's down to 3 players competing for the squid, as they say, all kinds of crazy action happens.
Interesting situation brewing here. Anderson has a flush draw as well as the gut shot to the Broadway. Decides to use all his equity to check raise. Coleman now, top pair weak kicker. Certainly cannot go anywhere at the moment, but has to be worried about reverse implied odds. His hand is just going to stay the same while his opponents can improve. Yeah, that's a go. That's how you do it.
Solid.
Check raise against the ace. Gets it through. And Coleman, even though he has the biggest stack still on the table, is certainly not wielding it as such. It's just early stages, like you said. Over 100 big blinds, and makes relatively a conservative fold. I mean, many people might peel one off there.
Well,
I think it's
but Joey and Nelly are there too.
For his holdings, very hard to withstand another bet on the turn. And that's what his consideration was. Taking the flop inevitably means a big decision on the turn.
Even though I'm not on Instagram.
Yeah, as I mentioned, reverse implied odds are the ones you want to look out for. I mean, he literally could have been drawing dead against the ace queen or something like that. Just decides to take disciplined approach, lets it go.
Low variance line. That's how you win the main event, pair after pair. Pocket eights from under the gun. David Coleman picks up King Jack suited from the hijack position.
19.5.
Decides to 3-bet here. 9.5 thousand. So 19.5. Okay, so 20k. So we're talking 6.5 big blinds. 3-bet. 3-betting against an under the gun is showing a lot of strength.
And I think this just speaks to the mentality given what we saw in the last hand. If you're getting frisky, Coleman wants to do it in aggressive scenarios. Doesn't want to call off with the ace-8. Would rather 3-bet the under the gun open with the king-jack suited. Bit speculative, but he has aggression on his side. He has control of the pot right now.
That's
in position.
correct, right? We need one more.
There you go.
Now it's one more. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, one more, not two more. That's it. Right, let's see. Classic flip. Flops a jack. Massive king in the equity graph. 50% all the way down to 17%.
Yeah, and this is my least favorite situation in poker to be facing, which is to say having something like the pocket eights with just one overcard on the board. I find it very difficult to navigate. Of course, you are tempted to peel maybe one street, sometimes more, but again, it's like that reverse implied odds. You know, once you have pocket eights here, the 8 of spades helps, but it's tough for your hand to improve, of course.
12,000 into a 46,000 pot. Small ball. They love it. They love playing such small sizing. It's so fun to watch.
And if you think about it, it just means creating more decisions
Correct.
in the game tree. And if you're good at poker, and you think you're better than your opponent at poker, you want to make more decisions than them so that you can make more better decisions and maximize your EV.
Now Coleman has a flush draw and top pair. He's thinking the world is mine. Or at least this pot is his.
He did 3-bet and under the gun open hands such as aces, kings, queens, jacks, perfectly in his range.
48.
And also ace king of hearts. We could play exactly this way.
Big bet. Espen facing a lot of heat. This could be the right moment to exit from the hand. Given the size of the bet, David making it a bit easy for Espen to somewhat reluctantly let it go, but correct decision.
He's thinking, I've seen ace king of hearts doing this a million times. But this time I'm just going to give it up for you. So in the top left corner, you see there are 27 entries. 23 players remaining. But we still have almost 3 hours worth of late registration time. Late registration finishes at 6:40 p.m. 20 to 7 with the half an hour delay, so that's 10 past 7 Taiwan time. Long way to go yet.
Long way to go. Playing 16 levels today. If I'm doing the math correctly, we should be on level 7 right now, I believe.
You know what to do.
So I guess we are finishing around 10 p.m. Thank you, Justin. Justin just updated us that the APT National Cup just hit the guarantee, and there's still 1 flight left. Excellent reception.
Nice little family potish dynamic brewing here. UTG open from the 8-7 suited of Alexandros. Gets a call from the King 9 suited. Kyle Anderson decides 8-5 suited. 2-gapper is good enough. And Espen is priced in. Anything below a 10 in terms of the flop should keep things interesting.
2 spades will also be very interesting.
That's below 10. 5, 9, 3 on the board. Everybody's got a little bit of it. Espen with the gut shot to this 9-high straight. Alexandros with the same gut shot, but the backdoor clubs. Top pair, good kicker for Santosh, and Mikhail has middle pair.
So I'm going to ask you to make a bold prediction here. Santosh going to c-bet here?
Oh, you kind of have to. I mean, the board is disconnected enough so you're not afraid of getting check raised too often, but very, very draw heavy. The hearts, obviously, but all kinds of straight draws, double gut shots, etc.
My French-speaking coaching platform.
And Santosh, by the way, was not the original raiser. Alexandros was with the UTG Open.
You're mostly in Canada still.
So Santosh takes a multi-way stab and does get resistance in the form of a decently sized raise. Kyle has turned his hand into a bluff.
Going forward right after. I won't. I will skip it because.
This is why
I have something I have
multi-way pots are so interesting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Putting Santosh to the test immediately, and Santosh's hand is so strong, but we've been talking about reverse implied odds a lot. At some point you have to put up some resistance. Santosh decides his hand is too good right now. He has to be worried. The pocket 5s and pocket 3s could certainly be in Anderson's range.
Just like 3K, 10K, 10K, 5K.
And Santosh will be drawing dead. The ace doesn't help things either. Should not mean much, but is a scare card. And in case Mikhail has something like the nut flush draw with the ace of hearts, it's coming now.
Does he have the guts to bluff one more street?
I haven't really checked because I wasn't planning to play around.
Why am I even doubting that possibility? Puts in a bet.
Here I am. Yeah.
Over half pot.
They were talking about
Those green chips 25k, blue chips 5k. The bet is 70,000. This is demanding a lot of Santosh's stack. The heat is building up in this spot. Kyle just deciding his 5 blocker allows him to essentially represent a set of 5s. Picks this bot to just go for it. And it's worked. Power poker. Santosh is not going to be happy looking at that one. He just got muscled out. Anderson showing some pep in his step, taking sort of a co-chip lead position now with David Coleman after that pot.
There is a 2 like let's say a 2K plus buying in Asia.
It's always.
Yeah, always.
Yeah, like after here, there's like Malaysia, 2-2, I think.
Okay.
2-2, the poker group.
Okay.
Always got to be worried about the quiet ones. Kyle was just biding his time before making those big moves.
Follow up with
141 bigs for him.
the series. And then or do you have something better?
Usually on social media, I follow like this one. I know the owner, so yeah, it's very different for me. The Poker Dream, I also follow in social media. This where sometimes I miss it, so but
okay,
it's always there.
Yeah, okay.
There was just a WPT in Cambodia. It was really good. Yeah, it's 3,500. Yeah, it's really good.
Oh, S-Pen.
Yeah,
He's
Asia's
getting
been
pair
very
after
good
pair.
lately.
Pocket
Since
jacks this
last
time.
year, it's been very good.
Big Brains Day +1 open. Standard will be to 3-bet.
Yeah, and if you ever like next time you come for APT.
Sorry, what?
Next time you come for APT, I'll give you a
But
host.
he's decided to
That
call.
way you can get a good deal.
Okay, cool, thank you. Appreciate it.
He was interested because I was thinking, ooh, it's a call. Maybe I can complete the big blind to peel, but
For example, this
decided
one,
against it.
11 nights free
What happened?
self-stay. It's
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah,
It's pretty good value. At least you get a little rate
Flop
back.
comes 10-7-5. Ace high
And I wasn't even
cannot be
sure
too
if
happy
I
here.
It's very good value, right?
S-Pen checks. Santosh checks as well. Turns comes a queen. Maybe it's time to take a stab here. Nope. Checks as well.
No, I'm staying at the
Absolutely concealing his giant pair of jacks.
Very good. It's a that's huge.
Ace 8 decides to
MBS is
give it a go. Maybe take it down here.
Essentially rep a queen.
It was for the what did you say?
He wants to move him to suit 9.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if playing this one. So I
Yep. That's a call.
yeah, I mean you can play more high rollers, but that was pretty closer to the high roller room. Yeah, this is the only high roller that they put in here, I guess, just because they have a live stream.
Oh, okay. So the right thing. I agree with you.
So the APT, they take their own chips to all the stops.
Yeah, it was like.
Care to guess how heavy
Ooh,
that load is?
Play the more of the other high rollers.
I cannot imagine the freight on that alone.
River comes a king, not a good card for S-Pen.
Yeah, if you enjoy walking the right. The weather is really nice too.
It's interesting. Santosh knows he needs to bluff at it. Small chance he wins against a straight draw, but checks and gets the bad news. New player joining us, by the way, should be in the shot soon. Denmark #1, Henrik Hecklin, 12.5 million in lifetime earnings, just sat down on seat 3. Not on the graphic yet.
I think this was me. I would put them through the past ladder.
When I played, there was no dinner break either.
So you were having in the big line, or?
Oh yeah, that was the one day, right?
One
I played it like 10 hours. So every break, I run up to the cafe and I buy the salmon sandwich.
Everybody just moving one seat to the left.
Got it.
Then nothing changes in the position, right?
Yeah. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Floor staff clearing things up.
Is it new stack or how much do you?
Yeah, it's totally. That's why I got this.
Hey, I made whatever. Fuck off, Henrik.
No, there's 22 players in total.
Where did you want to pitch? What's the deal? I didn't get it.
So, okay.
This is your seat.
I know this is
In case you're anywhere in the proximity of Taiwan, maybe a quick flight away, taking a look at this feature table and hearing the buzz from the arena, doesn't entice you a little bit to come fly down here, play some of these incredible events we have going on in the series. The whole series, by the way, guaranteed for 5 million USD. I mean, maybe you don't love poker as much as you think. If that doesn't entice you a little bit, I'm just saying. Surely it's tempting. Meanwhile, there's Henrik in the frame. 12.5 million lifetime earnings. Denmark #1.
You've been
Sitting just one seat away from Norway #1 in the form of Espen Jørstad.
We have this new
One seat away from India #1.
Indeed, one seat away from India #1. I never thought about that actually.
About 7 million must be up there.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, no, I just.
Okay. Yeah.
It's funny because Santosh doesn't play in India anymore,
right?
And so
it's pretty good.
he sort of gets discounted from the poker scene because he's just moved on to these high rollers. But yeah, that does make him India #1.
But the same you can say about Danny Tang. But
It's just fantastic to see the support this event has got, by the way. A historic achievement for the APT, especially in the new era, to have an event with a buy-in as big as this, get 27 entries so far. Punat Ponsri, by the way, has entered the field and will be on the next feature table. I know there are some others as well. Now, Punat, of course, is a long-time supporter of the APT, loves playing in the Asian Poker Tour. Of course, is title #1. He gets to represent the APT and fly the Thailand flag, and of course was the main event winner at the very last Taiwan APT event. But a lot of these other players, Henrik, Santosh, many others, have essentially played their first APT event in the form of this Superstar Challenge. So we really do thank them for the support, and just hope we have an incredible 2 days ahead as we stream this event till the winner.
An easy takedown from UTG. King 7 suited on a ace jack board.
I remember when I went to J2, the cash game. It's not very big game, but
So Stephen, you know I like talking about all the other events we have going on in the arena today, and of course we're playing across 2 venues. We did have Justin mention that the National Cup, which is playing Flight D today, across the guarantee. That's a 15 million Taiwanese dollars guarantee, but we do have an incredible Omaha High mix, which is PLO4, PLO5, PLO6. And then we're looking at the Superstar Challenge. We have the usual single-day high rollers that are approximately 3,200 USD in buy-ins. those are essentially a really great way for people to build their bankrolls for the rest of the series. And now coming to the mixed games, and this is what I love, $250 buy-in for an 8-game mix. I mean, you just don't get that kind of a mixed game experience anywhere in the world.
How do you host a tournament in gambling? I mean, they can host a
Espen once again picking up a good hand. Ace king off from the cutoff.
Makes sense. Yeah, and they did it like that's why they stopped it.
Might face resistance actually at the button.
27. They got down to like 38 players.
3-bet.
And they had the ICM.
A 10-7 suited 3-bet.
27.
Interesting. Probably going to get the bad news because Espen is likely to be 4-betting his ace-king off and cut off.
Pretty unorthodox to take the 10-7 suited on the button. Essentially convert it into a bluff. The idea is these players, they want to be coming in with 3 bets as opposed to just flat calling. As you said, unlikely to get this one through. What do you think of the hand selection there?
Oh, wow. It's not just a 4-bet, it's a 4-bet all in.
Eat it all.
One of those 3-bet bluffs that is so easy to fold. It's like a ace-5 combo, you know, it's just a blatant bluff.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing it with king-queen suited.
No, you don't. You really don't. Because you're wasting a very good combo post-flop. So, you know, players have different kind of random air bluff combos, 3-betting pre, and cutoff versus dealer. You know, cutoff opens pretty wide, so a certain percentage of the time you take it down pre. So not bad. Right? Maybe unorthodox, but he's definitely got his own set of 3-betting bluff combos that we don't know about. Now we've seen a combo. So next time,
now we know one of them.
10-7 of diamonds, and we'll see whether he 3-bets again.
And let's not forget, these guys have their own randomizers running as well.
It's true.
It's probably looking at the chip graphic on the screen. If it's on, he 3-bets 10-7 suited. If it's not, just probably hits the muck. Poker's tough.
Now these are sickos, so they might look at 1 pixel on the screen.
Yeah. By the way, I wasn't done hyping up the events we have today because we haven't reached some of the more curious ones. Of course, we have high-low PLO, which is big O essentially, 5-card. I'll skip some of the hyper turbos, but look at this, a hyper turbo no limit single draw mix, which Badesi and Badusi. I mean, we're running out of names of games that I know. Again, $162 USD buy-in. It's just so cool. There is no venue, no series in the world where you have options like this. And then, of course, we start closing out nights with the Tick Tick Boom, a legendary event in the APT, partly because our man Greg Goes All In started cashing in them. This time, Steven, are you ready for this? There's a whole twist to this. It's a tick-tock boom. It starts with levels at 15-minute levels. Every hour, the levels go down. So after the first hour, levels are 10 minutes, then 5 minutes, then 2 minutes. 2-minute levels in the 4th hour. And to cap it all off, it's not no limit hold'em, it's super hold'em, which means you play either 0 cards, 1 cards, 2 cards, well that's no limit, or 3 cards in your hand. So if there's 2 of any suit on the board, you can have a flush with 3 in your hand. Things are gonna get insane.
I've been thinking I'm gonna play a bit again. I didn't play for a long time now.
What do you think, chat? Have you seen the schedule? Go to apt.poker. Tell me which event you'd be playing. And if there's any ballers in the chat, if the answer is the $25,000 Superstar challenge you're looking at, let me know.
Yeah. I'll get rid of this.
And we are only day 3
Did you see on
into the series,
against
and if you
Bragi and what's his name?
suddenly decide to play, the main event doesn't start until next week. So you can still stay at home with your family, enjoy a family weekend, fly out on Monday.
My favorite experience.
No,
Absolute favorite experience.
The main event is going to be the biggest ever. I am anticipating. Okay, I'm going to throw it out there. 3,000 entries.
Whoa.
How about that?
That would be insane. I think, I mean, I hate to say it, but I think you overshot it.
3,000 entries, come on.
Let's go.
I think it's mainly also because like after Republic.
Okay, so if it gets to 2,998,
I will still buy you.
We're just going to go in
50 beers.
No, we're just going to go in and just put our mics down. Let's make it 3,000.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, fine. No, it is. I didn't. The monitor was off, so I didn't know how many were left. I just thought it would be a funny coincidence. Mute it, cut it out. Just mute it.
Very strong. Yeah, very strong right now.
Oh, that was fine.
In terms of cash.
Queen 8 suited. I think there's an open there from the +1 of S-Pen. Pocket 9s. Flat, maybe small blind. The cow gives it up from the big blind, king high. Let's see the flop. Flop comes at 9-6-3. Is a set, the first set or the second set of the day.
Once again in the small blind, this time just one opponent. Tosh get bullied by Anderson a little while ago this time. That's the nuts on the flop. And Espen is eyeing his stack. Some of it might be going into the middle. Into what is likely going to end up the void. Does have all kinds of backdoors.
They rather play her.
I don't give a shit. I'm just curious.
But it's really like 99%.
It's in the bet. Calls it.
Maybe 95.5 or
But in China, like,
When you have the board as locked as this with top set, opponent unlikely to have a 6 or a 3 raising under the gun +1. Makes absolute sense on a rainbow board. Just flat call. See how you can maneuver going forward.
A spicy club will be very spicy.
Oh, crazy. I never heard of it.
So it was for a long time. You didn't even have all.
But right now, they don't even have
Yeah, you can keep your phone.
7's interesting too. There's the backdoor straight draw.
I used the Red Dragon before.
Big check and flow from Santosh. Now Espen. Does he want to keep up the pressure? The 7 does smack the range of Santosh, who defended from a small blind and called the flop as well on a board like 9-6-3. That being said, Espen might want to continue with aggression.
So let's go through some of the combos Santosh could have a naked 9 with. Ace 9, king 9, perhaps?
Pretty much from the small blind. I mean, they'd have to be suited.
9-10. 9-10 is a gut shot.
This is also Santosh we're talking about. Certainly very likely to be deviating from those standard ranges. Would have things like small suited connectors as well. I mean, the 5-4 straight just came in technically. Of course, things like 7-5, even 8-5, that would be gut shots on the flop, would continue. So the ranges are still wide. Santosh, of course, right at the top of his range, just goes for it. That's the end of that hand. Espen's going to be pretty annoyed.
But no, I guess like my taste is more.
A lot of equity just got denied.
Not sure if checking was better there, actually.
It's tempting to be aggressive. He was getting a lot of leverage on the bet, which is my way of saying, of course, by betting 40,000 or so,
He was essentially putting Santosh to a test for all of his stack.
I can send it to you, but
Santosh responded with a jam. Now in the middle of the pack after that nice little pickup.
Sorry?
What was the problem with it again?
No, so for Henrik it's like top 5 best restaurants or something, right?
No, I said like meals. Like of
Okay.
that
Yeah, like top 5 meals.
Of course, like any Michelin thing, like three star would be better.
Okay.
Saying, like a regular meal.
Okay, okay. Oh, now I get it. Now I get it. I thought you meant like overall lifetime restaurant top 5.
Is your restaurant?
It's not my restaurant.
Oh, yes.
I recommended it.
Oh, okay.
I don't own a restaurant. So.
This is like talking to an Instagram influencer where if they recommend something, you're just like, is this a paid advertisement or am I getting a real curation here?
Your restaurant.
Bajo.
B-A-H.
What is it?
Yakiniku. It's like Japanese barbecue.
What's the difference between Japanese and Korean barbecue?
Oh, massively
I
different.
wouldn't know, but it's similar.
No, it's not. Korean barbecue and Japanese barbecues are very different.
Come on, Steven, educate us.
I've had Japanese barbecue 3 times.
I think to put it in a kind of simpler way, Korean barbecue is marinated. The meat is more heavily flavored.
So like one will be with like finely grated onion, one will be with like some kind of topping. You know, like, they add sort of elements to the different kind of cuts. Whereas Korean barbecue is just everything that goes on there. And then dip it in straight after.
I just moved
Right.
there, like,
There's not really any difference. I think there is, but not the same. Like Korean barbecue, you dip in 3 different kind of sauces. This one, there's maybe one salt.
Right. The service was really good. And the service, like the service.
the service.
Yeah. And then also it was pretty cheap, I thought.
Yeah. It's like
For what you
$100
get.
a person.
Yeah.
Maybe more if you want alcohol.
Yeah. Me and Hans, we spent like 300 in total.
Yeah.
But Taipei is very famous for its Japanese food. Some would consider it the best place for Japanese food outside of Japan.
7 minutes Uber.
I actually got some Japanese Uber Eats yesterday.
Oh, nice.
After a long day of streaming.
What did you get?
Treated myself to some steak. Partly because you can't get good steak in India. No beef.
Are you sure you're allowed to say that in public? Your parents would not be angry?
It's not my parents I'm worried about. It's
Okay.
some hardcore beef activists, and I don't think they watch the Superstar Challenge stream. But some great food to be had in Taiwan. Certainly wanted to make the most of it. By the way, I just saw top left of the screen, 28 entries now.
We go together?
Have lost 7 players out of that.
On Monday, we won a boot.
Wow, that's a big 3-bet from the small. And Santosh has a big hand to boot. Pocket Kings is why we had the big 3-bet. Here we go, 72k in the middle. 2 big hands.
Right. So we're
Try boards. 9-6 tray. Rainbow.
I'm going to the airport like quarter past.
Just enough with that diamond perhaps for Santosh to want to stick around when facing what is likely going to be a C-bet here. Perfect board for Pocket Kings. Start building a pot.
22,000.
Just over a fourth.
It's called Archery. It's next to the other venue.
Okay.
It's the other
Yeah,
hotel.
just
there.
enough for Santosh.
Like, those 3 hotels.
How is that?
All kinds of backdoor. Diamonds, of course, would make things interesting. He does not want to catch a jack.
I think it's one of the best of them.
Would spell disaster. 10. Not much to
You know, I'm
write
really
home
impressed.
about. James has to feel mighty comfortable. 116 in the middle. 174 effective in his stack.
The toilet has a remote control.
The board got much better. He can make a decent sized bet here to deny equity, set up a jam on a safe river.
But the rest of it's kind of small. There's
I would really consider trying to end the hand right here, depending on how comfortable he feels with his Pocket Kings.
Yeah. High tech.
Do you have to be worried about sets at this point?
Yes.
Size isn't a big deal if you're alone. You guys obviously don't.
Might not want to commit.
The pot is 30 bigs.
I like to be able
Big
to
pot
open
now.
my suitcase.
Yeah, I hear you.
Don't know how he. Oh, well, of course, the 3-bet pre was very big by the sizing. It just ballooned into this giant
What if I want to
pot.
sit down and relax in the couch?
Has he misplayed the sizing here, Stephen, taking into account the whole game tree, as we like to call it? Bit awkward right now to have 1.5 SPR with 2 streets remaining in Pocket Kings, but works out though. Quick fold from Santosh.
And you can't actually turn on any heating.
You're the
I've never
thermostat.
been to the Philippines.
Yeah, we got the thermostat now, but the first
You know, I can see the merits of it. You know, he's out of position with his small blind. Wanted to take it, make it expensive for the opponent to call.
Actually, it worked out perfectly. He ended up making the maximum with those big bets. Got a big call pre-flop and a decent call on the flop.
On the wall. It's like
Okay. Yeah, no, we didn't. We don't have that. What we have is
So Henrik has really made the table talkative now. Since it sat down, everyone has been
well,
chatting.
Half the table anyway.
The West Coast?
The West Coast. That's right, well said.
Pass.
You know, the most popular variant of, well, poker, but really cards in India is actually called Flash, they call it. It's just 3-card poker in a way. And that's the game even families play, by the way. It's like custom on the biggest festival, Diwali. And in Flash, when you fold, you say pack. And so if you're ever in India, you'll see a lot of people pack, even while playing Hold'em.
What am I missing?
And is it a betting game or
just like poker, yeah. It's not as strategic. It's a lot more luck-oriented, which is why it's cool for families and such.
You saying poker isn't luck?
Poker is a lot of luck, but a lot of strategy. Flash is a lot of luck and minimal strategy will. It's kind of like playing. It's like Connect 4. It's like, okay, a strategy will make you win, but you know, you max out on the strategy after a decent amount of thinking.
So it's
by the way, a lot of Flash players will hate me comparing the game they love to Connect 4, but I just think, unlike poker, which essentially has unlimited depth of thinking, I think Flash maybe not so much.
Well, maybe you're just saying, you know, Flash is solvable because it got a natural equilibrium.
Right. But what's cool in Flash is why it's a family game is that it's traditional to come up with variations, dealer's choice, and the variations go absolutely wild, like flipping jokers, where every time somebody folds or packs, they lay their cards out, and those become the joker. So now everybody's incentivized to like not fold.
We've been playing in Hong Kong, Juice is Wild, in a tournament, which is very interesting.
Oh, let me look through the list. We might have a Deuces Wild tournament in the series.
I'm sure we do.
Oh, Henrik finally getting busy, not just with talking, but with his chips. Mystery hand, by the way, and a 3-bet from the blinds. It seems big, but it's standard sizing considering 2 more people in the hand, and he gets this one through. I love a good squeeze from the big blind. Oh, it's 22. Actually, I misheard him. Small squeeze gets through.
Everything is legal. It's kind of crazy. You have a couple of streets there that look like The Walking Dead, basically.
Wow, we're looking at these stack sizes. They're so evenly matched.
And look at that trophy, by the way.
So it's
That's the main event trophy, I believe.
I haven't actually seen the Black Lion yet.
The flat one? That we
no, the
trophy for this event. Yeah.
No, I mean I played it maybe 20 hours.
Yeah, okay.
So I know the game, yeah.
But you play Underlords from like an auto battler perspective?
Yeah, for sure.
For a moment, I thought they were talking about some poker variant, but clearly they're talking about some
computer games, I think.
Yeah. Some RPG, perhaps.
Yes. Oh well, knowing them would be MMO of some sort, right? Multiplayer.
Slight glitch in the stream. Just bear with us in case you can hear me. Our excellent production staff will just sort it out shortly. I was mentioning about all the other events we have going on. You talked about Deuces Wild. I think variations in tournaments is going to be the next big thing in poker. Just get in those recreational players, make it feel more of like a home game.
Exactly.
Can really help boost the game, I feel. And nothing wrong with it. I mean, especially at the lower buy-in levels, let's all have some fun. Everything doesn't need to be solvable and strategic. Once again, we do apologize for the technical issues. being sorted out, as we mentioned.
They gave up on it.
At the same time as
I used to play
Getting all sorts of WhatsApp messages from friends in Taipei reporting their journey in the National Cup. It's getting down to the mid-late stage. A lot of players are nursing a 30 bigs kind of situation. Getting very close to ITM. So they're going to play down to 14% in the money, but down to 5% for day 2. So they get into money and then continue play until 5% of field is remaining in the National Cup.
Yeah, in the National Cup, by the way, just to remind people, a 15 million Taiwan dollar guarantee for a 10,000 buy-in. That's about 320 USD, 4 flights. And today is the final flight, Flight D.
No, there's one more, I think.
Oh, is it?
Flight E, yeah, this evening, like a turbo one.
Ah, the turbo flight, that's later on today. So, as you mentioned, play down to 14% who make the money, and then actually play down to 5% of the field, who then meet in day 2.
So I saw a friend of mine from Hong Kong yesterday. I saw him playing day 1B, and then later in the evening, said, "Oh, how are you getting on in day 1B?" I said, "Oh yeah, I made it into day 1C."
That's good stuff. I love nerdy poker in jokes. It just makes you feel part of the community a bit more. That's my big theory too about all these subcultures. We're of course part of a great one, poker and card games across the world, but I think it's like the vernacular and the in jokes that really make you feel part of the community.
Correct.
I mean, if you think about listening in to 2 people discussing a hand, he opened UTG and 3-bet, I 4-bet him from the cutoff, and then yada yada yada. Somebody on the outside is like, what in the world are you talking about? This cannot be a card game.
My wife does it all the time, like just chaining a bunch of poker terminology together in a sentence.
To mock you?
Absolutely. Which is her favorite hobby. Right, this is interesting. We have David Coleman with a gut shot. Santos with a bottom pair, practically second bottom pair. And a middle pair who is afraid to bet.
12.
Oh, Santos is going to bet.
1 to 12.
12, right? 12.
1, 2, 12. 12,000.
Always good to announce your bets, by the way. Those of you unfamiliar with live poker, if you put in 1 chip, that was a big chip, a 25,000 chip, just have to announce your bet. Otherwise,
it'd be 25,000.
It would be 25,000.
Seems like an easy call for Alexandros. Yep, easy give up. That got shot. Let's see the river. A 9 would be very spicy.
Ooh.
Evil, evil card. Nope, the queen.
It's an interesting one. Santosh, I assume, can either check or maybe consider a block bet. Goes with check. Now Alexandros, with the queen pairing up, knows it's very, very unlikely for Santosh to have a queen to begin with, now that there's 2 of them on the board. And the fact that Santosh checks this river, I think Alexandros has to go for value here. Would be afraid of getting pipped here, by which I mean 1 kicker better, something like a Jack-10. Yeah, he gives it up. He's going to be disappointed knowing that he could have gotten some value because he gets to represent all the draws, all the spades, all the clubs, all the missed straight draws.
Or the king jacks, you know, or the, yeah. But I think the 4 would be difficult to call right there.
Well, this is Santosh we're talking about.
I'm sure you know him more than I do.
No, but I have a feeling that he's not afraid to make hero calls. There's no way you get to the results he has. Not to mention, I mean, he's been a cash game regular, and technically at these stack depths, he should be perhaps more comfortable than some of the other players in the field. The deeper you are, the closer it becomes to a cash game. And I just think giving your opponent credit for all kinds of missed draws on a board, that double flush draw board, you can find yourself making hero calls. 8 minutes to the break, by the way. You see up top, and by the way, there's a nice little glimpse of what it feels like to be in the feature table, looking out at the entire arena. Now, Stephen, I haven't been to the other venue. We do have 2 venues running. No small part because last time around when we had APT Taipei 2023, we actually ran out of space. And this time we have way more events, a bigger guarantee. We certainly needed 2 venues. But tell me more about the other venue.
Well, that's the original CTP venue that was set up several years ago.
And CTP, of course, being Chinese Texas Poker Club.
This is the poker club, yes. And actually it's been converted into a mahjong club. So when CTP moved to this present Asia Poker Arena, they actually converted the old shop into a mahjong tournament arena, which is great fun because, you know, like a bit like Flash, mahjong is a bit of a national game of ethnic Chinese. So, you know, you could be Taiwanese, Singaporean, someone from Hong Kong or Macau. You know, we all kind of learn how to play mahjong from a very young age. And converting that, making that into a tournament format is very interesting. But because of the popularity of the APT, they revamped it back into a poker room for 11 days again. And when I went to see it yesterday, just all the memory just came back because you know we had a lot of good time in the old shop.
That's awesome. By the way, a bit of a situation here. I think there's been a slight glitch in the video feed. Those of you watching would have noticed. We just had a bit of a loop because we saw these images a moment ago. Henrik, I believe, is about to make a hefty 4-bet when the image started looping. So just to recap, under the gun open, Jack 10 suited, fairly standard from James Mendoza. Espen makes a 3-bet under the gun +1 with ace queen off. And Henrik, facing an under the gun open, UTG +1 3-bet, decides to make a 4-bet. This is an extremely strong cold 4-bet. There we have it. The video is playing as normal now, so very curious to see what happens. I assume James can get out of the way. There we go. Espen now facing a cold 4-bet after 3-betting UTG +1. This is about as nutted a range as somebody can represent. Yeah, he lets it go.
Show ace-5, go on.
Oh no, Henrik, no! Let us know what you have, sir. Oh, well, now it feels... Well, we get to feel what the players feel, right? So, seems fair every once in a while. We're a bit too spoiled here in the booth.
We get to see all the cards, and we still can't predict the correct action.
You wouldn't even call
Absolutely not. By the way, look at that ticker for the entries. Climbed up by 4 players, 32 players now in the mix. Once again, a huge shout out to the support these high rollers have shown by, in certain cases, flying down for this event. Santosh, for instance. Isaac Haxton in the outer tables. Again, I mean, how do you describe Isaac Haxton? The end boss of tournament poker. Steve O'Dwyer as well.
He could be considered one of the greatest poker players of all time. You know, up there with the Hall of Fame kind of. You know, he's been at the very top for over 10 years, maybe?
Oh, easily. Playing his first APT event. We did have, of course, I mentioned Punat Punsri joining the action.
You show me food on break?
Flop comes 8-6-5. Rainbow there. The equity is kind of spread across all 3 players, with Alexandros getting half the equity with his top pair. Seems to have checked around. Turn comes a jack, which gives James the top pair and all the equity. Decides to check his big blind, and I think Alexandros checks as well, and just up to Santosh to bluff here.
Bluff he does.
There goes all the viewers.
There goes all the viewers. Says Henrik. No, they're here for us. For the witty commentary. Not just for the handsome boy S-Man.
I like the comment. It's a compliment. Bit of a needle as well, maybe, for Espen, saying like, hey, okay, fan favorite boy. See you around. Very ambitious bluff, by the way. Absolute error, the king 10 off. It just perceived a lot of weakness, and in that sense, James's check with the top pair. Going to the bottom end of the straight. Seems extremely smart out of position. Actually managed to get some value, and Alexandro's not a believer yet. Likely thinking Mendoza has some sort of a draw, considering the backdoor hearts just came in. Straight draws possible.
There's 4 now. Now there's. They just opened the new one, you're saying? Yeah. Oh, wow.
An ace. Very interesting card. Santosh knows with 2 callers he's going to be behind. King high cannot be good. And he could take this opportunity to start repping the ace.
Out of where?
I don't know.
So what ace could he have here?
Certainly ace jack, but also not flush draws on the turn, perhaps.
Yeah. This isn't trading.
No, I know it isn't.
Well, Santosh bet king 10 off, so certainly could have aces in his range. Nah.
Jack.
James will take it down.
Jack what is? Jack 4. Jack 4. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, you had a worse kicker than him?
Huh?
You had a worse kicker?
No, I
Worst kicker.
I want to know the hand.
So they're joking about, oh, so you have a jack? Okay, I lose. Oh, so do you have a jack with a worse kicker? Unlikely to be worse than a 4, surely.
Fuck off.
I must admit, maybe because of the hype that was I was listening. I was given before the stream. I thought Santosh was going to be a lot more wild.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of maybe aggression, he's certainly never been too shy. But yeah, it's not like he's 3-betting 9 deuce off. You know what I mean?
Or 10-7 suited.
I know why. I understand. I didn't say anything. I just looked at you waiting for the needle.
And I must say, he has a lot of added comfort after all. Playing a lot of TV poker recently, you know, the Triton series, and even in the cash games he likes to play tend to be televised. So he's extremely comfortable just playing his game. I mean, it's not something that people get used to easily. It's being under the lights, knowing that all your hands are visible to your opponents.
Yes.
Right now, we're going to rotate all our feature tables, and we're just a few minutes away from the break, so we're going to have a whole new host of players as we take a 15-minute break and come back, including the likes of Punat Punsri and some of the other ones we've been talking about. But let's not forget, these guys get to see each other's hands if they so desire, as soon as they move on to the next table. I'm sure there's a few that they've marked that they're curious about. And you do have to adjust that in your strategy, knowing that your opponents have seen some of the hands that you perhaps did not show down but were captured on the stream.
Well, I'm looking forward to watching Mike Takayama at the feature table. One of the legends in Asia. He's been around for a long time. Long time. Also a bracelet winner.
Holding quickly to say 500 chip time.
One of the greats from the Philippines.
I mean, if he checked back, maybe there was a chance, but then once he starts grabbing cheats, it's all over.
And we're saying S-Pen being a handsome devil. Mike Takayama definitely another handsome devil.
It's a 15-minute break for you guys. 15-minute break, please, after turn. Superstar.
Last hand before the break, King Jack suited for David Coleman on the gun. Still has the chip leading position on this table. Never too shy to open it up. Okay, Santosh, it's the last hand before the break. Just let it go. Can't be too disappointed.
Do you know
King
whether
4-0.
he's a smoker or not? Do you know?
I don't know that actually, but if he was, he'd be folding much quicker.
Exactly.
You're right. Jack 9 suited, 3-bet once again. Turning those mediocre speculative hands, taking aggressive lines. Henrik seems to always have a holding. And there's a 3-bet behind him. He's 3-bet from the big blind once already. Cold 4-bet Espen. We did not find out what he had. Here comes another cold 4-bet.
74.
This is mighty strong. The Jack 9 suited has to hit the muck.
Right. With that, we are going into a break. When we come back, Punat from Thailand, the previous Taipei main event champion, will be appearing on the feature table along with 3 guys from Germany and Mike Takayama from the Philippines. So with that, we will come back in 15 minutes, so stay tuned.
We're not on the feature anymore? Yeah, off feature, yeah. Heading back to table 2, which is the first.
Do we move it ourselves or no? Yeah. Okay.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Oh no. Over.
I'm moving.
There's Oreo. Poker movie something Oreo. No. Yesterday they were telling that Oreo movie is very nice in the poker related.
Never heard of it.
Rounders.
Rounded. Oh, okay, yeah, that's what.
You never seen Rounders?
No,
I mean, you gotta see Rounders.
Yeah, that's why Delhi gets it.
You gotta watch that.
So I will watch it.
Even if you don't like poker. We all know you love poker. So.
Don't really like it.
Classic.
27.
How did you hear about it? What? How did you hear about APT?
I was in Paris and Daniel went back. Just asked me like, I suppose you're going to Taiwan before? Like, no. Why? He told me about the series. Yeah, we've decided with my wife we will only book one-way flights because like 50% of the time, last minute there's a change.
Always. That's what I do. Always change. Always change.
Just
The regular cappuccino.
yeah, or like even an espresso maybe, or something, and any coffee without anything else inside.
What's it like, espresso?
Yeah, espresso is good.
Espresso?
Yeah.
Double or?
Double is good. Thank you so much.
Oh, you can order it?
No,
You can order it? Can I get,
I don't know the whole menu.
yeah,
Just
just latte, just latte.
Latte? Regular?
Thank you. Yeah.
They come here up to like.
Yeah, it's okay. Vanilla latte, yeah. Vanilla latte. Vanilla.
Okay.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to APT Taipei 2024. This is the Superstar Challenge Day 1 event, the streaming table. We've been streaming for the past 2 hours and we witnessed some pretty exciting poker action. But now we've got even more exciting poker action coming up with Punat from Thailand, the previous APT Taipei main event winner, featuring at this feature table alongside Mike Takayama from the Philippines, and 3 European guys that I'm going to tell you more about, and an American Chinese person, Tony Lin. So no doubt more exciting poker action awaits. How do you feel so far?
Feeling great, Stephen. We have, of course, I think about 22 players remaining, 32 entries total thanks to the recent addition of 4 more entries. This is, of course, a historic moment for the Asian Poker Tour. A 25,000 USD buy-in, a true high roller in every sense of the word, and it's fantastic to see the caliber of players that have come out to support it, including the likes of Isaac Haxton and Steve Dwyer making their first appearances at any stop here at the Asian Poker Tour. You were seeing a moment ago, by the way, the streaming schedule. Today is day 2 of 11 days of streaming. There we have it, 32 entries. The average stack, the starting stack was 250k, so the average now, tad over 300. 84 bigs is the average. That is deep, deep stack tournament poker. 24 players remaining, excuse me, after the 2 new entries. And the prize pool has accumulated to well over $750,000 US.
Lovely. And on the way back into the booth, I saw, well, in half an hour's time, you will see Danny Tang making an appearance. So spoiler alert here. And as you can see here, we have the feature table.
And the trophies. Look at that on the side.
Yeah,
we saw the close-up, by the way. The black flat lion is the trophy for the Superstar Challenge. After that, you have all the pewter ones, the historic winning the award for the best trophy, the APT main event lion trophy, which also goes to the super high rollers, and of course the small lions, one of which was won yesterday on the stream at the All-Star Challenge. And there you have it, Punat Punsri actually in the same position as he was at the All-Star Challenge yesterday, seat number 1, along with many of his fellow superstars.
And most poker players are superstitious, and I'm sure Punat is very happy to be back on this streaming table after his amazing main event win almost a year ago.
I think he took home maybe close to 350,000 USD for that historic main event win in Taipei. It had crushed all records in terms of numbers of entries. Absolutely made short work of that final table.
Here's Mike Takayama from the Philippines. Bracelet winner. One of the good guys on the tour, for sure. Pocket 8s opens from hijack. And then action is now on the small blind of Mike Takayama. And is He's can't get the sensor right. There you go, there you go. Just move your chips. That's it. There it is. Okay, 6 deuce off. And it's like, well, unfolding anyway. King 7 suited on the big blind. I think it's going to be a call to peel. The flop. Let's see what he does. And welcome back, viewers. We took a very short break. I am much caffeinated now. Drinking a lovely hot coffee here on a cold. Oh! So Pinat was a short stack with only 92k.
Gets it in there and gets the bad news. That is not an ideal scenario. Does have 37% equity though with the suited king. Would have loved to be against pocket 6s instead of pocket 8s. Needs to catch to stay in the game or we lose one of the best. Thailand's number 1, Punat Punsri. There's a club, only one though. Slight glimmer of hope for the backdoor flush draw, but for the most part needs a king.
And 8 flops and turns him dead for a full house, right?
There you have it. GG to Punat. Very curious if he finds the rebuy. Has been eliminated.
One hand.
Takes it with a smile.
Was 25k.
Look at that shot though. You just see the arena buzzing. And of course the cameraman following him closely. Well, that puts Shwet up the leaderboard. He goes by Robinson, which is what we'll call him here to stay consistent with the graphic. I believe his first name rather would be Tobias, yeah. Almost 2 million precisely in tournament earnings. The man from Germany, I believe lives in Austria at the moment. Pretty high up on the German all-time money list, and that's not easy to do.
Tony Lin has been around the high roller circus for a few years as well. Does represent GG Poker China.
Justin pointing out the same thing I just did. Shwet. We'll call him Tobias or Robinson. I believe that might be his middle name. As we get the graphics fixed, of course, other European players on the table as well. Seat number 2. Not quite in the frame yet.
There's no 2. If not in line, once again, you will be shut out of Flight E. And registration's officially for Flight E in the National Cup. So that dealers, please shuffle the deal. 1,000, 1,500 of your blinds and empties.
Lose open, ace 5 off. Just over 2x from the cutoff. Mike Takayama wants to see a flop with the queen jack off.
5, 6. I got better kicker.
Sturm, who just folded the king 5 off in the big blind, despite being offered a good price. Again, his name technically is Leon.
He hit the 6. I got trouble now.
So once again, it's a bit unorthodox to flat from the button queen jack off from Mike Takayama. But I wonder what his game plan is.
I got better kicker. Pick up.
No, okay. So flop comes king 6-4, and then a c bet and a fold.
Always bluff and sunglasses. Always bluff.
They're checking out a pair of sunglasses. So have you seen those, not quite Apple Vision Pro, but sunglasses with like a HUD display on it?
Oh, like the Facebook one? The Ray-Ban?
Yeah, the Ray-Ban one, yeah. That's
yeah.
one.
Never in person. I kind of think they're kind of cool.
I think it's going to be the future, right?
Yeah, because they look just like regular sunglasses. They do have a light in the front for whenever they're recording, because otherwise the camera's so hidden. It is a privacy issue, but you know what? We all have our phones out all the time. You know, it's just the world you have to get used to. So I think you're right. I think it will be the future, and probably will have to be banned from poker tables at some point just to avoid RTA.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe they just change some rules over it. Because what can a heads-up display help you with? You know, maybe calculating equity a little bit.
Yeah, they do have headphones built into them, which use some. I mean, I'm gonna sound like an idiot, but like essentially they vibrate your skull.
Yes, bone conduct.
Yeah, bone conducting technology. So like then you can like make the case that you can get, you know,
Yeah, but
third-party assistance.
People have their
People have headphones anyway. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It's gonna be an interesting future for sure, but one thing's for sure: live poker is here to stay.
Well, let's hope so.
I have no doubt. I mean, it's booming. Firstly, I mean, so many people have been predicting the death of live poker, and ever since we all had that setback during COVID where we simply could not come out and play, people have just made up for it with a passion, and the APT attendance over the past year is just a great way to just see that graph in motion.
Well, yes, and I think COVID actually made poker even more popular because of online poker. You know, people have been stuck at home, clicking on the mouse or the mobile apps, just playing on Natural8 all the way. And then once the restrictions were lifted, you know, they were just going out to try the luck and try the skills at the live tables. And it's great to see. Otherwise, my prediction of 3,000 entries would be very, very, very far off. So ace high is good here. Well, top pair. Ace 8 is good here. Tony Lin with a 4, king 4. It's unlikely to call.
13.
Yeah, I think it's
King high.
King high.
King high no good.
You have a king. Always curious. Like proper poker player.
King high no good.
Pays it
King
off.
high no good.
Oh shit.
Oh. Yeah, you have an ace. It's a lot less likely to be king high when you have a king in your hand, Tony.
That was ambitious. Flush on the board, 4-2 straight on the board. A true hero call, announcing his opponent's hands too. Yeah, it didn't work out, but what if he was right? It would look so cool. King high, no good. Bam! Here's third pair on a 4-2 straight board. Let's not forget that added equity, the coolness.
It's good for you. Revive.
Hello, Janko Fox. Welcome back to the stream. You've been a regular commenter throughout the different streams that we've done, so welcome back. Yes, go Mike, good luck. And GB, was that good?
No idea.
Boy, good boy.
Is it a Filipino thing?
Good bet? No, good. Please enlighten me. Janko Fox, what does GB stand for? Mike Takayama opens from the cutoff, ace jack suited. I think we're having a little bit problem with the sensor at seat 3 because we couldn't see Henrik's hole cards before, and now we can't see. Yeah, we still can't see the hole cards in seat number 3. Flop comes Queen 10-9. Mike Takayama has an open-ended straight draw to the nut, no doubt. Turns 9, pairs at the 9.
Okay, we get to play along with seat 3. Gets the check on the flop. You want to take a stab? Certainly queen 10-9 and another 9. Smack dab the small blind calling range. Sort of a great spot to range bet, as they call it. You're essentially betting a range of hands here, so even when you miss, do the same thing. Mike Takayama has way too much equity in this hand to fold. After all, he checked behind on the flop. He lets it go. A lot of discipline being shown. You might never find out what Straver had, but just goes to show how interesting these situations can be. And Mike Takayama certainly erring on the side of caution there. I wonder if it's just because he's a bit early to this tournament right now. It is a high roller after all. Does not want to get too out of line. 25 out of 34 players remaining. That means 2 new entries.
Oh, Webster Lim has joined the feature table. He's a high stake crusher from Malaysia. So, replying to Justin's comment, Justin Fairbanks asks, Stephen, are there actual local Macau people who play poker? Because I see like 10 players listed as Macau in National Cup. Their names sound similar to Hong Kong names. There are Macanese poker players, and I know a lot of them. And so those 10 names, well, they use the same romanization methods as Hong Kong, so their names might sound similar to Hong Kong translation, because we speak Cantonese, so they will use a similar system. So for you to mix up between Hong Kong and Macau is not unusual, but there are actual Macanese poker players, and they're good ones too.
Hey, I don't even know they're called Macanese. That's a cool name.
Yeah, Macanese. Sounds like a dessert, doesn't it? Those sweet, sweet Macanese.
And in case you guys can hear us, we do have a slight production interruption and glitch, which we were pre-warned about. It will be sorted out very shortly.
It's giving us a chance to have a look at Tony Lin and Webster Lim. Tony Lin from the USA and Webster Lim from Malaysia.
Now, by the way, Stephen, I'm quite careful to not spoil ourselves because, of course, we're on a 30-minute delay and the APT website has live reporting going on. But in case you want to check on the outer tables, do make sure you go to the website. And I did manage to check on the outer tables. Now, by the way, the live reporting team doesn't spoil anything that's on the stream, that's happening on the feature table, which is very, very nice of them. That way, those enjoying the stream are never spoiled. Did realize that Punat Punsri bought in again, of course, having been knocked out off the feature table, as apparently did Santosh. So we do have the entries climbing up to 34 on account of 2 rebuys from Punat and Santosh. I think it's going to be very interesting to see them back in the mix. And there we have it. Stream is back online. Internet issues sorted. Big shout out to the production staff here, keeping things in check.
You know, like with all the razzmatazz you see on the stream, you know, the production value is so high. You know, you'd be so surprised by how small the team is.
Absolutely.
How much dedication, how much work they put in just to perfect the stream. And every stop, the stream gets better. Very proud of the team. I'm expecting the operator to say thank you, Stephen, on the headphones, but he's not doing that. So,
Stephen, you don't give out compliments expecting gratitude. Come on.
No, I chose the worst timer when there was a glitch on the stream. like busy trying to fix everything.
It's like you're testing our producer Victor. How many tasks can you do at once? And can that include thanking me?
Getting the tape out, you know, stabling things together. Ace high. Yeah. Takayama taking another small pot here.
Getting counterfeited, but maintaining the best hand.
96 big blinds, followed by Tobias, also 96 big blinds. And then Marcel might be the short stack here with 20 big blinds. So Webster Lim from Malaysia, once again. Very good player. Oh, Danny Tang, you can hear him. He's going to sit down. He's going to make his grand entrance. He's going to be sitting at seat number 9. Danny is a bit of a linguist as well, so he speaks pretty fluent Mandarin, native Cantonese and native English.
Oh, wow.
I thought I was quite good at languages, but Danny is good at poker.
Much better than you at poker.
Fashionable.
And much better than you at Mandarin. What else can you add to the list?
I run faster than him. Okay, so cutoff opens, big blind defense, pretty standard spot. 7-4 off, maybe not so standard, but you know, we are going to see the flop anyway. King high flop, that will kill all the action. Straightforward C-bet and a fold, I imagine. Where's my Danny Tang on the chip count?
I think 2 more hours, no? Day 2 还能翻译吗？我不知道。You know when the radius are closed.
So last time when we had Danny at the streaming table, he was spending a lot of time looking away onto the main floor. I guess for a 25k event, he's going to pay a little bit more attention. And his phone needs to be taken away, surely. Okay, waiting for the setup to be completed. 35 entries. And we still have another hour and another 2 hours to go until late registration ends. So are we going to hit 50 for the Superstar Challenge? The first 25k USD event on the APT tour. Oh, so Danny opened 7-6 suited from UTG and takes it down. Excellent. 52 big blinds. Danny Tang. He just sat down. Probably just woken up. And I'm waiting for the operator to take away Danny Tang's phone.
I don't have one. I don't have it. I left it in the hotel. Seems like a bluff. Probably.
Leon just folded. Ace Queen suited. The +1. Very standard open. 11k. 2 big blinds plus 1k. Danny with a 6 and a 4 of hearts.
11.
Checking the blinds. Decides to defend. Let's see the flop. Flop comes 8, 4, 3, 2 clubs. Danny hits middle pair. Ace Queen would think that the 3 and 4 won't hit so often. The 8 is slightly dangerous, so checks back. Turns a 5. Danny picks up an open ender plus his second bottom pair. There's a good stare here, observing his opponent. Put a bet in. 13,000. Yes, good. Ooh, I'm getting good at this. And then should get a fold. Oh no, he's drawing the gut shot. Gets a call. Gets a call. And we see the river. 3 apart. Not a disaster for either player. Doesn't really change anything on this board. The straight would have got there already on the turn. Not that many sets here, apart from a set of 8s maybe. So yeah, so nothing. So showdown. See a 4. And then there's like, oh, you lucky, lucky person. So Justin is telling us Leon won the 50k event at the WSOP in 2023, was immediately compared to Fatal Host, considering how young he was and both being German. There you go, well he's a young man, look at him. He's got his sunglasses. So welcome, 167 viewers. Welcome back to the stream. It would be very, very, very helpful if you could give us a like. And perhaps if you like the stream, subscribe to the channel. For more information about Asian Poker Tour, visit apt.poker. You will find the latest tournament schedule, as well as useful information about our poker stops. My Takayama with ace-10 suited opens from the button. Ace-10 of spades. Very pretty cards. Gets fold around and takes down a effortless pre-flop. So you can see people are wearing Triton hoodies, having their GG ambassador patch. This table is just pure goldmine for publicity and exposure. And when the camera pans across to see Mike Takayama, it's almost like a Formula 1 race driver with so many patches and logos on his shirt. And I think, you know, with so many series and tours having streaming tables, more players are going to have more logos as a way to advertise different products.
Yeah, why not? I mean, if you've achieved so much in the game, I love that you can get sponsorships and, of course, bring to light some of these brands that want the kind of exposure that the APT now has to offer. Tobias Robinson on the screen at the moment. Schwett, we can call him, although not 100% if that's how his name is said. That's the pocket force. C-bet takes it down. 37 entries, as I mentioned. As per the live reporting, we've actually had a few more entries. I personally have a new benchmark to shoot for now. Can we approach $1 million in the prize pool for this? 25,000 buy-in. Say we need about 45 entries to get there, taking into account the small break. That would be absolutely incredible. Not that 37 players and actually 39 as per the live reporting isn't incredible already. A fantastic achievement for the first outing for a high roller this big. Always proud of the experimentation that the APT does in the smaller buy-ins, but to start reaching this next level, truly commendable. Kings for Lin, out of the gun. Welcome side, as always.
Maybe you win now.
Those 2x and queens right behind. UTG +1. Webster has 29 bigs. Surely a 3-bet is coming. Wow, did he just call? No, I thought it was 2 blue chips. It's actually a green chip that's 25k and a blue chip. This could spell disaster. These guys, unlike the rest of the table and the field, are not that deep. And Danny, by the way, not one to Hollywood. Seems to have a decision, not really. UTG open, UTG +1, 3-bet. We've seen this before. Signifies the tightest of ranges. All in, says Tony. Quick call. Calls it.
Your hand, Lady Gaga. I know. Lady Gaga off today. Today is Sunday? Sunday off.
Queens versus Kings. 20% equity for the Queens. We'll need some help. Both the suits covered as well. That certainly doesn't help the cause. Well, some backdoor draws. The Jack and the 9 could make some sort of a straight. It's an 8 or a 10 for some extra hope, or a queen. We might be losing one of the players. You've seen the player remaining counter actually go up to that 38 count that I mentioned. 28 players remaining. Will we be down to 27? Oof, the king at the end means the end of Webster Lim. GG, sir. Sometimes poker is just that easy or that brutal, depending on which side of the cooler you find yourself on. Justin Fairbanks in chat saying Elke was a new entry. Indeed, Justin, you're correct. Not only was Elke the new entry to the tournament, he is going to be the new entry to the feature table. Always a welcome sight. And I look forward to seeing what Elke looks like today. What kind of shirt do we get? What kind of accessories?
Every color of the rainbow.
What kind of sunglasses? There's so many questions, Steven.
White trousers.
What kind of trousers? They were white yesterday.
White trousers is going to be likely.
If Elke did a Style Tips weekly series on his YouTube channel, not only would I watch, but he would hit 1 million subscribers in record time.
See, I would not be surprised if we hit 50 entries for this event. Now we're at 38.
That'd be well over $1 million in the prize pool. From your lips to the poker god's ears.
I have your hoodie in my hotel.
Me too.
You want to do the exchange in Taiwan or in Korea?
Good question. Danny's always like, he's always got that cheeky little smirk that you're not 100% sure whether he's trolling you or not.
Okay.
This is so classic Danny Tang.
所以你那个巴哈马打完都没打牌。
打了，比赛没打。
打现金。
For those of you on YouTube, thank you for staying with us. I've mentioned some of the superstars on the outer tables as well. I'd love to hear who you think the favorite in the field is, or perhaps your favorite poker player amongst the field period. I'm personally partial to some of the names I've been mentioning. Elky, such a fun presence at all the APT stops over the past year or so. Ike, aka Isaac Haxton, of course, out there. So the end boss, as we've been calling him. Some of the local Asian legends, Mike Takayama, of course, pretty up there.
Tony Lin, of course, is also a very famous player in the circuit. Danny Tang at this table.
Tony Lin, hit by the deck. Just found the elimination of Webster with the pocket kings, now pocket jacks. Perfect squeeze opportunity. Cut off open, button calls. This is what squeezes were made for. Just happens to have the right holding as well.
Okay.
There he is. Okay, sparkly shirt, I see. Regular trousers. The shirt says love, I believe. Never disappointing me, Elky. We thank you for being who you are. Okay, it's not love, it says have something.
Have a nice day, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
If I didn't fit my deck then, right?
Yeah, I have pocket 8, so yeah, I should have busted. Crazy. But it's good though, I'm happy for it.
Yeah, it's really good. It's nice actually. Wow, 6. And she, wow, 6.
Four stand same table, right?
Yeah.
Elky and Danny, by the way, discussing the All-Star event from yesterday. But they were both part of the 9-max sit-and-go invitational. And because of some funky dynamics, Elky essentially isolating. The 3 big blind stack of the wildcard Lung Lung got a triple up and spun it up to the win. Elky seemed pretty happy about it.
And then she beat all of us.
Did you notice the patch? The one on Tony's shoulder is a Chinese flag, and the one on Elky's shoulder just says Elky. A nation of his own.
Can I try?
So,
Okay, but can I try it before, or you have some?
so is the action on Leon, or are they waiting for something? Yeah, they're waiting for something. Okay.
Maybe the action is stopped because Elky's not on the table. Showing respect.
Maybe we go out this week and take you.
That's very unpoker player like.
You can. Okay.
I think Elky went to get some more accessories. It's not blinged out enough. Saw himself on the stream. It's like, wait a minute. It's not good enough. Doesn't meet Elky patch standards.
You have less than 100?
88 to start. Oh, yeah. Are you winning? I just got here.
Danny with king queen off, if the sensor was correct.
All in.
Great feeling. That's gonna be the. You're always the best player. You retire and you're always the best player.
It's a fold.
That's twice here. That's twice here. But give me some.
You're right. How do you know?
So Leon is down to 15 big blinds. So in a UTG Open, Danny Tang decided to jam him out of the hand, and it worked with an inferior combo. King high versus ace high.
Oh, nice.
So the chip count again. Elky just sat down with 250k, 50 big blinds. Leon nursing a short stack, 15 big blinds. And we have a new dealer sitting down. Look at that room. So at the back there, they're playing the National Cup. And then we have Elky waiting to get on stage. Had his phone taken away from him. And then at the front there are 4 more Superstar Challenge tables. First to act. Fold, queen 5 off. Tony folding king deuce off, LK jack 4 suited. Queen deuce, Takayama. That's a fold. Danny from the small blind. Leon only has 15 bigs, so let's see how Danny plays jack 8 off. Oh, a7 suited, I think. We are going to see a jam here.
You got Pete, right?
Yeah, you want to pick up all the dead money in the middle. 68k in the stack, 15k in the pot. Easy jam. Time down a little bit, balance out the timing.
Nope, no jamming.
Really now?
Maybe he's stronger with the race. Who knows? Maybe it's a race, you're trying to induce a call, and then just stop and go on the flop. Do these people do stop and go? Maybe they're too advanced to stop and go.
Yeah, they probably don't call it that. Probably have some GTO version of it. But it is interesting, this raise. I mean, is he calling a jam from Danny at this point? To the extent Danny is representing some sort of a trapped hand? A7 suited is just so strong and effectively heads up, blind versus blind.
You played last year WSOP?
It's relatively worked out for Sturm in the sense that he got the weaker hand to put in more chips. Now 31k in the middle, 2 SPR.
How many keys do you got? One?
Only one for now.
One's enough, huh?
I think second now.
6,000. That's one big blind.
I think that's 10 actually. Oh, he announced 6?
6,
I see.
Don't understand why he didn't bet one big blind.
I'm so confused with the sizing. Goes with the raise. I mean, this is extremely unorthodox, and that's what we're all here for, to learn from these sickos.
Danny's like,
I'm bad at the game now, so maybe one. Last time I
what
played.
do you have?
Fold.
Fold.
Mario, the one kid? Yeah?
No.
Really, back in the day, there was
No kid.
just this theory of poker that you don't really want your opponents necessarily to make the wrong decision. As long as you make them make a difficult decision, you're doing your job. And you could just see that bet was so confusing. I mean, Danny had jack high. Well, there you go. There's the accessory Elky went back for. Look at those 6 shades. That's like third generation Apple Vision Pro. That's what that's gonna look like.
Let's hope not. Because I was looking forward to buying the 3rd generation.
Yeah, they'll have the boring one for you, and then the fashionable people get the Plus, the SE, the CE. You can have your boring white wraparounds. Just look at them. Just look at those shades in all their glory. Chat, if you don't hit a like for Elky shades right now, you and I are going to have some words. The man came to the table and I think missed a few hands to go retrieve those shades. That certainly deserves a like.
You know, oftentimes, sometimes I feel I'm underqualified to commentate on poker, but I know for a fact that I'm underqualified to comment on Elky's fashion sense. So I have nothing to contribute in this conversation.
Gotta know your strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, so it's quite expensive.
Indeed.
Very good.
Yeah, very good.
Well, it depends what, I mean, what, but some things are really expensive, so like real estate and rent and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Have you ever dyed your hair blonde?
No, I wish I had the self-confidence. Would be a bit awkward in India. You do see them every once in a while. What used to happen is that some Bollywood movie would have a Bollywood superstar rock a look like that, and for like 2 years, every barber shop would put up that poster. Then
I want that haircut.
Exactly.
See, I'm very keen on Tobias's haircut. It's a good one.
Right up your alley. In case any of you are confused, you can look at the thumbnail to this stream. See the resemblance.
He's got a perfectly round head
25
on the top. Good shape.
There's the trophy. Superstar Challenge winner will get that Black Beauty, the flat version of the APT Lion. The new era of the APT, emblemized in that piece of hardware. 39 entries, Steven. I think 44 gets us to 1 million.
We got another. Another hour and a half to go.
I
So
believe
it's 6:40, but because the stream is half an hour delayed, right? So
Precisely. I'm hopeful. I'm not hopeful for anybody getting knocked out, but to the extent they do, I'm hopeful they decide to rebuy. This 25,000 USD buy-in is no joke, but kind of players that we have here. Just
Aces. Here we go.
Don't win.
Chips.
Kings, jacks, now aces. Sometimes it's just your turn. He did jovially tell Elke this is the first time they were on table together, so clearly he's a fan or he's excited. They've built a bit of camaraderie. How does Elke respond to this 3-bet?
Folding.
Big one. Big one? Yeah, yeah. Two.
One. No, only one. Two.
That's enough.
Shows the aces.
So Tony had an ace with an ace kicker.
Yeah. Classic.
No bluff.
You know what I've always wanted to do is have quads and say I have 2 pair, 2 8s and 2 more 8s. Just don't get quads enough to do that. It's so annoying.
美女，我对美女好，我知道她名字。
What do you think? Slow rolling, as bad as they say? Etiquette-wise in poker? Or every once a year you think it's fun to get a nice little slow roll out?
Yes. You know, I have I ever told you my worst kind of, not slow roll, like bad kind of attitude? I was playing the cash game, and we got our money in on the turn, and I was drawing dead.
Oh no.
Okay, which is
not a good feeling.
It happens, right? And before the river card was dealt, my opponent shouted, "Cash out."
I like it. I can get behind it.
I think that's pretty much the worst I've ever experienced.
That's good stuff.
After China, I think it's
By the way, the jam here from Sturm is going to get through. Nice spot. Danny, by the way. Pretty loose open. King 10 off under the gun +1. Bit frisky, perhaps.
Justin is asking a very good question, Justin Fairbanks. How bad do you think Michael Soyser wants to jump in? Well, he knows his responsibilities and his role. You know, he is, you know, to maintain the integrity and fairness of the Asian Poker Tour. You know, he's agreed not to play at any of the events, so including this one. So I don't think there's a massive problem, and there are plenty more high roller events coming up.
WPT 的长辈不好看，the trophy WPT not nice.
Yeah, I try to move in Las Vegas.
So these people have so much money that they care about the shapes of the trophy now.
And why not? We have the best ones. Like, little extra incentive. That's the one you want on your mantelpiece.
一起去，一起。
去啊，我一定可以去。
Yeah, we go together.
We can go.
I take care.
I think they're talking about an event coming up in Jeju.
I never played. I mean, I played one time before. I don't know the rules.
Coincidentally, the next stop for the Asian Poker Tour as well. Check out the website. That's in April.
I don't know. Maybe. 你教我一下。
653 2 hearts. Mike has runner diamond possibility. Leon is in pretty bad shape.
King is 50-50.
How about
Risky open once again on the gun +1. We had Danny with the king 10 off. This time Jack 8 suited, but might just work out having the betting lead against Mike Takayama's 2 overs. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. And he wants to stick around for now.
Because you make so many straight, there's no card, right?
That completes none of those backdoors. Still ahead though with the king.
Better than any other pair.
15 bigs in the stack of Leon. Surely wants to find any way he can to take this one down. The chips in the middle are just too meaningful, over half his stack.
Like, if you have A6 then it comes 7, 8.
So ace can be 5, right?
Yeah, ace can be 5. So A6 and 7, 8, 9 makes straight.
Huh. So Leon took the bet line and got Mike to fold the best hand.
Look at how he's sitting, just making it look easy.
You know, not so long ago he was nursing a 15 big blind shot stack. And now he's climbing up slowly, he's now at 27. So these players have the skills and the determination as well. You'll never write any of them off.
Well,
they're down to like 1 big blind and maybe you can.
Well, we learned from Lung Lung yesterday. Of course, the wild card at the All-Star Showdown. Never write anybody off. Chip in a chair rule was completely showcased yesterday. She was down to 2.5 bigs. Spun it up, took it down. We heard Danny Tang mention when he sat down, or rather when Elke sat down, how the amateur beat all of them yesterday.
Nope, Elke picks up a good hand. King Queen suited. By a straightforward 3-bet. $36,000, 36 or 31?
45 for my friend.
Yes, 36.
Queen. King deuce offsuit. My man.
Deuce offsuit.
I will never let you pick one if I have king deuce, because you need to pick a deuce.
So Elke was saying he would never let Tony, you know, pick one card to see, because if he had king deuce, because there's a chance that he will pick the deuce.
Yeah. Is here too?
So, answering Justin Fairbanks' comment, actually, Jeju is actually a visa-free entry for Chinese nationals. So it's very popular with mainland Chinese poker players. So having it at Jeju rather than Incheon may actually make the APT series more well attended because of the Chinese contingency. Danny Tang, Jack 3 off. Okay, we're going back there. Ooh, A7, that was a, wow. Elke folded A7 off from cutoff. Interesting. Okay, BVB again, but now Leon is actually quite deep. He's got, he's at 27 big blinds.
55 level?
No, it can't be a simple bully here.
39, right?
How many levels? How many
Flat.
How many level? I don't know.
Maybe 60 players, no?
Then Leon pushes his big blind in the middle, and we're going on to see the flop. 6-4 underdog, Danny Tang. Flop club comes 6-5-4. Leon with the middle pair, and Danny Tang with a open ender. Of course, Leon has a runner spade draw as well. Turns a 3, which Danny doesn't actually like that much. You know, hitting a pair here doesn't really do anything. So he checks. Leon checks back. 6 in the river. Locks it up for Leon. Danny checks again. And it's quite likely that Leon will check behind for a cheap showdown.
Wow, he's going for value. And he has his opponent with the kind of hand that could just give some sort of hero call value. And he does not fall for it. And he has to be confused. He seems to have tasseled with Leon for a few hands, and at least if his facial expressions are to be believed, they leave him mighty confused. There we have it, the view from at least seat 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the feature table. Looking at the entire floor. This is one of the 2 venues we have ongoing. Currently the National Cup is sort of the biggest event. Hundreds of entries per flight. The arena is hard at work in terms of the different tournaments we have going on, but when it hits the break, that's when you can actually hear it on the stream. The buzz is just insane. People rushing out for cigarettes, coffees at the lovely cafe we have here at the Asia Poker Arena. So Shwet, or Tobias, as he's called, raising it up, ace-jack suited, UTG. Straver has an easy hand to complete with, king 10 suited.
You play the
2 clubs on the board.
last month? You know?
I never play APT anymore. Also, I live in Korea, it's too far. Are you allowed to play APT?
You go?
Huh?
Are you allowed to play APT?
Yeah, if there's no like competing event, I'm allowed, but I don't want to play. It's too far. I don't play much poker.
What kind of question is that? Are you allowed to play the APT? He's playing the APT.
Too complicated.
I think he was asking about the EPT maybe.
EPT, is it?
Where do you live? South Korea.
This is going to sound really absurd for me to say, but I never realized how close APT and EPT are when you say them out loud.
I played some in Prague when
I definitely misheard.
in Prague, so I played the APT Prague at home.
The ticker is not going up. It's sticking at 39 entries.
It is indeed.
Okay, so you play all the APT?
Still rooting for that $1 million prize pool, not that it means much. Literally looking at almost $900,000 in the prize pool here. Just a testament to the support.
That sounds nice.
Provided by the players you see on your screen, of course, but also just the community coming together. Many players coming to the APT for the first time. Santosh Savarna comes to mind. It was on the feature table for the last break. Punat, of course.
People are more fun when they play. I think so.
Just heard they fired another bullet.
They're happy, they lose, they're happy. When you play
Third
up, a lot of them, they lose, they're not happy.
Third
one?
Still second, I
Oh,
think.
okay. Sorry, I thought you said that. I just heard he's fired another
It's
bullet.
kind of miserable to play there sometimes, but depends which event. What's the, in Seoul, what's like the #1 touristy thing that one should do?
Maybe Seoul Tower, or Portland Palace. There's some kind of Gyeongbokgung Palace. Is that a palace like Joseon Dynasty Palace? Like,
I think they're talking about South Korea
are you coming?
tourist attraction.
Oh, let me know. I can give you tips.
Yeah, that's nice.
After Jeju?
After Jeju.
Everybody's
After
coming
Jeju, going to Seoul. Wow.
Are you going Jeju too?
Yeah, I'm going to Jeju, but not long, just 2 days. Just for GG million. I don't play that much poker anymore, so I just play 25k. 25k is max.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
That's
Okay,
reasonable, I
saying
want to donate.
his maximum buy-in level is 25k.
Well, good for us. We have Elki on the feature.
Playing in Asia is fun. I like it. I like it better.
Speaking of things to do, this is my second trip to Taipei. The first one was 2023 APT Taipei. My favorite part of the city by far was this area called, I believe, Maokong Hills, which is these sort of tea plantation hills. What a great day trip that was. You take this amazingly long cable car ride, reach these hills. The weather, it's a bit cold at the moment. We were here last May. Suddenly improves into basically like hill station, as they call it in India, perfection. You just have a great day out, eat some good food, and everything is tea, like themed. So I had some tea flavored ice cream. Just a great time. Anybody who's at the series or is considering coming down is listening to this, make sure you look up Maokong Hills. Strong recommendation. I thought while the players are throwing out their recommendations, I can talk about something a little more pertinent here in Taipei.
My Takayama should be very happy with this turn card. Top pair with the Gasha.
Okay, maybe like a 2,000 player.
Tobias going to pay with the second pair. It's quite a small bet. 24k into 75k. He is paying.
Here's your Morgan.
Game over. So I don't care if I'm major stack to the bubble. I know I should take long, but I don't like to take long. So
River is the 10 of diamonds.
That's why I like to play the
does not help anyone.
Game again. This time thing.
But here, most people play fast here. The PT play really fast here.
Ace 3. Hi, man.
Ace 3. Tony is saying Ace 3 is his favorite hand.
Don't bluff me.
Somehow I doubt that.
I saw he called a king high. Very dangerous.
What is poker? Online?
Wow, keep getting
Ace 3.
right in there.
No, every guy told me Ace 3.
Mike tends to play.
You're not supposed to share information if I wasn't at the table.
No, I'm nice. I will share information for everybody. Yeah?
You share information for me, not like to him.
Oh.
Leon seems quite subdued, actually.
So we better talk in the break time.
But, you know, he's been climbing up slightly, slowly. It's not doing too badly. Perhaps not getting very good cards. Elki opens from under the gun with Ace 8 suited. Tony is not curious. Can have it. 5 deuce suited. There's no pick a card. Choose a card and then I show you one card.
What's the super high roller? This is not it.
Super aura is 10k.
Let me just clarify.
Super aura is like 10k.
Or is it like WPT, you know, the trophy that...
香港我还没去过。
Leon Sturm asking, what is a super high roller here at the APT? If the 25k is not the super high roller, well, this is a superstar challenge, Leon. You're a superstar. The super high roller used to be the biggest event at the series. It's a 10k USD buy-in. That's because the usual high rollers tend to be 5k. And in fact, the single day ones, I believe, are 3k.
Someone is telling them the whole. But why would there be a different name on the world then? It's still weird.
香港跟台湾差不多嘛。
I love the...
He's very passionate about the issue.
It is. Like, and they want to get to the bottom of it. You know, classic poker player. It doesn't make sense. Why is the world logical?
It feels so weird. Like you're just not used to this. I've never had this type of jet lag. There's always the other way around.
I also like to play APT because I'm too lazy to make conversions.
Oh, I think he's saying he's jet lagged.
I'm playing for like
and if you go America, then you're on the sleep schedule in Europe anyway.
What's the time difference between India and Taipei?
Nothing too drastic, I think. Just 2.5 hours. Jet lag's funny though. Just never know when it hits you.
I don't know that I don't know how much you buy into. Too many jet lag.
Too many zeros. Yeah, it's good. When cash is like 20, 30.
I'm feeling a little bit tired because yesterday I got up at 6 p.m. to get to the airport, and then just kind of was on the road and commentating all day, and wasn't in bed until 4 a.m. So,
any stories you want to share, Steven?
No.
Because I know the stream ended at like 1:30, so. Taipei nightlife, huh?
It's quite vibrant.
Good to know. You gotta string me along to one of these adventures where I want to see what day was it yesterday anyway?
Today was
Thursday night.
Thursday night, yeah.
I want to see Thursday night 3 a.m. in Taipei. We have another Thursday coming up.
Sure. Are you gonna be here still?
Yeah. Fortunately, I do have to leave a couple of days before the end of our amazingly long stream schedule. 11 days in total.
Long for sure.
And I believe Thursday, March 7th, that might be a Thursday. I think that would be, a Thursday. That is the players' party as well, so that's appropriate.
Last year's players' party was excellent. It was in a rooftop bar near the Taipei 101.
Don't even bring it up. Never made it. Certain players just really wanted to make the most of their TV time. No, I'm kidding. Often the streams go on longer than the players' party, but well, I did see some excellent photos, and you were right. Taipei 101, the iconic skyscraper here in the middle of the city, was certainly the mainstay of all the photographs.
Yeah, I think if my count is
By the way, that's an excellent call from Tobias. Ace queen off.
Why do you say?
Because of the short stack of Leon. So, if Tobias were to 3-bet, and Leon would jam 4-bet jam, and Tobias would have to give up all the equity, there is ace queen off.
Or perhaps find himself priced in against a worse hand as well, depending on the sizing.
Okay, now this is interesting. Leon could take a massive hit here.
Danny's got a piece as well. Has middle pair, decent kicker. Leon is the pre-flop aggressive out of the gun. He's going to feel fairly comfortable. Ace-queen, pretty much the only hand that would not have 3-bet him, that he does not beat. Ace-10 perhaps could be in the mix, but he does block the ace. Now Danny sees a bet and a call behind him. What is middle pair worth? He's too good. Let's go.
No, I think Tobias would have 3-bet with ace-10 and fold to a 4-bet jam.
Oh, okay.
Right? So, less likely to be ace-10.
And of course, when you block the ace, you just can't give your opponents credit for those kind of hands. I mean, look at this. Even ace-queen off is going to fall within the 3-bet frequency a certain percentage of the time. So Leon has to think he's good here. King-10 now the only hand that has sort of improved. Unlikely for queen-jack to be strung along on the flop with just a gut shot. Perhaps with some backdoors, it's slightly possible. I think Leon is not too worried in this hand yet. Is betting for pure value. It's actually sized up a bit. He wants to have a nice little jam setup on the river that would give his opponent 2 good pot odds to fold. Little does he know, he's the one behind. Just 7% equity. Needs to catch a queen. Good chop with a 10 and a 4 as well. That's not a 10, a 4, or a queen.
As blank as you like.
Could this be the end of Leon? Can he value town himself here? I think he has to.
It's likely.
Ace-Jack is just going to be ahead so often, like we just dissected. Ace-Queen, perhaps the only hand that beats him. That would be along for the ride, with the exception of perhaps some flopped sets. He is certainly more likely to be ahead. Wow, he finds the check.
Tobias would bet though.
What bluffs can Tobias represent here? Ace 10-4 was such a dry board. Once you call the flop and the turn.
There's some hard draws that have.
Ah, it goes check, check. Yeah, he's disappointed. He knows he could have gotten a call.
I think the bet in the river would have been difficult if he bet and then Leon jams. He kind of, he had to call, and sometimes Leon would have Queen Jack.
But how about Leon managing to not lose another chip on that river, finding the check, and once in a while you check, thinking that, listen, even if my opponent has a better hand, they maybe just won't bet, which is exactly what happened.
And I think a one pair hand, that pot size was, big enough for it to be check on the river.
I agree, but it is the best pair, top pair, top kicker on that board. And you do block the Queen Jack, so would love to have known more about the thinking behind that check back. Easy for us to say, of course, looking at the cards, but certainly Leon could have been on the verge of at least facing a potential decision for his tournament life. Instead, he survives with 14 bigs or so. Those shades that Leon is rocking, by the way, they're like perfect mirrors. I mean, look at that go.
70
Oof. Tony is running hot.
Not really his day today, Leon.
Natural 7.
Natural 7. Down to 11 big blinds. Almost a quarter. Like losing 3/4 of his starting stack. That's 70k now. Still, not the end of the day. There's still a lot of play available. 10 big blinds. One double up, and you're right in the back.
Yeah, sometimes it's fun to play actually. I like to take again because you can play anytime, can finish anytime. Play with friends.
And I welcome the 196 viewers watching this stream. If you are finding this stream interesting, entertaining, or educational, share it to your friends, give it a like, and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Like Takayama, respecting the UTG +1 open. Black calls the 9s from the cutoff. Danny Tang wakes up with deuces.
Never loses.
Time to mine. Some sets, maybe.
1 million Taiwan is like 30k, right?
It's calling. Set mining. With
Leon.
position is good.
Notice the big yawn there after he mentioned he was jet lagged. Happens to the best of us, Leon. Hang in there. Straight we're priced in. 4-way to the flop.
Somebody lose too much.
10-9 deuce is the board we're looking for. Queen, queen, 4 is what we get. Makes sense considering 3 9s, 1 10, and 2 deuces were in the player's hand. But a man can hope. Takayama.
You're just looking for chaos, right? And
Always. As our friend Aryu Advani likes to say, looking for blood.
I was very concerned about his thirst for blood.
Yes.
You know, I actually sat next to him right here, and it's like, oh yeah, I want to see blood, with this, very scary expression.
Yeah, it's like a vampire. It's been checked all the way. Takayama gets the check mark. Has to think he has the best hand.
Danny Tang playing the board. You're playing the board, sir. Give up.
Takayama doesn't bet again. Knows that his range is now capped. He's just too vulnerable. If one of the sickos decides to raise him, even though he likely thinks he has the best hand, he will certainly be calling to a bet.
Check.
Check.
Nuts.
Playing the board.
I bet you call. Oh no. Yeah. Mistake.
Oh, he's such an entertainer, this Danny Tang.
Huh? But not deuces. Oh.
Yes.
Surrender.
Yield. Deuces you need a bet.
No complaint.
Deuce you need a bet. Perfect position then.
Yeah.
Deuce you need to bet? No, you don't. Just give up.
I think I lost the minimum. Deuces back.
You think he call? I don't think he call.
Like this.
Elky's been quiet, though.
I think he's not the fault.
Hasn't really been picking up good cards.
It depends on bet. 6K I call.
Tony and Elky discussing if Mike would have called with his pocket nines. Yeah, I think he would have. Elky taking my side of the argument. Tony seems convinced. Talk about the mind games there, huh? Tony essentially telling Mike, this is how I think you play.
Forward.
And then Elky doing the same.
Once again, the 9-7 off gets the right odds to peel from the big blind. This time three-way. One ace already eliminated, so less likelihood of seeing what we saw before. Ace-Jack v Ace-Queen. King-5 tray is the board this time. Everyone's missed. Who wants it more? Danny Tang has the best hand, but Elky is a pre-flop aggressor. Danny did not 3-bet. The +1 open of Elky.
He's got the best hand and he has the position. Checks again. And then Tobias finally realizes his equity.
Well, if you want to give him 3 chances, the poker gods are going to reward him eventually. Does he want to value bet this? Unlike the others, he can have a 5 in his range, so less likely to get raised. Perfect time to value bet. Clearly he agrees.
Very, very good point. +1 is not going to have a 5. Nor is it, nor the cutoff.
Destruction.
$40 players now entered, Stephen. 29 remaining. Could still approach that $1 million prize pool.
10 more entries.
You played bigger cash game before, right? 10 years ago.
Well, I think we need like 4 to get to $1 million.
Oh, is it?
So, you know, if you get a few bust outs,
yeah.
some rebuy, some trips to the cashiers.
Yeah, I told you before, you play big. Before when I play 1-2, you play 2.
I suppose 25k USD is not like your average recreational player. Oh, well, yeah, I've got a bit of spare change or something like this, right?
Now,
Yeah, but just
no cap.
color me impressed even more so as a result at the 40 entries we've got for this
No cap for him. No.
the inauguration of this high roller event.
Anytime,
I
anywhere.
think it certainly bodes well for whether we continue to run them in the future. All player dependent. I mean, the APT prides itself in being player friendly. This is simply a response to the demand for some of these high rollers who make, you know, time-consuming trips down to our APT stops, and I think they were just craving this higher level of action. And they've certainly supported it with their buy-ins, their presence. Still thinking at some of the superstars out there on the outer tables.
Leon is jamming Queen 9 suited for the cutoff.
6-7 suited.
You look right.
6-7 suited.
Wow, you got trouble. Two side, please. Two side. Yes,
Trouble.
two
No.
side. Very close. Three side.
Very close. Natural 9.
Two sides.
Natural 9.
4 or 5. If two side, I just no look, and then let's say just call.
No look.
Either 4 or 5.
End up having 4 or 5 students.
This never bluffed. This always bluffed.
Thank you. I know now.
Okay, so something about if Leon were wearing sunglasses, he's always bluffing.
Oh, is it?
That's why he's trying to tell people.
100% when this time.
You know, we get access to people's hole cards, we get access to close-ups, and yet for the most part we aren't able to pick up physical tells, so these guys clearly are super balanced.
So now I can watch Gita say. What did he say? Now she don't know I look watching.
Pretty looking hand there. A not so pretty looking stack, but decides to make the standard raise nonetheless. 10-9 suited for Leon, the short stack. Tony.
So, how much are you behind?
Almost. I mean, he's just always almost smiling. Cheeky, cheeky.
Yeah, don't
I
need
want to
this.
bluff you, but
I wanted to bluff you,
too
he
much
says.
information for you.
Okay, Aoki is happy with ace high. Let's see the flop.
Good rule of thumb, you have an ace on the big blind. Complete.
Whew. Jack 10-5 or hearts. Each player has a pair. No spades.
One big is the bet.
Seen that before?
One big is the call.
Well, guess so.
Great card there for Leon. Makes this 10 very likely the best hand. And do we see what we've been talking about, Stephen? Are we going to see 3 streets with a short stack?
Yeah. Or if anyone is capable of doing it, it would be Leon at this table.
Not this time. Dangerous queen on the river. Completes all kinds of draws that Elke could have had, and also connects with all kinds of draws that Elke could have had.
10. Yeah. Natural 9, as they would say.
I almost 3-bet you.
Tony with King Deuce suited,
Oh.
a King 4 suited.
3-bet, I have no way to
Told
call.
Leon that he was going to
King 6.
3-bet him pre-flop. King 6 or was King 4, I think.
But I got that glass, so.
I got the glasses.
And you know I glass.
King 6 of diamonds, I think he had.
Was it
and
King 6?
Yeah. Was pretending that he was gonna maybe jam it in. There we go. The levels are up. 4,000, 8,000, and I do like pointing out that despite the amazing structure we have, considering this prestigious event, the next blind jump is a big one. 6K to 8K, 33%. All your stacks reduced by a fourth. Real short stack on the table, Tobias. He's certainly going to feel the pinch, as will some of the short stacks on the outer tables. as per the live reporting, 41 players now in. We may or may not hit that $1 million prize pool mark, but this is already the second biggest ever prize pool on Taiwan soil. The Superstar Challenge, the $25,000 historic event. The APT going from one record-breaking event to another. Very glad to have essentially kicked off our streaming schedule with this one.
Without that.
But what's Sheshe? Sheshe ni is also thank you.
Sheshe ni is you. Sheshe is thank you.
Oh, I didn't know that, Stephen.
What's that?
Should I be saying Shishani?
Shishani is good, thank you. Yeah.
And if you just say Shisha, that's
thanks.
Ah, I see.
Same thing, really.
Korea is like more harder.
Chinese is 10 times harder, 20 times harder, I think.
What's your Chinese is not 10 times harder. French is hard.
No, Korea easy. Really?
More easy?
Yeah, very easy. Alphabet very easy. Like the symbol is like a square, round. It's like easy. Chinese is very difficult.
I think Korea and Chinese both hard too.
So UDG open, Leon with King 10 off.
Chinese, they have like 2,000.
Danny Tang A6 suited.
Yeah, it's like not many.
It's definitely going to appeal.
Like a Japanese, not that much.
Similar, but Korean even easier.
$975. Seems like a good flop for the big blind defend. Wow, you'd be in, like, you know, you have to be so analytical to be able to call this with King 10. Nope. Danny's like,
I think every Chinese.
what do you have? Once again, Leon is the short stack at the table, 11 big blinds. Getting to the red line, critical point.
So only vocabulary I know, I didn't have much wiggle room, you know?
Players seem settled in, but of course, I believe after this level, we will be swapping them out, as we do, getting a new feature table in there.
That's not really in my arsenal just yet.
So another 40 minutes.
I know it's a very common phrase.
I don't know what I'm doing with my Chinese, really. Something happened. Something went wrong along the way. Very, very wrong. Yes, thank you.
Oh,
The prize pool has crossed 30 million Taiwanese dollars. If I remember correctly, my experience at the airport, the exchange rate was something close to 31. So there we go. Approaching the $1 million USD mark for the prize pool, the second biggest ever on Taiwanese soil. Big hand brewing here, by the way. Ace queen off for Tony Lin, who has been getting hit by the deck this time. Facing the 3-bet of the player he's been super friendly with against Elki. 4-bet jam and call. Good result for Tony, considering the insta call. Flip.
Okay.
Can you one time?
One time.
2 times, twice.
No.
Elki at risk, but this is a big pot at this stage.
Half time, just the flop.
50 big blinds popped.
Pretty good hand.
Elki at risk.
I got queen, I cannot fold. Ace, king, I fold. Ace, queen, I call.
Do you hear that?
Queen never comes.
Tony.
Queen is easy.
There's trolling and there's trolling, Tony. Come on. Don't confuse Elki.
He has more than me.
No, here. Okay.
Huh?
Like a 212.
212.
Okay.
Doesn't
That
matter
was
how
bad.
much.
That was good.
Elke
It's tonight gold.
at risk, $25,000 tournament.
Pull up, pull up.
Just making jokes, laughing along. Yesterday he was playing at $800 buy-in, seriously. Today, laughing along, $25,000.
So it's still okay for me.
Jack of spades, so it doesn't matter.
Deuce of spade.
Wow.
Spade does give Tony so many more outs. 36% equity now.
Can come 9, but I don't
Do you feel it? Do you feel it?
A jack, a spade, an ace on a queen. There is the ace. The Barry Greenstein eliminates Elke. He did jokingly say that he just comes to these tournaments to make donations. Unfortunately, just losing a massive flip. Not much he could have done. He would have been almost twice his starting stack if he got this one through. But the ace on the river seals the deal. So we do lose one of the best in the game. Elke says have fun on his shirt. Just realized.
Have fun, yes.
Well, have fun, Elke, and we'll have fun for you.
Elke running hot.
Elke running hot, someone says.
Brutal.
All the trolling.
Usually that's the trick, right?
Huh?
Yeah. Usually that's the trick.
That's a break. Or they're not sure if.
No.
Easy fold.
Ace queen. Never fold, right?
Ace queen never fold, no. Right, Mike Takayama. Never folding ace king off here.
By the way, do you agree with
I
Tony?
agree.
Ace queen never fold. It was a big decision. He committed himself with
Not never
the
fold.
ace queen 4-bet.
Most of the time.
I think the dynamic that Elke and him. Oh, wait a minute. I just noticed the screen. Ace king versus pocket aces. And a flat against the open. This could have been fireworks with a 3-bet. Danny, of course, was just short enough. Did not want to lose his customer, perhaps. Cutoff ranges are going to be much wider. Would love to see a jam from one of the blinds, but instead Straver comes along for the ride with the 6-2 suited. Can Mike Takayama avoid disaster? A king would spell disaster. The Jack 3-4 board should save Takayama some chips. It's in fact Straver who has some interesting equity in the hand, drawing to an awkward 6-high straight. Danny with the best pair and best backdoor flush card. Has to bet here.
17,000 maybe? 18,000.
This one's going to hurt to look at. Danny effectively randomized a bit, decided not to 3-bet his aces. Little does he know, he would have gotten all in against the ace king. Very, very likely. Does get some chips in from Straver.
Wow.
Wait just a minute. Mike not ready to give this up. Danny maybe knows something I don't. Has gotten 2 players with barely 17% equity combined to commit more chips, and the 4 is an excellent card.
Last night was
Aces have to feel very comfortable here.
Happy to be back in your comfort zone.
Straver has 6-high.
What do you mean?
He's been pretty passive on this table, I have
Oh,
to
yeah,
say.
of course.
Usually getting priced in the blinds, approaching accordingly.
But this is better.
Yeah, does he want to turn his hand into a bluff? He's the only one who can have a 4 in this hand. Takayama perhaps could be opening wide with a 4 in his range from the cutoff, but Straver flatting the big. He has 6 deuce, so why not have 4 deuce?
He's being sarcastic, I think.
What an interesting pot brewing here against the aces of Danny Tang. Not much to do here but call, Steven?
No folding.
Certainly no folding.
No folding.
No point raising as well.
No.
You do have the ace of spades to boot.
Yep. think the problem with the ace of spades is that it's less likely that your opponent's on the flush draw, because most people will draw with the nut, nut card. But with the jack pairing up, that actually could be a problem for Danny.
It is a great card for Straver to continue telling some story. He was trying to say he had a 4. Does he want to switch his narrative and now say he has a jack? Well, the truth is a 4 would value bet on the river anyway.
Yep.
He just gives it up. 6 high.
Don't think Danny can bet either.
Certainly a 4 would play this way. Check the river. Danny will show down the aces he did not 3-bet pre-flop. Let's see what Mike Takayama thinks.
Did you see that look? Did you see that look?
That's what I was eyeing. Takayama cannot help but involuntarily smile. He does not want to tell Danny what he has. What he had, rather. But he knows what a bullet he dodged.
I knocked out. A booker say never show down 6 times.
Oh, he's back.
That's right. Alexandros from Greece joining us on the table. Beat 6, coming in with just under starting stack.
Do you think that's his first bullet?
I think so. Could be a decent stack when he left. Not 100% sure though. And what do you know, Steven? I may have cheated and taken a peek, but the prize pool has crossed $1 million US. 41 players on the screen right now, but of course the stream is delayed by 30 minutes. I am happy to announce that small little dream I had going over the past hour or so, right as late registration is closing in another half an hour or so, the prize pool breaking all records, all our expectations. Once again, thank you so much to the players for the support. I hope all you guys are enjoying the stream. We are looking at over a $1 million prize pool for this historic Superstar Challenge.
Every time play the GG, when building see you same table, don't like it. You always make a young deal.
I feel like I rarely play against them though. But if I play against them, I have the glasses on.
Pocket 6s. Opens from UTG. Tony Lin.
No, it's pretty clean.
We have some pretty good cards.
Ace 3, don't call me. I'm guilty.
Ace 3 fold.
Ace Queen fold. This driver. King Queen off in the small blind. It's quite hard to defend. Yet it's difficult to 3-bet the UTG. So just flatting.
No follow the book.
Yeah, it's too difficult to give up. It's too nice a hand to give up. King Queen off.
How much you got behind?
150.
How much do you have behind? 20 big blinds. Flop comes King High. So Tobias hit top pair.
Not just King High. I see a deuce as well.
Do you? Oh,
there we go. King Queen versus top and bottom pair. This could get interesting. Tony Lin, meanwhile, takes a stab. Little does he know. Facing 2 monster hands.
We might see a raise from Tobias here.
Yeah, Straver seems likely to flat, which he does, and now Tobias. Board has 2 hearts. Of course, an 8 would counterfeit his 2 pair.
He needs a lot of protection here.
He wants to get it in against exactly the kind of hand Straver has. King, Queen. Tony continuing into 2 players is repping something like an Ace-King, maybe even Aces. Tobias would love to get it in here.
Raises to 40k.
Maybe max weight. Okay. Maybe.
And Tony can get out of the way easy, but what is Straver to think of this? There's certainly draw-heavy hands that could play this way that Straver would be ahead of. Something like a pair and a flush draw with the deuce comes to mind.
No way.
But you never feel too good getting check raised with just one pair.
Once again, it's too nice a hand to give up, yet the stack depths is limiting what you can do.
Yeah, that's a great point about the stack depth. 27k to call, 152k in his stack. If he calls this, he'd be under 1 SPR, but call it he does. Simply too high up in your range. I mean, from a game theory perspective, you'd be too exploitable if you're folding hands like this. And a deuce to just lock it up.
1%, which is the last king of the deck.
This is bad news. If you were at all ahead on the flop, you're going to be ahead on the turn as well. The only exception, of course, is those deuce of hearts type of hands that Tobias could have been raising as a draw. Man, this is a tough spot. What does Tobias complete the blinds with that he then check raises multi-way and king queen beats? Certainly not flush draws come to mind, but they will have a deuce in them every once in a while.
But a pair up board, you're not drawing your nut flush draw, right? On a pair up board.
Oh
my god.
I cannot say I blame Straver, but he has saved himself 7 big blinds behind to evaluate what to do on the river, and he will be put to the test for them.
It's a quick check. Yep.
APT 它的比赛有一点不好，就是太多疑问了，100多个疑问没必要。APT。
No surprise as to what's coming here. What is Straver going to do?
我的比赛20几个了，10几个了，拿了冠军没意思。
Yeah, it's calling off. Good game.
Good game.
It's quite sad to see, isn't it?
Definitely is. Always sad to see a good player leave. Straver, of course, one of the best Dutch players in the world. Over 2.5 million in earnings. We do say goodbye to him here.
I think the chain of actions was because it was a new TG Open. He couldn't do anything with his king queen off in the small blind. I think if it's 3-bet, then the king juice would have folded. Then, you know, the outcome would have been quite different. But as it is, his driver is left the building.
GG, sir.
English on the table, please. Small to big.
He said he's going to...
A slew of entries and re-entries, by the way, once again, spoiling a little bit, but 46 players total. Maybe your prediction of 50 wasn't too far off. Now tell me again, Steven, you used to be a sports betting line setter?
Yes.
I need to never make bets against you. You're just too good, man.
No. Please bet against me.
Never bet against someone who says, please bet against me. Golden rule of life.
Rule number 1.
Minus Bond in chat asking for payouts. Well, let the late reg close, then we'll talk.
May the best man win. May the best hand win.
Anthony Wood in chat says hi. Hello, Anthony.
Wow, Justin, that's a very nice throw there. He says, on the other hand, maybe that's a reason why he's a former line setter. Thank you, Justin. Generous as ever. I love you too. Actually, you're probably right.
Tony, with his cheeky smile as always, has enough equity to take a stab. Stab he does.
And again a photo. Okay, well, we are slowly approaching the next break. When we come back, Our friend Greg goes all in. We join the commentary booth.
That's right. We have one more level before we approach the break. So it's going to be, I believe, the... Just have to check. It should be dinner break, I believe.
Dinner break, is it?
We'll get back to you on that.
Did you get a dinner break? Do we get it? Well, do they get a dinner break? I don't think so. I think they play through.
I mean, you'd think that with a $25,000 pony up, we give them a nice little dinner break, but we'll talk. They do get a nice little goodie bag, by the way, with some APT merch. There's a little bit of a bonus. Hoodies, shirts, and more. Maybe something we should be demanding here, Steven.
Hey, aces again. What's this?
My main event final table.
This time, 3 bets. Slightly different dynamics. Last time, the previous hand was cut off versus button. UTG is a much stronger open, so a 3-bet is good. And takes it down. 2 aces in the orbit. Danny Tang is running high there. Look at that black Superstar Challenge trophy. Very cool. 25k buy-in, and it's going to be the largest prize pool in Asia, is that right?
Second largest, at least in Taiwan, and of course the first largest being the APT main event from last year.
Yeah. I think it's like
reached historic numbers.
I think it's like 50.
Hey, Espen is back. It's like deja vu, back in the same seat, seat number 1.
Not the right type of people.
Okay, you wanna gamble the what's number? 你看看个 number 我来赌一下。
Over or under? Pick a number.
Under 50.
Under 50. Okay, we'll bet.
Oh, they're betting on the number of entries.
I go over.
You guys are crazy.
No, 5k or 3k, 2k. Friendly.
So you bet over.
Wow, a handshake. 2k bet?
50 push. 50 no bet.
50 push, yes.
Okay, commission. I'm the dealer.
By the way, if I can continue sharing some of the spoiler insider information, which of course is available to everybody watching on the APT website as well. One of the re-entries, Mr. Bertrand Grospellier.
Hey.
I still have a re-entry to use.
Lost a flip.
16 minutes.
Bought in again. Fair enough.
16 minutes can happen everything.
And let me just point out, this is a single re-entry event.
Oh!
So nobody can go too crazy.
Is our friend Mr. Santosh? Is he still in?
Not sure if he's still in, but he did rebuy.
He did.
So I can jump in.
We do have insight into the next feature table we'll be lining up for you guys. Elki, as I mentioned, fresh off his rebuy. Punat Punsri. Roman Prapek from the Czech Republic. Jason from the US. Alexandros, who we've had on the feature table before. Steve O'Dwyer, representing Ireland. Once again, one of the end bosses. And Lester Edoff from the Philippines. Familiar face on the APT circuit.
It's a hard over, but
Lester is definitely another legend in the
you paid
Philippines.
USD, right?
Tony confirming it's not Taiwanese dollars, which is 30 to 1 USD, give or take. He must really want to collect. Feels confident. Really believes in the APT. Wait, he has the over, right?
I think
he's on our side of the equation.
Very difficult.
Fish.
I know, always. Lucky fish.
No, let's see. But it's probably a better bet than the other one, than yesterday's.
Oh, yesterday's is Sapporo. 50. Final table over second.
50 push. No bet. You don't win, he don't win.
Ace king with king queen. Right?
Push. It's about dance move.
If I win any hand.
You gotta get over language barriers somehow. Push is a push.
That would have been very unfortunate for me. Very, very unfortunate.
Do you have Instagram?
Yeah. It's an expensive tournament.
Do we follow each other already? What's your IG name? You don't know it?
Leon walks away when Danny's talking about Instagram. It's like, not interested.
You're doing illegal things.
Are you big on Instagram, Steven?
I do. The minimal amount to keep
But my Instagram is dead.
people interested. It's kind of a tool, isn't it? You know, it's,
Oh yeah, I wish I was good at remembering to use it.
I used to be. That's where I got my main dopamine from, and then I stopped using it.
Needle never, only needle. Can I say lend $100?
Now it works instead. Exactly. No, I know I've been doing works for longer.
Oh, it's not moving.
Can I say lend $100?
Another guy was
Oh no! Ah, yeah.
No, 1K, I think you'll say yes.
No way, 1K. I try to do that myself first. So, everybody wants Toronto?
For the bus.
So if I'm thinking about this right, we could be approaching over a $300,000 first place prize for this tournament alone.
I don't think a 10
Which would make it, again, one of the biggest ones. Thinking back to the main event that Punat Punsri won. It's in the mid $300,000 range. Once Late Reg officially closes, as per the stream delay, we'll get back to you on the payouts as we're requested in the chat. But once again, we might be setting some records here, which is always exciting to see.
I think they have the Counter-Strike there. NBK, I think.
Maybe the number, maybe,
so we
maybe
do
like
have a dinner break.
45.
No, we don't have a dinner break. That's not like.
Yeah, we are so bad. I think I need to put it paper.
1K buyout, okay?
1K buyout.
No, but I guess that's nice having people, even though gamers are.
King versus King. King Deuce. Certainly the hand of the hour, causing the elimination. This time does not flop top and bottom. Instead, just the King with the worst kicker. Danny is not going anywhere with this king. That is obvious. Does he want to proceed with a call or a raise?
This is also the first time that I know that I skipped.
Try board, king 10, 6, rainbow. Would be a bit aggressive to start bumping up the action, but it does tell you where you're at, and that's what he chooses to do. Wants to charge those Broadway cards in case they're going to a straight. Wants to get some more information out of this hand, and in general, thinks he's likely ahead, but he's way, way behind here. Alessandro's cannot dream of going anywhere. Wow. Puts Danny to the test.
Actually, it's an easy give up. No, why? Ooh, that's interesting. I thought it was going to be an easy give up, but no. Top pair's too good to fold, huh?
And what a good jam by Alexandros in that sense. Getting his opponent to commit while being such a huge dog.
No, ha. Half five.
Okay, heart. Heart. 5 hearts. There you
Oh,
go, that's a heart.
always spicy. And his equity actually goes up. All kinds of chop outs as well with the 6s and the 10s.
Nope.
Please don't do it. Oh, that's a heart.
That is brutal, but Alexandro's taking it with the biggest smile possible. Mad props to him.
I think his parting shot was re-entry, if I didn't hear him incorrectly.
Just gives an ah well to the camera with a smile.
Danny Tang with 69 big blinds.
Certainly got lucky there with a 4-1 dog.
Completely lucked out there.
What a good tournament to get lucky in.
你看一下，
Back into destroying
这个跟你感情好吧？
So today's Superstar Challenge.
这个8%的概率怎么样？
I was just playing a lot.
多少吗？
So I think there are two conversations running. Tony and Danny are bantering on one side, and Leon and Espen are bantering on the other side. And Tobias just sits there going, no, I'm just going to focus on my poker. A7 suited opens from the hijack position. Cut off. King Jack suited. I can see him 3-betting sometimes here.
I had a value hand.
I haven't watched it.
Yeah. I don't think it was shrimp. I think it was just
That's a 3-bet, I think.
Very reliable.
Very reliable.
42,000.
Make deep analysis.
Takayama is going to fold. What does Danny have? Danny's folded 6-7 off. Espen is folding 2 mysterious cards.
No, I will just.
I think Tobias might have to give up here.
10. I mean, that's a lie, I guess.
But then again, they are both quite deep.
More sessions than I would like to.
Nope, he's not giving up. He's going to see the flop with his suited ace.
One more rematch.
Realistically, I won't have much.
Oh no, he covered me. He covered me.
One rematch?
Yeah, no more rematch.
Nice little flop there for the King Jack. Top pair, Broadway draw, open-ended. Tobias has a monster stack after his own King Deuce hand. By the way, King Deuce clearly the hand of the evening.
I was also thinking around that age, but
yeah.
Around that age.
And then other guy. If 1,500 buyout, you accept or no?
Evaporated.
Yeah, of course.
Buyouts being discussed.
1,000? Yeah, of course. 1,000 you
Turns the
accept
king.
right now.
Yeah. Tony gets to check mark. Of course, the jack doesn't help Tobias anymore with the straight, because that will give Tony a full house.
Not excluding it, maybe it will come.
Bets again, and I think he'll get a fold.
No more rematch. I got everything.
I've got everything.
Very good.
He's trying to tell Tobias that he has quads.
Just try them.
Oh, Montenegro.
There lie the stacks. Leon hanging around with his sub 10 BB stack. Espen, new entrant to the table. 16 bigs. Not ideal, but plenty to work with.
You know what we witnessed last night?
You pay me
2 big blinds could still grind up.
Hey, look at this shot, by the way.
Maybe you stake 5 people.
There you have it. The greens, the 25k chips. Those are the ones you want to have. The yellows, of course, 1,000. The blues, 5,000. Interesting to see the time banks build up as well. I mean, we are in the early stages. The time banks get refreshed on day 2, which is going to be tomorrow, of course. But you think there's something to be learned if somebody's never used a time bank?
Don't abuse it. Like, don't use the time bank, because later on in the tournament there will be decisions that you need to make, and you take time. So early stages, you know, just don't waste the time banks. I think that's my advice.
I think the shot clock is an excellent addition to the tournament poker format. Keeps the game running smooth, keeps it a bit more fair. All in, says Espen from the small blind. Quick fold. But just to finish my point, it just makes the dealer's life so much more difficult, and yet they cope. They do an amazing job.
I don't have money.
I stake you. Maybe rematch.
I stake you to rebuy. What kind of conversation is that?
I stake you 2,000. I stake you 2,000 if you rebuy.
A 25k event, I stake you 2,000 to rebuy so that he can make his 50 entries bet.
No, it's for free. Donation.
I have 8% pre-roll.
These people.
Oh, okay. Really? I try working for you. 哎，我感觉没机会，他妈太少了，我怎么这么傻呢？
我都发你省钱了，现在1200块，马上给。
No, probably not enough.
Once again, these players on the delay. So it's actually 6:20 p.m. in their time on the screen. 6:40 p.m. is when the rebuy shuts. So as per Tony, he's maybe 9 players away from making his bet work out.
I think you better just follow, you know.
We can see a bit ahead, and I'm not going to spoil anything. Let's just say the line was set pretty well. Suited ace opens the cutoff.
No jump. I pray no jump.
Unsuited ace, but half the money's in from the big blind anyway. Priced in.
What's long? Blue guy more cheaper. Now only like 50k. 50. What? You only like a 6 bigger blind.
I'm already out, but I need to sleep.
Danny Tang hits the 4. That's the pre-flop aggressor. Bets. Tobias actually has a runner-runner possibility with his 6 of spades. And as well as runner-runner straight draw as well.
There must be a strange vibe.
Does have a decent hand to continue. That could just be the best hand as well against all kinds of Broadway combos. Wow, he's going for raising chips. Just has the right blockers. Goes for the raise. He can start telling a story here, but he also has the biggest stack, and that's the real leverage of this hand. So asking Danny, do you want a tango with the person who can eliminate you from this tournament right now?
Yeah, you did that.
This is why poker is so difficult. I mean, what do you do in Danny's shoes? It's too quick to give up. There's so few ways for your hands to to improve. Ace-4 of diamonds on this board, and you can just tell Tobias, having check raised this, surely has some plans. The 6 though, it's the one card that might change those plans. He now has very likely the best hand, and if not the best hand, considering Danny can have a 9, might want to slow down, try to realize some equity now.
He's looking for a cheap showdown here with his 6. Actually, no, he can't, because Danny has a lot of pairs. So no, he needs to buff. He needs to bluff. He's betting 40k, 5 big blinds.
I'm a big fan of it, but I'm a big fan of avoiding it as much as I can. Very, very toxic, but I enjoy it a lot.
Danny is fully focused, thinking through every aspect of this hand. His middle pair has now become 3rd pair on the board.
I don't enjoy the feeling from it. I don't like being drunk.
This is not for the faint of heart. 25,000 buy-in.
People usually say, oh, this tastes good, but it's all in comparison to the rest, which means...
Ace-4 on this board,
okay, you can
facing a relatively small bet on 4th spot. Wow. Mine's the fold. He doesn't know it, but he arguably played perfectly. Bet went ahead, called went ahead, and folded went behind. Well done, sir.
That was such a strong check raise. Flop.
Very curious how the hand would have proceeded if the 6 hadn't hit. Perhaps the same way, perhaps with a different sizing maybe. The sizing was more oriented towards getting folds if he hadn't hit the 6 perhaps, but Tobias just showing he has no fear. It's the biggest stack and perhaps has the mentality of the table captain as well now.
1.5k buyout.
1.5k buyout.
I think it's time.
So the bet was against Mike Takayama, right?
Yeah, so I think Takayama is taking the under.
Exactly.
Tony's taking the over.
So Takayama just made a nice little 1.5k US. Did they lock the buyout? Or they're discussing it?
They're discussing it.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Can I look?
No. Can I look?
Yeah, how much? How much?
Tony is like, yeah, I want to bust you so that you can rebuy, so that it will go over 50.
That's true. He has the extra equity to call.
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
No side, please. Loose.
No side, please.
No side, please. Ace, ace, no side. Yes. No
Well, if he's going to call with an ace, then he's definitely going to call with another 3.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not joking. He's extra excited for the extra equity for getting someone to rebuy.
Deuce, 4, 5. Okay, deuce, 4, 5.
No rebuy, please.
Deuce, 4,
Please,
5.
please, up.
He wanna rebuy. He wanna more cheap.
Tobias like, I better know this childish behavior. I'm walking away.
Thank you. Are you somebody gonna
Thank
trouble?
So the players walking away means we have hit the break, but of course we have a player at risk. Leon all in, needs an ace or a 9.
Perfect.
That is nothing. Jack 6-5 on the board. Some backdoor potential. Leon ready to make his way to the rebuy cage. He was jet lagged. I wouldn't blame him. There's those back doors. Double gut shot now.
2 sides.
22%, an ace, a 9, a 7, or a 10. Oh, excuse me, no 10, just a 7.
That's it.
That's it. GG.
Another rebuy.
You want to surrender now? Give me 500 down.
No, I gamble. Look,
I gamble. Wow, here we go. Another 2 hours of very, very interesting poker. What do you think
Very close now.
so far?
Excellent showing by this new feature table. Had a lot of fun. Had some sad exits in the form of Elke, who came back. Leon most recently. We have some players to look out for, but for now we'll take a quick 15-minute break and see you on the other side as we continue the APT Superstar Challenge.
Uh-oh.這個怎麼拿？哦，3。Why? You cannot do it too much?
25K ship is a little bigger.
Right?
是的，好的。
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
second.
Pagite. Okay.
Okay. Oh, okay. I don't need to lie. That's why I play fast. I'm not gonna phone.
Okay.
Can you one time?
2 times, twice.
No, you can't expect the rebound like this. We need the numbers to go up.
Oh, yeah.
Half time, just the block.
I thought you were a good hand.
Pretty good hand, right? I got queen, I cannot fold. Ace, king, I fold. Ace, queen, I call. Ace, king, I fold. Because the king never comes, but queen is easy.
Ace comes nothing. Too fun. Why you can't stack? He has more than me.
No, not here. Okay.
Huh?
I got 2
12.
Okay.
Yeah, doesn't
That
matter
was
how much.
bad. That was good. Yes, good night, go. Pull up.
It's a good block. Nice.
For you?
It's good for him. It's good for him. But it's still okay for me.
Jack of spades.
Bruce has spade.
Wow.
Oh, fuck.
Too many outs.
Too many outs, yeah.
Too many outs, right?
9. It's gonna come 9, but I don't
Do you feel it? Do you feel it? GG out.
GG, guys.
Over Christmas, like after Vegas, I was just at home for like 3 weeks in Germany. So,
You're just chilling.
yeah, I mean,
Looking at the lobby without getting something.
no, I actually didn't look. I didn't look at the lobby at all. Like, but, again, I don't know why. But usually I have influence on it, but there, I just knew I was taking a break. And then I went to Buenos Aires. For, like,
I saw a lot of
yeah, yeah, Mexico.
That's nice.
Okay.
Well, maybe go to
I'm trying hard for you, man. I'm trying hard for you.
Go to
I want a deuce.
Ha! Shout for the ha!
Deuce. No.
For a deuce.
5 is good.
No, ha. Half 5.
Okay, 6. Okay, 6.
Half 5.
No, 6.
Half 5.
Steven gives chop outs. No.
Chop. 6.
I don't want to say it.
Christy, please don't do it.
6 is good.
I mean, there
No
are
need to win, just chop.
many European online ranks that didn't.
Nope. Nope. No, I'm joking. Good game.
I need a win.
Hold on, my bag.
Loving his TV time in Rome.
$100. I pay
I tried so hard
$100.
for you, Ren.
The table need a look. Wow. No side, please. No side, please. Ace. No side. Yes. No side. One more. Oh, yes. Yeah. Take that for you.
Show him balls.
Yeah.
Show him balls.
Okay, dealer. Small. Deuce, 4, 5. Okay, deuce, 4, 5.
No rebuy, please.
Please. Up. He wanna rebuy. He wanna more cheap.
I don't want more chips. I want to
2 game.
my glasses, please.
Thank you. Oh, you. Somebody get a trouble. I tell you. Perfect. Ace of gloves. Deuce half. He wanna rebuy. He wanna more cheap. Deuce half.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Got it? Yeah. Welcome back to APT Taipei 2024. This is the Superstar Challenge event, a buy-in of 25,000 US dollars. We are playing down to, well, actually we have 49 entries for this event, which breaks the $1 million prize pool level, which is going to be, I think, if I'm not incorrect, the second largest Taiwanese event ever. Joining me now is Greg Goes All In.
Hi, Steven. Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be back here in the commentary booth as we take a look here at our upcoming events here at APT Taipei. As you can see, 2nd of March, Superstar Challenge Final Day. That'll be tomorrow. Live streaming every day, 11 days of live streaming. What a feat. And then on March 3rd, APT Super High Roller Final Day. March 4th, we've got the Natural8 Influencer Challenge at APT Taipei. And on March 5th, we've got a continuation, more final tables of Natural8 Taiwan, Natural8 Hong Kong, and some APT Thailand exclusive content. So stay tuned for that. Sounds like an exciting and fun time.
It's a long time of streaming, but today the poker action has been very, very exciting and some very high quality poker. Quite like yesterday's, you know, the Superstar Challenge yesterday. What's it called last night? What's the event?
It was I was playing in the All-Star Showdown.
All-Star Showdown.
No, All-Star Showdown, of which it was an invitational sit and go with some of the best players in the world. Wow. Danny Tang, #1 Hong Kong money list. Espen Jorstad, #1 Norway all-time money list. Also the 2022 main event champion. And then, of course, there was me. 20,000 in winnings, like 4,111th in Canada. You know, I was just happy to be there the whole 20 minutes of me being there. It was fantastic.
You were saying that was an invitational. Now you understand why they invited you, maybe?
I guess, you know, like it was like bait. No,
for
bait for the sharks.
For the good looks.
Ah,
for the good looks.
I see.
So we have a new table, and I have sent you the information. So Elkie is back. Punat is back. Jason Moe is a very regular high-stake player. Stephen O'Dwyer from Ireland, another regular high-stake player. And then Lester from the Philippines, a legend.
Lester Edoc, a legend in the Philippine poker street. So good to have him here at APT Taipei. Looking forward to getting to know all of these players as we go along here. Our APT Superstar Challenge. Yes, I did see one hand with Elky busting at our feature table right before late reg ended. Jacks under ace queen. Rebot immediately. Max late reg. 2 25k bullets. No big deal, bro. Love to see it.
What can you do with 50k USD? What kind of car can you get in Canada?
I'm not much of a car. I don't believe in buying new cars. Just like the whole idea of like I buy a brand new car and I immediately drive it off the lot and it depreciates by like half. Just doesn't sit right.
So how about a second-hand car? You can buy a very nice second-hand
car. I could buy like 5 second-hand cars for $50,000. That's what I would do, but I have no need for 5 used cars.
Okay, so if you see the top left corner, the total entries is now at 47, but the registration hasn't closed yet. So we might hit the 50 mark. We don't know yet. It's closing very soon.
But can you send Neil over?
All right, and we can see Elky there in seat 2. Right back at it, hand 90 of the APT Superstar Challenge. Elky right back in, 21 big blind starting stack. Ace Jack offsuit in +1 early position. Raising it up to 20,000 off of 5k, 10k. 2 big blind raise off of 20 bigs. A big warm welcome to Justin Fairbanks, our live chat regular and pro. We'd love to see you in here. I basically think of Justin Fairbanks as a co-commentator at this point. Roman with the pocket 7s in the cutoff now, facing the open from under the gun +1. Will make the call of 20,000 chips, 2 big blinds.
Five, 4 off, easy call from the big blind, easy defend. And we are going to the flop 3-way. Let's see the flop. Flop comes ace, ace, deuce. Elky is way ahead. Flopping less than dead practically. And Roman is looking for his 2 7s. Doing a simple c-bet, 15,000. You get at least 1 fold. Roman is a non-believer, it seems. Pocket 7s in continue can actually take 1 street. But Lester is definitely going.
Yeah, I would agree. Heads up, 7s, easy call, but multi-way dynamics are in play. We'll make the call. Lester Edog with 5 high and a gut shot facing action. Gamble makes the call, so we're 3 ways.
I think he's calling just to prove me wrong.
3 ways to a turn. Everyone's still live. Quads! We have quads! Quads, folks. My goodness. Elky with quads. Roman with a boat and dead. Lester with wondering how he got here with 5 high on a 3-of-a-kind board. Checks it over to the man with quads. Elky. Bertrand Gospelier.
He's going to continue to bet, yes.
Looks like a tiny bet. Could it be 25? Bets 35k to 120. Just over a quarter pot bet. Roman with a boat, but without nut or range advantage. Elky still has a lot of strong pairs like kings, queens, better boats.
He's not giving up.
Just has too good of a price to call. And like with a corpse with a crayon, Roman is drawing dead. River, inconsequential. It's a deuce. Boat on the board. Boat for Roman. Quads for Elky. And is Elky? How is Elky?
Elky's going to push. Elky's going to push.
Yep. SPR, stack to pot ratio less than 1.
140k.
A shove would not be unreasonable. But people, the players do love proving my co-commentator Stephen Lai wrong.
Yeah.
No, not this time, sir. Not this time. Not today.
Not today. Stephen Lai wins one. Elky goes all in.
There was still at least one guy that hadn't been seen yet that I can see. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, no, for me.
And now Roman with a decision.
It's okay to, like, you know, extend the break. Like,
Hard to fold a boat,
to make sure everybody's seated and everybody gets
but
focused.
Roman does have to consider. Elky does have ace X's, though unlikely, but Elky does have kings, queens, jacks, 10s, 9s, 8s. It looks like Roman does make the fold. Elky getting milky there for value. Does not get paid, but hey, hard to get paid with quads. 2 streets, multi-way. Not bad. Elky now sitting on 33 big blinds. Not a bad first hand for his second bullet.
He was seated on top of this one.
You double up last hand?
Yeah, these players, they're like playing like a home game. Yeah, they seem like they're playing 25k buy-in, but they behave as if they're playing a home game.
Absolutely.
How does that work?
I had the pleasure of interviewing some of them. Lots of new faces here to the APT. So refreshing to see that so many high rollers are coming here and being drawn to the APT for the first time. And just really, that's just a testament to how much the APT has grown. But in talking and interviewing these folks, it was really refreshing to see how much of a friendly and jovial attitude they had towards this. 25k buy-in, but still not forgetting the heart of the game, Steven, of just having fun and enjoying company of good friends around the table.
And I saw your Instagram post of you giving away a pair of all-in glasses to Haxton.
Yeah, he's just a man I've seen a lot of on like social media, and it was really cool. I did not expect him to see Isaac Haxton here at the APT Taipei, and so I just thought it was really cool that the series has been attracting so many high-profile high rollers. Roman Harabek of the Czech Republic, 3 million total live earnings, raises pocket force +2, and we'll get a call from the suited 9-4 by Liu. Queen Jack 6, 2 clubs here. Both players kind of whiffing this board. Roman with the pocket fours.
Roman actually played very well in the previous hand, you know, pretty much lost the minimum with his full house, and this time with his pocket fours, he is most of the time ahead here.
Ahead he is, makes a bet, gets the fold, takes it down. Solid poker here by Roman of the Czech Republic. Roman now sitting, chip leading at this table. Lost a sizable pot to Elky with quads in hand 90 of the APT Superstar Challenge, but still maintains his lead at this feature table. 33 players left remaining. Over 35 million Taiwan dollars in the prize pool. At least 11 million going to first. As we see now, the players remaining goes up to 49 entries. And I am just getting word that it's now 36 million Taiwan dollars in the prize pool and 11.6 million Taiwan dollars going to first, making that the largest first prize ever awarded in Taiwan. Just passing the main event here at APT Taipei back in 2023, where about, I think it was about 360,000 US dollars was awarded to first. And we have surpassed that, folks. King Queen versus Ace Jack. Under the gun versus Big Blind. 2 legends, Punat versus Elky.
Ace High is pretty good here, under the gun. Hard to see Elky having a 6 or a 4, but a 10 is a possibility. So let's see how Punat proceeds. Checks to protect his Ace High range. Can't see the turn card just yet.
Looks like flop action's gone check check. And Punat is check.
Did they check the turn as well? Did Elky check the turn as well? It's a little bit confusing here. Never mind.
It could have been a...
Yes, so Elky checks the turn with top pair. cheeky.
Flop goes check, check. King of Hearts turn. Elky checks.
Brunette's betting a gut shot here.
Elky makes the call with top pair queen kicker. Off to a river. 3 of clubs inconsequential. Punat sitting on ace high.
I think a small. Oh no, he checks.
Elky will lay down the trap. Big consideration for Elky, unblocking spades here, which means that Punat will have a lot of spade draws that have missed.
So give him a chance to bluff. Is that what you're saying?
That is how Elky's going to get paid the most here. But Punat with ace high with decent showdown, also unblocking spades, might decide to just check this back. And we'll be shown the bad news. 2 Goliaths colliding here in this pot, and Elky will take this one down. 32 players left remaining here at the APT Superstar Challenge. Elky now 39 big blinds on his second bullet. Punat Punsri doing just fine, second in chips on this feature table. 47 big blinds, being a 25K buy-in. You know that the levels are going to be quite long. They are 40-minute levels, so plenty of play to be had.
We are playing 6 more levels until the end of day 1. I expect this to end around 11:30 this evening.
Punat Punsri on our left, of course, being #1 Thailand all-time money list. Very impressive, man.
Yeah, close the end. Close the right.
Oh, right. Oh, nice.
It's not DJ approved.
It's probably gonna save you a little money, huh?
You only for one?
Yeah, I'm only for one.
Good luck.
There's so much skill.
You two? I'm the only one with 5 play. 2.
Have you ever dyed your hair that blonde?
Never have I ever dyed my hair, but I really have wanted to. My background being an actor is one of the tenets is trying to keep your slate as clean as possible so that you have a lot of flexibility in getting cast. And so no, I have not dyed my hair, but maybe soon. And we're going to see some action here. Basically a cool here, blind versus blind. Elky with ace 10 suited will raise up to 35,000. Punat Punsri ace jack suited, dominating Elky. The 2 Goliaths colliding again, blind versus blind. Clubs versus spade as flop comes.
And the 10.
Wow. Action flop, folks. Top pair, top kicker for Elky. Flush draw, 2 overs for Punat. $80K in the pot. Elky is going to bet slightly over half, 45K on this wet and dynamic board.
Punat is not going anywhere with this nut flush draw and 2 overs.
Yeah, I mean, it's from the place.
Over there, yeah.
No point raising though, so a call here. Perfect.
Chicken rice, right?
Let's see what happens on the turn. Turn is the 8 of diamonds, which gives Punat even more out. Or the open-ended straight draws.
Flush draw, open-ended straight draw, 2 overs. Elky will slow down now as the board gets more connected. Some 2 pairs get there. Straights get there.
Well, actually 1 over because the ace will give Elky a 2 pair.
That's right.
Hand, so all the jacks, all the queens, and all the 7s, and all the spades.
Punat Punsri will try to realize equity. Not good semi-bluff. King of clubs on the river. Elky with the best hand here. Second pair, top kicker.
Too many out syndrome. A value bet on the river from Elky. actually quite hard to call. Quite hard to call here.
Very difficult for Punat to call here. Does have showdown with ace high, but does block a lot of Elki's bluffs with the jack and with the ace of spades. We'll let it go. And Elki, back-to-back hands, will take another pot from Punat Poonsri. Punat, of course, #1 Thailand all-time money list with 13 million total live earnings. Elki sitting at 48 big blinds here.
Elki must be on maybe 18 million. Let me see whether I'm correct.
Just currently on Hendon Mob,
15.
Elki, total live earnings 15 million. Total live earnings, 73rd all-time money list. France's second all-time money list.
Okay, don't show me who is the...
Yeah, how's your trivia? Who is first all-time money list from France? Mr. Stephen Lai.
I left here at like 9:30.
With 15.9 million.
Oh, just over, right?
Well, while you figure that out, Stephen Lai, we've got a hand here. Alexandros with the aces. That's right, Stephen Lai. It was on the tip of your tongue. It was Jean-Noel Thorel.
No idea.
Alexandros with the rockets, with the pre-flop nuts, with the American Airlines. From Greece, 521,000 total live earnings. Folds to Roman here. Who will defend with the suited jack. Flop comes 10, 9, 7, rainbow, no spade. Roman has a gut shot straight draw. And Alexandros has aces.
Can't be too happy against a big blind defend on this flop.
That's right. Roman will have a lot of kind of sets. Two different straights, two pair combos. And so we'll check this back. Check it on the flop. Action now back on Roman.
Seems to be in pain, even though he's holding quite a junky combo here.
Could be a good candidate to start bluffing. Does block Jack 10. We'll elect to check it back. Check it over, pardon me, to Alexandros. Alexandros, 521,000 total live earnings from Greece. Still sitting on aces and the best hand here so far.
Checking again.
River, Queen of Spades. Roman now with Jack High and a Dream. Facing very passive action from Alexandros. Would not blame him for a bluff here. Does have a good candidate from my eyes. Does block straights. Does block King Jack, Jack 8. Does block strong top pairs, Queen Jack. Might be thinking he has quite a decent amount of fold equity, facing two check backs. We're gonna see a bet, 55K in the pot. A small bet of 10K.
About one big blind.
Thinks that just might be enough to do the job.
It's a classic blocking bet. Alexandro can raise here. There's no folding though. He's raising. And then Roman will fold and we move on to the next hand. Hand number 95.
It was so incredible playing with, during the All-Star Showdown, just playing with these legends such as these players. Because I just know that they know things that I don't know. I don't even know I don't know. But I am curious about the one big blind bet with Jack High on the river here. And Alexandros will take this one down. Facing a lot of passive action from Alexandros. Perhaps Roman thought just had absolutely just Could take it down with a 5th pot bet.
It's almost the most well-concealed aces in the history of poker.
Very well concealed by Alexandros of Greece, picking up 45k in chips. 30 players left remaining.
Yeah, our pineapple juice too, actually. It's okay.
As we welcome a new dealer into the rotation. At the APT, we like to reflect the culture of the country that we're in the dressing of our, pardon me, in the garb of what our dealers wear. So here in Taiwan, you'll see that our dealers are all wearing qipao,
which is a form of Chinese, traditional Chinese dress.
Better than the white one. Although the white one's supposed to be like new formula, right? That's
222 people watching on YouTube. Thanks so much for being here, folks. It's a pleasure doing commentary for y'all for the APT Superstar Challenge. If you want to smash that like button for us, it helps us a lot. It helps us grow the channel, which in turn helps us grow the game of poker here in Asia. And it all starts with you watching, so we thank you for that. And if you want to hit the like button and the subscribe button, I wouldn't mind that either. Lester Edoc of the Philippines. Coming on in. 22k for +2.
Disciplined fold from Roman. Ace-3 off in the small blind. Jason Moe will defend the suited queen.
Lester Edoc of the Philippines, 1.5 million total live earnings. Number 5 Philippines all-time money list. As we're off to a flop. +2 versus big blind. Queen 10 deuce. Jason Moe with top pair 6 kicker in the big blind. We'll check it over to our pre-flop aggressor here, Lester Edoc. Queen 10 deuce rainbow. Pretty dry.
Easy call for Jason.
Jason Moe of the US of A. Nice to see some American representation here at the Asian Poker Tour. We'll make the call here. Top pair. Needs to be cautious though, because his kicker is not very good. Jason Moe, 2 million total live earnings. Off to a turn. Jack of diamonds now. Board getting more connected.
Giving Lester a straight draw.
King for Broadway. Jason Moe will check it over again. Lester Edoc will fire once more. 91k in the pot. Lester Edoc is elected to bet 36k, just over a third.
How much is it?
Jason Moe, pretty short here. This bet is going to put pressure on him.
We are talking a quarter, almost a third of his stack. And it's
wow.
Giving up. Got bluffed away.
And Lester Edoc, well-timed bluff, will get Jason Moe to fold top pair. And Lester Edoc will take this one down for the Philippines. 1.5 million total live earnings. Lester Edoc now sitting in the middle of pack, 37 big blinds, 371k in chips. Number 5 all-time Philippines all-time money list. Round and round, the button goes where it stops. We are not sure, but it's not going to be today. Likely this will be a 2-day event. So folks, make sure you subscribe so that you get notifications for when our live streams happen. 11 straight days of live streaming, high quality live streaming here at the APT. Elky, hijack, king 7 suited into the muck, pardon me, the muck.
Could get into the mud, I suppose. It's rainy out there.
It is rainy. I feel like I'm back in Vancouver. Roman, mystery cards on the button.
Actually, it's actually quite cold as well. Yeah, so Vancouver, you're not wrong.
And Roman, with the single raise from the button, will take down the blinds. And what did he have? We will never, ever know. We will go to our graves, never knowing what Roman had here. In hand 96 of the APT Superstar Challenge. It's going to keep me up tonight.
That's what she said.
Anyway,
you asked for that. This table is definitely more talky than before. I think it was quite quiet earlier, well, 2 sessions ago. The players were just a little bit more stern. And then this one with Elki and Punat just chatting away, talking about restaurants and places to go in Taipei.
Just another
Seems
day
like
at the
fun.
office for these gentlemen.
Jason Moe is a bit of a talker as well.
Speaking of talkers, folks, if you want to chat with myself, Greg Goes All In, and Stephen Lai in the live chat, please feel free to do so. We love interacting with y'all. We basically treat y'all like our passenger co-commentators. We love chat pros. I think I heard my 2 favorite words. All of it. All in. We had a cutoff open by Roman and Jason Moe off of 12 bigs. Will shove. Facing an open on 12 bigs, you have very little calling range, if not any. It's fold or shove time. Jason Moe will shove. Roman will fold.
Roman seems to be in pain constantly. What's with that? He's
Oh,
like
he's
always
oh
very
yeah,
distressed.
I can answer that. He looks constantly in pain. Yeah, he's a poker player. Of course.
You know, I've seen you play. You're always smiling and happy.
I'm dying inside. Oh, it was such a great experience playing on the All-Star Showdown, where I got to play with the likes of Espen and Elki at a sit-and-go table. Well, I prefer to call it a final table. But yeah, I will admit,
strictly speaking, you're correct.
Yeah, exactly. I will admit it was a little intimidating at first, but that quickly faded when I just realized, folks, I'm playing with Punat and Elki and Espen. How fortunate am I? I make memes on the internet about
And
poker.
Danny Tang.
And Danny Tang, #1 Hong Kong, all-time money list. Jason Moe gonna keep on going with the heater. Jason Moe gonna raise it up and the cutoff with Queen 10 offsuit off of 15 blinds. Alexandros, Ace, King.
Okay, well, he needs to at least 3-bet. I didn't know the stack size of Leicester, so I couldn't...
We'll go for a 5 big blind 3-bet versus a 15 big blind stack. SPR stack depths being smaller, your 3-bet sizes can be smaller as well. Does the job of isolating Jason Moe. We'll take the fold. And Alexandros will chip up nicely here with Ace King. As we see some new chats in the chat, what's going on here? Anthony Wood says, good to hear you again, Greg. Wish I could have made this stop. Sigh. Understood. I read that as, wish I could have made this stop sign. And I'm like, you should stop for stop signs, but now I understand. I wish you could have made it too, Anthony Wood, but hey, you can always come out to APT Jeju. That's right, Jeju being a lovely island off of Korea. What are the dates? Well, let me tell you.
26th of April until some other date.
I just Googled. I'll give you that in just a moment, folks. It is going to be from April 26th to May 5th.
May 5th.
May 5th.
May the 5th be with you.
May the 5th be with you.
That's
Also known as Cinco de Mayo.
That's even why.
Anthony Wood, how you been? You been stopping at stop signs lately? Good for you, law-abiding citizen.
Now, Anthony and Justin, the two of them are regular commenters on our streams. So
Yes. Love to see it. Says Justin Fairbanks, speak of the devil. During Japanese Golden Week, but Japanese players were hoping it was in Incheon. Good, my man. Oh, I'm happy to hear you're good, Anthony. I'm the guy from Okinawa. You're the guy? I assumed Okinawa had a larger population than that. As we enter hand 100 of the APT Superstar challenge. It's not on the board. I just saw it. It was 99 previously. But this is hand 100 of the APT Superstar Challenge. Again, folks, 25K buy-in, 49 entries, 36 million Taiwan dollars in the prize pool, 11.6 million going to first. That's like 380,000 US dollars, give or take.
And the rebuy period has finished.
It is
so
over.
I think people are going to be a little bit more cautious.
Yes, absolutely. Steve O'Dwyer with the pocket fives, a whopping 40 million total live earnings, all-time money list in the world, 13th. 13th. This gentleman with pocket fives, 40 million total live earnings. We'll raise it up to 22,000.
Well, I'm automatically supporting Steve because, you know, we share the same name. So
there you go. Team Steve and Lester Edok going to 3-bet the ace deuce offsuit on the button versus the cutoff open.
Tough spot for Elke.
Love the lag style that we see coming out of the Philippines. And Elke, yes, now ace queen suited in the big blind.
To raise or not to raise?
That is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in thy mind to
Come on,
call
more
or
poker,
to
more-
raise.
yes. More poker, please.
And it looks like a
4-bet.
4-bet. So Elke knows cutoff will be opening wide, knows that button will be 3-betting wide. So Elke with ace queen suited will feel pretty comfortable here, making the 4-bet of 210,000.
Basically half a stack.
Quick fold from Stephen O'Dwyer. And another fold by Lester Edok. Elke! Team GG ambassador.
So Greg, tell me.
Yes.
How's your poker career going?
Great.
Don't talk about yesterday. Ignore what happened yesterday.
Sure, yeah.
Or the other.
I prefer to actually, but yeah, no, poker's been wonderful. Like in the past couple of years, I feel pretty confident that you know that I'm a winning cash game player at low stakes. I have the volume and the time to prove it, and I have that confidence now. In the past 6 months or so, I would say I've picked up a really keen interest towards multi-table tournaments, and we had a great chance to really explore that at WSOPC in Calgary, where I just played like 14 hours of poker a day, grinding all of the tournaments I could. I placed 4th in a turbo event, the King of Turbos. Made my biggest cash of about 14,000 Canadian, so about 11,000 USD. And I just had a heater in January. I've got to play on the Hustler Casino live stream for the first time.
Oh, of course, I saw that.
I won 1.2K USD from that. I didn't have a hotel book, so I went to play 2-5 on the casino floor. Won 2.4K from that. After 12 hours of play, I hit the bad beat jackpot. Won 5,000 USD. A week later, I was in Calgary, and I hit a high hand jackpot for 4,000 Canadian. And then I placed 4th in the turbo, and I had a 20K January.
Wow,
it's sick. As like a 1-3-2-5 player, I had a 20K January. So poker's been great. February I'm slightly up like 4K or so. But you know, if I play too many, and now it's March. Now it's March. Maybe I'll go check out some of that. I'll play TikTok Boom Turbo tonight at 10 p.m. What is that?
So not much acting jobs?
You know? Oh, I retired from acting after Alpha Musical. Yes, I did. I decided, folks, I'm all in. I'm all in on poker and content creation. I am yours.
I never received the press release.
I'm so sorry. It was a very private affair. As we see another pot, heart on heart action. Lester Edok versus Punat. Cutoff versus Big Blind. Oh my goodness, we've got action, folks. Punat Punsri with the Jack High flush draw and Lester Edok with top pair and a flush draw. Board was 10, a black 10, and 2 hearts. We will wait for the graphics to catch up.
This flop is going to create a bit of action. Punat is not going to believe Edok has anything worth anything.
Lester does play, known for his wild, loose, aggressive style. Punat will donk here on the king high board. 15K into what was 55K. Just over a quarter pot bet.
Lester must be very happy with top pair and a second
pardon me,
flush
it was a graphical error. It was a Punat check to let. Oh, it was a check.
It's a check raise.
bet of 15K by Lester, and now a raise by Punat Punsuri to 45K. Punat Punsuri will have a lot more two pairs than Lester Edok from the big blind. 9-7 suited, King 7 suited, King 9 suited, King 9 off. But Lester Edok top pair, 10 kicker with the flush draw will not be going anywhere. Raise, check raise, check raise. Now a 3-bet by Lester.
Did I say this board is going to give a lot of action?
Yes, you did, Steven. And this time they are not proving you wrong. Proving you right out of the gate on the flop here. Folks, there's action happening. If you're just having this stream on, like cursory in the background, I suggest you tune in right now. We've got two Goliaths here battling out. We got a 3-bet on the flop. We got heart on heart action. And these two gentlemen are in no short supply of having heart. This lovely, beautiful game of poker.
Actually, Lester's quite committed. He's only got 14 big blinds behind. Yep. Okay, whatever turn card comes, Lester's going to stack off.
Deuce of spades. No help to Punat. Punat looking for a heart and only a heart, not knowing that
it's not
like
robust.
A corpse with a crayon. Punat is drawing dead. We'll check it over to Lester Edok, who goes all in here.
Any turn.
141,000 into about 300K. Half pot bet. Punat does not have the odds to call for his flush.
139.
He's getting about 3-1. Needs to have about 25% equity. If his heart draw is live, he's only going to get there about 20% of the time. But it is poker. It is gamble.
He's drawing dead.
But he is drawing dead.
So there's no gamble.
They can't see the card, Stephen Lai.
There's zero gambling there. He's drawing dead.
He can't. He doesn't know that. But he makes the wise fold anyway because Punat
he's not stupid.
Is not #1 in Thailand all-time money list for no reason. As you can see, Punat now 22 big blinds. As Lester Edok now skyrockets up to 3rd in chips. Look at those trophies.
And I'm going to say hello to my beautiful wife in Hong Kong, who says it's freezing in Hong Kong, raining too. Oh well. What can you do? Well, see, there's no kind of sense of FOMO for me here because I've been stuck inside all day. So, you know, whatever happens outside, raining or sunny or whatever, I'm just still here, diligently giving you the best poker action in Asia right now on YouTube.
That's right. No need to go outside. It's beautiful inside here at the Asia Poker Arena here in Taipei. The APT series here in Taipei has been so successful that during this time in Taipei, we have added a new location.
Do you think it's deliberate that he didn't put his cats on the scanner when he jams?
Could be. Could be. And now we'll never know.
We never know.
We'll never know what Jason Mo had.
Never make a difference. Remain the same.
So we have Liu and Jason Mo in the slight danger zone below 20 big blinds. But one hand, you know, winning one flip will take them all the way back up to 35 big blinds. So
massive. All you need is a double, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one, then probably like another one, and then I think you've won at that point. Maybe one more. Sorry, one more? Okay, another one.
I'm gonna start learning MTT strategies from you, Greg.
If you never go all in a tournament, Stephen Lai,
you
win the tournament.
If you never go.
You never go all in a tournament.
Yeah,
you win the tournament.
Well, here's one from me as well. If you're always at the average stack, you win the tournament.
If all you do in an orbit is win the blinds, you win the tournament. And the wise words of DJ Khaled. Another one. Look at that APT Lion trophy. Hey, we just won. Hey, in case you didn't know, the APT won the GPI Fans Choice Award for Best Trophy. We had the best trophy out of any poker circuit or series, and you know what? It is so well deserved. They look magnificent in our live streams and our photos, but folks, it's a beauty to behold live in person. It's like an almost 2 foot tall. Nah, 2 foot might be extending it. It's like a 1.5 foot tall statue. Weighs like 30 pounds. Made of like true 24 karat gold. So much thought and heart was put into this.
And gold.
And gold. And you know what? And I heard, like, compared to the old APT, they put like 7x more money into these trophies. Why? To provide value for the players, to really provide the best quality that they can here in Asia. It's just absolutely remarkable. Steve O'Dwyer under the gun will open Queen Jack suited. Alexandros in the big blind will defend with the mystery cards. What is the current place of Puna Punsu from Thailand? Out of everybody in this entire event, not sure because we can't see the stat counts of the other players at the other table. Here I think second chips. We'll double check as we'll get to see the graphic in between hands. But folks, we got action.
No, not second because he lost that pot against Leicester.
I see.
So you'd be mid of the pack, I reckon.
Middle of the pack.
Or something with big ones.
Steve O'Dwyer with top pair up queen kicker. We'll make the c-bet under the gun versus big line. Alexandro still with the mystery cards here.
The black one, the second.
We'll have a wide range that will include a lot of junk hands, but seems to have picked a piece. We'll make a call here. We'll have a lot of 8Xs here. Gut shots like Queen 9, some open enders 10-9, 6-7, 5-6. Lots of flush, lots and lots of flush draws. All the suited kings, aces, suited queens, suited jacks is blocked by the board. 7 diamonds now.
That could have been you.
Could have been me, Steven.
Sorry, I meant it should have been you. That's what I meant to say.
Alexandros now checks it over. Inflow again to Steve O'Dwyer of Ireland. Steve again. Just a remarkable hand ball. The 13th all-time money list. 40 million total live earnings.
Go, Steve, go.
I don't even think I have room in my suitcase for one of those massive tigers.
7 of diamonds on the turn does bring in the open-ended straight draw. Does bring in the most obvious one, 10-9. But Steve will bet again. And Alexandros will fold. Those will be a lot of ace highs. Pocket 5s, 8Xs. Elky chip leading. Roman second in chips. Punat, pardon me, short stack now. 17 big blinds, third from the bottom at this feature table. And I hope that answers your question. Love for play in the live chat. Thank you for the question.
How much do you think Elky spends on clothes each month? Is a random question.
Like at least $5.
Nah.
I'm not at least.
Yeah. I think the ballpark figure would be more like at least $1.
You're probably not wrong. How much did he spend on this buy-in? At least $5, right?
At least $5.
At least $5. 25,000, folks, is a buy-in for
more
the
than
Superstar
10
Challenge.
cents.
And this is second, yeah, more than 10 cents. And this is the second bullet here for Elky. First hand in of the second bullet, he made quads. That was hand number 90. Here at the APT Superstar Challenge. If you want to rewind the live stream, feel free to do that. But right now,
Roman. Ace queen suited from the cutoff. The same pained expression on his face.
All roads lead to Rome, and Roman leads out with ace queen suited, 24,000. I thought it was pretty good.
That's almost good.
That was almost good. Jason Moe with the ducks, and 10 big blinds will shove Roman will call. Folks, Jason Moe of the US of A is all in for his tournament life. Jason Moe, 2 million total live earnings.
Just look at the equity split. Ace Queen is actually quite a way ahead.
Yes.
It's not a flip.
Small pocket pairs, pocket 5s, 4s, 3s, and 2s do have a lot of counterfeited quite a bit, so won't have as good equity.
So how have you been studying the game? You know, have you been watching videos? Have you got a coach or?
Lots of just reviewing hands with GTO Wizard, and I will be starting coaching shortly. But first, Jason Moe, all in tournament life with the Ducks.
There you go.
Wow, Queen 7 deuce. Queen just to scare him a little bit, but deuce giving him the set here.
Jason, that'll do.
Yep. And Jason Moe will lock up the double up here. Like I said, Steven, all you need is a double. And then?
You know when I say that it's
a double and a double and a double.
No, another one.
Another one.
Another one.
DJ something?
DJ Khaled.
That's the one.
Roman will give Jason Moe with a double up here. And 105, the APT Superstar Challenge, 25K buy-in, 36 million Taiwan dollars in the prize pool, 11.6 million going to first, making that the largest first prize ever awarded in Taiwan ever. We're breaking records here, folks.
And you know what? The record is 100% certain to be broken next week. With the main event coming up.
Oh yeah.
2,000 USD buy-in.
Oh yeah.
Go on then. Give me your wild guess. How many entries?
At least 5.
More than 2.
More than 2.
No, actually more than 4 because they don't start a tournament until there are 4 entries.
Justin Fairbanks with some trivia facts. By his own admission, he is a poker player that doesn't like Vegas. This is in reference to Steve O'Dwyer, incredible despite being born and raised in the U.S. Steve hasn't cashed in the U.S. since 2016. By his own admission, he is a poker player that doesn't like Vegas. Hey, if the U.S. won't take you, we will. Thank you for visiting APT. And Steve O'Dwyer being one of the new faces.
Vancouver?
No, APT. APT. Punat, Punsri, 17 big blinds with the pocket 9s in +1.
Actually, it's quite short. 17 big blinds. Let's mirror it in direct jamming. But nope, he opens. 27 off is no good. Jason Moe folds King 6 suited. 4-3 suited is no good. Yep. Moving along. 10 deuce suited, definitely no good. Pocket 7s.
Wow, and Liu, who we haven't heard anything, we haven't seen get into a hand at all, now picks up black 7s in the big blind.
Might be a jam.
Off a
it is a jam.
10 big blind stack, will jam.
Wow. Sees the bad news.
Liu Chun Keat of Malaysia. 754,000 total live earnings. Malaysia's 19th all-time money list is all in for his tournament life and severely behind.
Let's see how likely is a drink.
But all smiles, all playful. We'd love to see it. All laughs.
Jason flopped a set in the previous hand, so it's not that difficult to flop a set, it seems.
Yeah, easy game. As we see a flop of 8-5-4 gut shot for Liu. 5 of hearts, no help. Liu, 12% equity, needs a 7 or a 6. River of Dreams is the 3 of spades, and Liu Chun Keat is eliminated from the APT Superstar Challenge out in 28th. Thank you for visiting the APT, and we hope we'll see you at our next event, APT Jeju.
Throw a drink away.
His shirt blocked his out.
April 26th to May 5th.
That's the one.
Cinco de Mayo. May the 5th be with you.
Which makes no sense whatsoever.
You said it.
Makes no sense whatsoever. I'm sure Leo will be playing all sorts of high rollers and the main event coming up. GG, we're down to the last 27 players.
Steven, do you know what ITM is off the top of your head? By any
What
chance?
ITM? 49. I'm guessing 6.
Yeah, probably 7, 6 or 7. Alexandros, Queen Jack suited in the cutoff off of 21 big blinds, representing Greece.
So it's an 8 max tournament. So I'm guessing they will merge down to the final 8 and then have that bubble burst at the final table. Oh no, it's 7.5, right? So maybe they just FT, pay FT, maybe.
Elke will defend the big blind with ace-6 offsuit versus, pardon me, it was queen-jack offsuit. This flop comes 10-7 5, 2 hearts. Not a pair for anybody, but Elke ahead with ace-high.
Jack, queen, Jacqueline.
Jacqueline. That's a new one I haven't heard.
Yeah. Another one of those, same time tomorrow.
10-7 5, 2 hearts. Pretty wet and dynamic board. Lots of straight draws about, gut shots, flush draws.
Nice bluff. Nice bluff from the cutoff.
Bet and fold. Take her down.
Oh, sorry.
Steve's just not really sitting down. Like, he's not really like attached to the table. He's just walking around, standing up all the time.
You gotta get cardio in somehow. I was just discussing with Espen today. We had an opportunity to just sit down and chat, get to know each other, and I was just saying, asking Espen how he maintains his fitness so well, and that balance being a poker player. He's constantly traveling, constantly playing poker. How does he do it? And basically, in a nutshell, he basically just said, I'm obsessed. And, you know, to maintain sustainability in any sport or and excellence in any sport, I think it does require a certain degree of obsession.
Well, we were talking about him earlier. That was the famous incident heads up when his opponent tanked for 18 minutes in hand. And he just kind of basically meditated. He just stood there, you know, let his opponent have time to think. We talk about a decision that's worth like $2-3 million US. No point calling the clock. And you do your own thing. I'm just gonna be in a peaceful state, go zen, and let you think about it. Very, very clever. Are you going to do any rapping or beatboxing in this series?
If the audience is lucky, no.
If they're lucky, no. Okay, I got it.
Jason Moe under the gun.
Beautiful ace queen again.
Roman 6-5 offsuit. Yep. Unsuited connector. We'll make the call. Big blind.
It's funny, isn't it? Ace queen suited versus pocket deuces, the same equity split as 6-5 off.
That's right. And wow, off a beautiful flop for the big blind range. 5-4 deuce. Roman, top pair, and a gut shot.
So role reversal. Beforehand, it was Roman who had the ace queen suited versus Jason Moe's pocket deuces. Now is Roman hitting the 5.
Yep. And Roman can lead on this board quite a lot just because he has the nut. Yeah, just has a very strong nut advantage here. Has a lot of the small pocket pairs that Jason Moe won't have under the gun. We'll have all the straights like 3-6. And this is where we start to slow things down. Jason Moe now makes the straight ace to 5.
Jason also hitting a straight.
And wow,
that's the
everyone.
pain.
Straight versus straight.
But Jason Moe has the
flush draw, not flush draw to go along with it. We have action, folks.
Money's going in.
Money is going to be flying in. Roman feeling very comfortable with this hand. Jason Mo won't have a lot of 6Xs in Jason's range. Jason only pocket 6s and ace-6 suited.
Oh, Roman doesn't care about that. You know, the worst case scenario is a chop, right? So
6-7 suited as well. But again, there's so many ace-X in Jason
oh,
Mo's
6-7 suited. Okay,
Yeah.
that's
maybe not. No, Jason under the gun. Yeah, you're feeling a little bit loosey-goosey. Yeah, 6-7 suited under the gun. We'll bet and call. Jason Mo has to be cautious.
no spade. No spade. Okay.
Board does pair. Doesn't really change much, except that Roman can boat up a lot of his range. Jason Mo won't have a lot of boats here. And now, Roman with the best hand, straight versus straight. 206,000 in the pot. Jason Mo with only 182,000 left remaining.
15 big. Oh, jamming. Yeah. Just putting Jason Mo all in.
Well, peanut butter and jam. The green chips worth 25K each.
Just put him all in. It's just basically betting Jason had an ace.
Jason Mo here. It does have a strong hand, but reduced to but a bluff catcher here.
For tournament live as well.
That's right. Loses to boats. Loses to a single 6. Chopping with ace-X. What is a man to do? A difficult spot here for Jason Mo as we make the use of the Doom Zoom. The close-up here at Jason Mo.
Doom Zoom, I like
popularized by Hustler Casino, where they just slowly zoom in on a player after a big hand. And we're going to see Jason Mo make a forward looking motion.
Yeah.
Does make the call, and unfortunately is shown the terrible news. Jason Mo of the US of A.
He needs to show his cards. Gone.
Out of the APT Superstar Challenge in 27th place. Good game to Jason Mo as he exits to the rail. Thank you for visiting the APT Taipei series. It was lovely hosting you, Superstar. And all the best in your travels.
You want me to wait here, or you want to... You're down to eat after this, right?
Yeah, I'm going to eat after this, but
Making dinner plans immediately with Elky, and that is how you do. It's just another day at the office for these 25K high rollers.
Or is there room up here?
What a badass.
And are you still hosting your streaming game at home? No?
The dealer knows that.
Don't do that anymore? Do you still have that tape? The
I do.
RFID?
She's in storage for now.
Oh.
Yeah. But can you imagine? Wow, just 25K, just busted. In the moment you stand and go, hey, where are we going for dinner, boys? Love to see it. Love the camaraderie that we're seeing here at the APT.
Didn't want to say when it happened to.
They're more like colleagues than enemies, really. You know, they're like co-workers.
Absolutely. Down to 5 on the feature table. I'm sure we will be seeing new blood soon as we square up.
Ace queen off.
We saw Elky flop, turn quads. His first hand back, his second bullet with ace jack. Gets to promotion with ace queen now.
Wow. Difficult to defend this one, but still, ace 8 deuce suited. Flop comes king 10-4. Elky's ahead with ace high, and then that will be that. All right, I am going to take a short break, Greg. Nice.
Don't leave me! No, I'm
no,
kidding.
I'm leaving
Stephen Lai has been doing a wonderful job doing
you.
commentary here for the APT Superstar Challenge. We will bid him fair adieu.
I'll be back after the break.
Yeah.
I'll be back, he says. Thank you, Stephen Lai. He takes a break. But folks, right now you're not only just hanging out with myself. Greg goes all in, poker meme lord YouTuber extraordinaire. I'm going to be joined shortly by my esteemed colleague Vidder Single, who's been rocking the APT commentary circuit so well as we bid adieu to Stephen Lai as we get back into the action. Hand 111. Here of the APT Superstar Challenge, 25 players left remaining. Superstars about. We got Elki. We've got Punat Punsri right there. Number 1 Thailand all-time moneyless. We got Roman with 3 million total live earnings from the Czech Republic. Alexandros of Greece. Just a complete Steve O'Dwyer. Number 15 all-time moneyless, something like that. 17? 13th. Superstars all about. And picks up the suit of 10 in the big blind as we give a warm welcome to my friend, my esteemed colleague, co-commentator, Vidder Single.
Hello,
How are
hello.
you? How was your break?
Excellent. Got some excellent food at the cafe we have here. Some excellent juice and some excellent caffeine.
Sounds excellent to me. Flop comes ace, 6, deuce, 2 clubs. Punat Punsri with top pair, 5 kicker against 10 high and back doors. Steve O'Dwyer will check in flow to Punat on the ace high board. Punat will c-bet on the c-bet, high frequency c-bet board. And Steve will make like an origamist and fold. And that was hand 111 of the APT Superstar Challenge.
A gum-bearing news, Greg.
Ooh, I love news.
None other than the great Isaac Haxton shall be joining the feature table.
Isaac Haxton, the legend. I was on it when I saw him today. I was surprised pleasantly. I've seen him a lot in poker news. He's been having such a heater of the past couple of years, and there he is coming in at seat 8. Welcome, and an absolute pleasure to be doing commentary for you, Mr. Ike Haxton. Let's learn a little bit more about Ike Haxton as I type it in to the Google search. Isaac Haxton, Hendon Mob Poker Database. 47 million total live earnings. 8th all-time money list in the world. Holy crap! That is a superstar if I've ever seen one.
I've been calling him the end boss. I think that's appropriate.
If there was to be an end boss, it would be him. Number 8 all-time money list. Yeah, only preceded by Nikita, Daniel Negreanu, Dan Smith, Stephen Chidwick, Jason Kuhn, Justin Bonomo, and Bryn Kenny, all of whom are not here. So yeah, end boss is appropriate, I would say. Justin Fairbanks is going to bed. Says, night guys, last time I went to sleep during APT stream. The tournament was cancelled, so let's not do that again, please. Good night, Justin Fairbanks. Watson RL says, go Punat.
Wow, Steve, thought about it. Ace 8 off. Knows Punat would be pretty wide from the hijack, but let's go.
Thank you.
Welcome to the table, Ike. 7-4 suited. Let's peel.
And peel we will. 5-3-3 single club. Isaac Haxton with the gut shot needs a 6. Punat still ahead though with Queen Jack high. Isaac will check.
This is an interesting board. 5-3-3 with the 1 club. Certainly the kind of board where you could consider check raising.
Absolutely. Isaac Haxton with so many 3Xs in range. Punat Punsri not going to have too many other than ace 3 suited and pocket 3s.
You want to be able to check raise 3s, so you want to balance it out with some clubs. 7-4 suited here, the perfect candidate.
Absolutely.
Gut shot to the straight, of course, but also the backdoor clubs. Good amount of removal. What's for the call for now? The effective stack of Punat. Maybe a bit too shallow to consider something trickier than a call.
Nine of spades on the turn. Doesn't change much here. Isaac still 7 high. Gut shot. Backdoor clubs does not come in. Punat Poonsri. Still with queen jack high. I had an opportunity just to meet Isaac Haxton today. Just caught up with him a little bit. And I love his vibe. He's just a pretty chill, soft-spoken dude. And like the impression I get from Isaac is that he just loves this game. He loves this game. He plays this game. He's good at it. But otherwise, that's just all he wants to do. And unfortunately, that being at the caliber he is, it comes with a lot of fame. It comes with a lot of eyeballs and the spotlight being on you. And I think through that all of that, he doesn't care. He just wants to focus and just play this game that he loves so much.
Mr. End Boss.
Mr. End Boss.
There was a point where Fleming and I were in hand with a big pot.
Catching up with his high stakes, high roller buddy, Siva Dwyer. Has come into this table with the chip lead, at least on the table. Familiar phrase, I'm guessing, for Ike.
Correctly pronounced trivia.
And it's something that I think is just so lovely and notable here at the APT is just the camaraderie that the folks have. So yes, they're playing at 25K, like high roller. But it just seems like another day out of the office, catching up with some colleagues. And I was interviewing some of the new faces here at the APT, Isaac being one, Stephen O'Dwyer being one. And I'm just asking them, hey, what's your experience at the APT so far been? And they just said it's been fun, and it's been really fun and friendly, and it's been nice catching up with friends, and it was just so refreshing to see it at this high level, at this high stakes, at this high caliber. As we enter a hand now, Roman, Jack 10 offsuit in the hijack will open up. Isaac Haxton, the end boss, in the small blind with Ace King.
96.
We'll raise it up to 96,000.
That's a big raise. 4x is it.
Back on Roman, Jack 10 offsuit. In position, deep stacks against 8th.
Yeah,
the
this
all-time
one's over.
list.
Jack 10 off is just way too weak. Jack 10 suited on the other hand. Then it would be tempting.
Beautiful hand. So hard to let go. Check it out. Isaac Haxton making his presence known here. Comes on in and is now chip leading on this feature table. 66 big blinds. 25 players left remaining, folks, in this APT All-Star Challenge. 25 players, 25K buy-in, 36 million Taiwan dollars in the prize pool, and a record-breaking 11.6 million Taiwan dollars going to first, which makes it the largest ever first prize ever awarded in Taiwan. That's right, passing our main event first place prize back in APT Taiwan for the main event. Roman's back at it again. All roads lead to Rome, and Roman leads out here.
Punat, by the way, in the running to do the back-to-back for the biggest Taiwan prizes.
Yes. Punat, of course, winning the main event last year in APT Taipei. What a spectacle to behold. A great day for not only Punat, surely, but also Thailand. Isaac Haxton has too many chips. Can't put his cards on his reader because he has too many chips.
80.
Will raise it up again. 80,000 now. Very large 3-bet sizes. More than 3x here. We saw a 4x from the small blind. We're seeing an almost 4x in position versus Lenagan with the pocket 10s. Against Roman.
Once again, sort of caught with his hand in the cookie jar. This time it is suited like we were alluding to. And the 3-bet is a bit smaller. He would be out of position. I suspect this hand should be over as well. Could think that Isaac is bullying him a bit too much.
190.
There we go.
Wow.
The only way to fight back is certainly not to call 4-bets it. Jack 9 suited. Turns it into a bluff. Isaac has a tougher decision than he did a moment ago.
Fighting fire with fire. Love to see it. 2 Goliath stacks. Battling it out now in this 4-bet pot. Roman. 3 million total live earnings. Versus Isaac Haxton, number 8 all-time money list.
The meta game here is so interesting. If the previous hand hadn't occurred, maybe this goes differently. Isaac
goes all in.
Just knows where he's at.
Wow. 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 Oh my goodness. 5-bet jam for over 60 bigs.
How does he know?
How does he know?
How do you risk your chip leading stack with pocket 10s, knowing your opponent could easily snap you off after a 4-bet, but he just knows. And now look at the lead he's taken on this table.
Oh, you're not number 8 all-time money list for no reason. Tell us your secrets, Ike. What is it like being Ike?
That was super impressive. That was just badass. I was just thinking, or rather saying, about how the metagame was playing into this. I mean, these guys just think on a different level. Ike realizing that the hand he 3-bet from the blinds really could have gotten into Roman's head, taking into account the flow of the game, realizing that Roman is going to be 4-betting much lighter than usual because of that hand, just finds the jam with the pocket 10s.
My goodness. Man, I'm just so honored to be able to do commentary for these folks. Folks who know things that I don't know, that I don't even know. And I just enjoy commentating and witnessing this game. And I just love also being just left in moments like this, just left in awe. We got some blind on blind action now, folks. Punat versus Roman.
No, that can't be what they're I think that there's actually there's 3 players. There's only 2 seats here.
Things are getting spicy. Roman is feeling the frustration clearly. Bumps it up. King 6 off, good enough to go over 3x from the big blind. And Punat is going to continue with his 1-gapper. 10-8 suited. And flop top pair, 10-3-3. This could be bad news for Roman. He's found the wrong side of the equation for the 3rd hand in a row. 2 of them against Ike. This time in position against Punat. Yeah, you got a C-bet once you make it 3.5x. Unfortunately, your opponent has hit top pair. Punat not gonna go anywhere. Punat's posture giving me some inspiration to sit up straighter myself.
Yeah.
Very, very impressive table presence on this man.
Well, something I noted when I'm watching back the commentary from the Superstar Challenge yesterday, pardon me, the All-Star Showdown Challenge yesterday, is that you guys were commenting on how, despite being a relatively lower buy-in for Punat, and for an event that was supposed to be fun, Punat still came in with the mentality of, you know, just playing his A game. And you know, to be the caliber and the level that he is at this point, like, I guess that's what you have to do. And you have to have that discipline to play your A game all the time, no matter what. And
Truly incredible ambassador for the game. Meanwhile, the action went check on the turn. Roman has given up on his dreams of making some magic happen with the King 6 off. With the flush draw on the board, Punat gets to represent a missed draw. Value bet comfortably with his top pair. The only question is, does Roman want to make hero calls at this moment? Can the frustration get to him? Roman seems to be considering it. He's been quick to fold. For instance, in that 5-bet, and wow, he does make the hero call. Frustration can get to anyone, even those at the top. The king high call, Punat getting paid off. Sometimes you just call wanting it to be true, knowing that it likely isn't. Certainly Roman was beating some bluffs, missed hard draws of course, but certainly an ambitious hero call. Well played by Punat, clearly extracting max value there.
Yeah, very frustrating 3 back-to-back hands. Back-to-back-to-back hands for Roman. Going from 60 big blind stack to about just over half of that now. 31, 32 big blinds.
Four players left, half the field.
7 getting paid, folks. Seven players getting paid. 36 million in the prize pool. 11.6 million Taiwan dollars up top for first, making it the largest first prize ever awarded in Taiwan.
We're playing 4 more levels today, 40 minutes apiece. After which we close up shop, come back tomorrow, play down to the winner. Things are going to get exciting tomorrow, needless to say, but there's this element of finishing out the day, even at this level. You know you're going to play your best when you get a good night's sleep, so maybe you start adjusting strategy, trying to just get to the end of the day. It's a long grind at any point when you play MTTs. Full day of plays, multiple levels, but when you're playing against the best, surely that takes an even bigger toll. And Greg, you played against the best yesterday.
I did.
Care to comment?
Absolutely. So I got to play in the All-Star Showdown Challenge, which was just an invitational sit and go between what Michael Soiza was telling me were some influencers. The poster came out for it. And who was I playing against? I was playing against Punat Poonsri, #1 Thailand all-time money list. Espen Jorstad, the main event 2022 champion. Elky. You know, like all of the end bosses at one table essentially. And it was a terrifying privilege to have. I enjoyed all 20 minutes of it.
Hey, if you're going to get out, might as well be the first one out.
Sure.
That's at least a laurel to talk about. Went out like a boss, flipping with the best.
Yeah, he just lost a flip. Unlucky. Ding Bao has entered the table. Let's learn a little bit more about Ding Bao. Pardon me, Ding Biao. Ding Biao! 4 point... If I have the right hand amount, 4.7 million total live earnings. Coming in a table with 83 big blinds, surpassing the 1 million chip mark. Up at the top there with Ike Paxton.
I think he's waiting for some signal. Yeah, what are we doing? Waiting for the blinds to go up. I need to pay more.
Superstar challenge for one. Rise are up. 8,000, 60,000, and 16,020.
They're saying something in their ear.
They say something good. I don't know what. Yeah.
A slight pause here, and we're back into the action. Round and round, the button goes. Where it stops, I am not sure. Love the new time clocks. They used to have tablets, but now they've upgraded to these fun little cubes. I guess they're just much easier to see. Steve O'Dwyer of Ireland will raise it to 24K. Isaac Haxton with the mystery cards.
That seat seems to be the mystery card seat, but Isaac just has too many chips for our sensor.
Too many chips. We'll call here. So we're gonna play some poker in the dark with Sir Isaac Haxton, whose profile picture has changed twice now I should say. I do apologize for the first photo, which was very clearly not Isaac Haxton. And then they changed it again, and they've changed it once more. Ace Queen. Wow, and look at all these hands in play here, all of them having a lot of connectivity with one another. Why not one more? My goodness, King 10 suited open versus Ace Queen versus Jack 10 versus Ace Jack, yes.
Wait just a minute. This might be the squeeze spot. There we go. Ace Jack with 3 players calling behind. Too much dead money to resist, and surely Isaac, having under-repped his hand, is going to make this call. Alexandros takes the spot. He did get it in really good against Danny Tang. Ended up losing a bullet. King Jack versus King Deuce. This time around.
And 24K of my chips is already in the middle.
By the way, graphics say that Isaac has folded. He has not. He's asking the dealer for an exact count.
And give us 20.
Yeah, you
And again, I'm just left once again in awe by Ike's play. We did see Isaac, we did see Haxton 3-bet with 10s in late position versus an early position open, and now with Ace Queen versus an early position open, just flat and under reps his hand. Probably cognizant of the short stacks to his left, knowing that they will squeeze quite often with worse hands. So Isaac now with Ace Queen facing the 20 big blind all in by Alexandros. We'll make the call. We see a fold from Jack 10, and so now we're going to see Alexandros of Greece all in for his tournament life and behind with Ace Jack up against Isaac Haxton's Ace Queen.
Well behind with the Jack being folded. Needs one of the 2 Jacks. We will lose Alexandros once more. Queen on the flop pretty much seals the deal. Needs running Broadway cards, or we will be saying GG to the player from Greece. There it is. GG, sir.
And that will be a good game for Alexandros of Greece. Thank you so much for coming out to APT Taipei. Absolute pleasure doing commentary for you, sir, and safe travels.
Well, he took the last speed with a nice smile. This time around, a bit more defeated, but not much he could have done. Took the squeeze spot.
As Isaac Haxton now propels to a whopping 1.3 million chips, 110 big blinds. This and end boss.
That was quick.
Well, yeah, it's like hey, you just got here. As we see a dealer change. Welcome to Christie, a staple of the APT. Has dealt at many APTs. Speaks multiple languages, has helped facilitate with some translations here. I believe she speaks English, Mandarin, and Japanese. Sporting the Chi Pao at the APT, we do like to represent the culture of the countries that we're in. And here we do that by presenting the Chi Paos in what the dealers are wearing. Chi Paos being, of course, the traditional garment of many Chinese-speaking countries.
Is it 16 now?
Yeah.
Ace Queen again.
32.
Easy open. Lines are up to 8K, 16K.
Puna Punsuri, King Jack versus Ace Queen. King Jack versus an early position open. Can fold. Is dominated often by an under the gun open by Puna Punsuri, considering his options.
Eyeing the stacks of the players behind him. Does not want to set up a squeeze. Isaac's open can be seen as one done in flow after picking up a big pot. A hand just like 3s, for instance. Could have found the jam there. There was more dead money in the middle. But wisely letting it go. And now Roman more incentivized to set mine.
Roman looking for revenge against Isaac Haxton, who has clashed with 2 hands in a row in the last orbit. We'll go set to mining. Big blind fold, small blind folds. We're off to a flop heads up. Isaac Haxton, ace queen versus Roman's pocket threes. Roman looking for a black 3 here as flop comes. Black 3, Jack 5 set for Roman. And Isaac Haxton with ace queen high.
Roman has been so patient, often ending up on the wrong side of evenly matched hands, at least in terms of pre-flop equity. This time, nearly flops his opponent dead. Can he make the most of it? He's in position. Isaac does not gift any chips for the moment.
We'll check. Out of position is the pre-flop raiser. You can check quite frequently. Adding check raises to your arsenal. Protecting your check ranges. Roman, bottom set.
3, 4, or 4, 5.
Just trying to get as much value as possible from Isaac. Isaac with ace queen, 2 overs, and ace high. I imagine will float at least once, but we did see Isaac make a really sick read. 5-bet shoving, pocket 10s for 60 bigs.
It's Ike. He just knows where he's at. Why would he call if he's up against a set? Come on, Ike. You know where you're at. I'm just joking, of course. Pretty standard call. Does have all kinds of backdoors.
As the turn brings the 7 of clubs.
Roman gets the check mark officially now. Board getting less and less ideal for Ike. Tough for Roman to extract more value. Ike's hand is a bit face up. Could have pairs that are under a jack as well. That might play this way. Of course, could be just protecting his range. With a jack, Roman will certainly want to pile some chips into the middle. Given his stack size, he wants to just set up for a river jam. I suspect we see something like a half-pot bet. Or bigger. 2/3 spot goes for 100,000. Setting up that nice little half SPR river jam, but I certainly has to be thinking he is behind here.
But the main event, the try is after the main event.
If I'm in Isaac's shoes, I'm wondering what are Roman's double barrel bluffs here?
Well, ace-4 comes to mind. Would have the double gutter now. Ike is just not a believer. Puts in 100k chips, drawing dead. Roman has done an amazing job getting value so far. Ace-4 suited, I suppose it would have to be on the cutoff. Could play this way. Betting when check 2 on the flop. Continuing the story on the turn. And in this case, would have whiffed on the river. So a jam here from Roman. Clearly will get some credit from Ike, considering the turn call. But surely I can't hero call ace high for this mountain of chips.
Action on Roman. Pocket 3s. Pretty clean run out.
Great time to use the time bank. I mean, Roman's decision making, if he was bluffing, needs to be to think what hands will Ike call twice and fold. As it happens, Ike has one of those hands, simply 2 overcards. But Roman can only tell a credible bluff story if Ike has hands that would fold to a shove. He's betting, obviously, anyway. Just needs to make it look like a decision. Saves a couple of blinds at the back, like you do these days. Not much to dissect there, but here we go, effectively all in. Ike has to make a crazy hero call. And he would be wrong. Problem is the value hands are so minimal as well. I mean, Roman surely not simply flatting 6-4 suited from the cutoff. Sets are just so likely, considering the way the hand has gone.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of weird backdoors that could have occurred. For instance, some sort of a back-tin 2 pair with a jack-9, even a jack-7 suited if it was getting really out of line. Or just a jack somehow finding the ability to go for full value. Ace-jack comes to mind. So many hands that could be value, and so few hands. We talked about ace-4, maybe ace-deuce as well, but so few hands that are pure bluffs here.
And if Isaac Haxton is putting ace-4 or ace-deuce in Roman's bluff range, having the ace of spades is pretty bad, blocking those bluffs.
Block the ace-deuce and ace-4 off spades in particular, leaving mainly the ace-5 combos. This should be an easy fold. I wish I knew what Ike was thinking.
And you can really see the thoughts being processed so clearly in his mind, just through the windows of his soul.
This man does not like to get bluffed, but let's look at the pot odds being offered as well.
Certainly.
225 into 591. You only need to be right 1 out of 3.5 times.
225 into 225 to win 591.
Oh, sorry, that's what I meant. Correct.
So yeah, about like 200 win 600, 3 to 1, 25% of time. Yep. Is ace high good here? At least 25% of the time.
I mean, we're struggling to count the combos. Yeah, he knows it's not. Lets it go. I think he just became a bit too sticky on the turn there. Well done for Roman for getting this much value. Certainly back in the game, up to 37 bigs now.
Isaac Haxton still leading the pack here, 72 big blinds, 1.2 million in chips. Steve O'Dwyer, bottom of the pack, 15 big blinds. 15 big blinds, still plenty, but is getting into the danger zone. 22 players left remaining here at the APT Superstar Challenge. 25k buy-in, 36 million up top, 11.6 going to first.
I'm looking forward to finding out what that was. I'm looking forward to finding out what that was.
Yeah, I can hear Mike Haxton saying, Ike. What did I say? Mike Haxton? Oh,
we do have a lot of mics around as well.
Oh,
and Michael
goodness.
Soiza, of course, just wandering around.
Michael Soiza, you mean? Oh, no, Michael Soiza.
Michael Soiza.
And pardon me, Ike Haxton, Isaac Haxton, just said, could hear him through his lav mic saying, I'm looking forward to seeing what that was. And you will have seen that you made the right fold in the river. And I will admit that was the first thing I did when I got off the stream table yesterday in the All-Star Showdown. I was like, did I get 5-bet bluffed by 6 poker? I did not. It was just value, and I made the right fold.
Well, these guys are the absolute best of the best, so Ike certainly giving his opponent a lot of credit to be able to bluff the turn there with absolute air, to be calling with the ace-queen. He certainly wasn't doing it, hoping to draw to the ace with the queen. Just did not give his opponent credit for too many bluffs by the river with the jam. And knowing Ike, he's going to be extremely well balanced in that spot as well, so wait just a minute.
Wow.
A flop straight for Roman. These two are going at it again, and Ike this time has top pair. Well, we were talking about the meta game and how previous hands flow into the decision making of the next one. What happens here? Right after the ace queen versus the set, we have the top pair versus the flop straight on a rainbow board. I'm on the edge of my seat, Greg.
It's been so exciting watching these two just come fight it out. And that's just the way the run of the cards have been, but to see specifically these two fighting it out, pot after pot, back to back to back, has been so thrilling. Oh, we love watching conflict. Conflict's great TV.
Roman has essentially just range bet on the king queen 10 board as a pre-flop aggressor. Little does Ike know he's flopped the second nuts. Ike has a very, very strong hand. And the 7 of hearts, bit of a nothing burger on this board. Brings in one backdoor flush draw. Ike is checked with the intention of check calling surely. And that is what will be asked for him, because Roman is betting this 100% of the time for value. Once again, the sizing. We want to set it up for a river jam. Have at least one SPR on the river or close to it.
165.
Whoa.
165.
Big.
He goes huge. That's what happens when you flop a straight and you don't block any of the cards on the board. You know your opponent can have not only one pair, but 2 pair, considering you're not blocking anything. In case they have 2 pairs, Now is the time you want them to commit. Ike does not have two pair, but he's way up in his range here. Flatting from the big blind, having top pair and king, queen, 10, 7. It is just so strong. But so is Roman's bet.
And there's the call.
Unsurprising. Ike drawing dead once again on the turn, just like he was in the last hand. A huge pot in the middle, and Roman has set this up beautifully. 60% SPR.
Still in an uncomfortable spot for Isaac despite having top pair, and that will be a really unfortunate card for Roman, and might be a great card for Isaac to get away from this hand finally.
Well, get away, surely, but also perhaps one of the few cards that could actually give Ike a way to win this hand after drawing dead on the turn. The hearts and the Broadway has come in. 4-2 of Broadway, that is. Ike knows his hand is likely no good. He does decide to check. Now Roman, does he want to still go for thin value?
Roman wondering what ace X he's got here. We'll decide to check it back here, take showdown. And Isaac sees the Jack 9, thankful for the river now.
If anything, Ike probably thought it was more likely for Roman to have ace Jack more than Jack 9 off, considering the raise pre-flop. So when Roman checked behind, not betting the Broadway that Ike thought he might have for value, Ike, I think, certainly thought he had a good chance of winning. As it happens, he still has a minor chip lead, but almost 3 chip leaders at the top, Roman being one of them. What a comeback over the past 2 hands.
Where did everyone else go during that hand? It made me think that they were going on a break.
We are soon.
And then they all came back.
Yeah, I think they just knew this one's going to drag out. These two have been going at it.
Elke now getting back into the mix under the gun with ace 9 suited off of 33 big blinds. Raise it up, 2 bigs. Folds around to Lester Edok. Ace 8 suited in the big blind is out-pipped. Suited ace on suited 8s. Violence as we're off to a flop. Diamond in the window. Wow. Queen 9, 5, 2 diamonds and a club. Nut flush draw for Lester Edok in the big blind. Elke with middle pair and a backdoor nut flush draw.
I did catch some of the coverage while I was out of the booth, you and Steven. So Elke get a nice little quad aces hand there.
Yes, first hand back of his second bullet just turns quads.
Just looks so good.
And he got 2 streets from Roman. That's when they started duking it out. Four spades on the turn as it goes check, check. And river. King of hearts, Lester Edok has missed his nut flush draw. Is behind the pair 9s. Does have ace high showdown. Will check. Elke will check back. And the best hand pre is the best hand post. Lester Edok, 20 big blinds. Lester, of course, a legend from the Philippine poker streets. 1.5 million total live earnings. Number 5 Philippines all-time money list. Didn't see too many Philippine players in the first couple of days of the APT Taiwan series, but glad to see them now rolling in here on day 3.
We're only at day 3, Greg.
Only day 3. And another cool thing is that we've been doing 10-day series the past year, and this for this Taipei series, we're doing 12-day series.
That's right. 9 more days to go. Of not only the series, but the streams as well.
Yeah, we usually start them around like day 5, day 6. And it's very cool. We're doing 11 days of streaming.
Well, this time we had the All-Star Showdown to get to. We had 2 days of this amazing, record-breaking new event, the Superstar Challenge. And of course, then we get back to what we now think of as regular programming. Some of the Natural 8 events, as well as, of course, Super High Rollers, the High Roller at the end that we do, the 2-day High Roller, and of course, 4 days of main event coverage.
Lester Edok, 20 big blinds in the small blind. We'll go all in over the button raise. And a quick fold by Isaac Haxton. Nice pickup there by Lester Edok. I do find it curious that so many of these gentlemen have been stepping away from the table. Usually I find they might do that if they're getting closer to being in the money, just to scope out the other short stacks.
Oh, no, I know why it is. It's because they're on the feature table and they don't have access to their phones.
Ah.
They're probably checking their phones every once in a while.
Gotta check the gram.
Gotta respond to all those DMs that Elke has coming in, including mine.
Roman, King Queen suited under the gun.
Well, you know who I'm rooting for to be part of this hand. The rivalry to continue. Isaac Haxton. Not this time. 5-4 off, hits the muck. Ace 3 off on the button. Probably a bit too weak. As is Jack Deuce.
Winner, winner, chicken there.
No resistance to the undergun open.
And to summarize, hand 122 of the APT Superstar Challenge. Not much happened. But hey, that's poker. It requires patience, discipline, patience, and more.
Twice, huh? Oh, more patience. Mainly patience. Gotta throw aggression in there as well.
You know what they say. Comedy is all about timing!
Saw that one coming.
Yeah, the timing wasn't good on that one. 21 players left here at the APT Superstar Challenge. 7 get into the money. 11.6 million Taiwan dollars up top.
So I didn't get a chance to address this with Steven, but we did see a prop bet placed on the stream between Tony Lin and Mike Takayama about the number of entries in this event. We had, I think, 41 entries at the time, about an hour to go for late reg. And Tony Lin took the over on over 50 entries, 50 being a push. And we got to 49.
Bad beat. The worst bad beat we'll see today.
And in fact, he made a loose call. He might have done anyway, but he did call off pocket threes, hoping to eliminate a player so that they would rebuy. He did eliminate that player, but I don't think they rebought, considering how jet lagged they were.
Bad beat.
2K USD.
I was wondering how much the prop bet was going to be. I was like, was it like a 25K buy-in? Wow. We've got hands, folks. Lester Edok, Ace King, opens on the cutoff. Puna Punsuri called in the small blind, King 7 suit, and Roman now with the premium Ace Queen offsuit. Not as premium as Lester's Ace King.
I think with the effective stack being Lester's 22 bigs, considering Punat only flatted, yeah, Roman might just commit himself. Goes for 100K for now on top of his big blind. Surely Lester finds the 4-bet jam, and Roman is going to have a real decision on his hands. Ace Queen is just so strong most of the time. When you're getting the kind of pot odds that Lester's jam would offer, very, very tough to lay it down.
And Lester Edok does go all in. Punat gets out of the way. Back to Roman, who calls. Lester Edok is ahead. but all in for his tournament life with Ace King.
Tough one. A lot of people might think, why would you call off Ace Queen? You know, you're dominated by Ace King. Don't forget, you blocked the ace. It's just a bit more unfortunate to be up against Ace King, and then you're flipping so often every once in a while. Might actually just be ahead or be looking down at the same hand. So 31% equity to lose Lester, or else he finds a nice little double up.
Nice
8,
clean
4
flop
deuce. Yep,
from
super
Lester
clean.
Duck. Just needs to fade the queen.
Has the spades covered as well. No chop opportunities either with that 7 of diamonds. So queen and a queen only.
Chop opportunity is a good one. That's a good one. Got it. River of Dreams. 5 of spades, and Lester Edok will get the double up from Roman.
By the way, look who would have made the second nut flush. Punat Punsri.
Oh!
Making that speculative king 7 suited call. Fortunately, getting squeezed out of the hand, but certainly could have done some real damage.
And a nice hello to Dinesh in the chat. Thanks for saying hi. Welcome, welcome.
So Roman riding that roller coaster. Really grinded up his stack all the way to about the 800k plus mark. Now down to 500. Still double the starting stack. That's good for 30 bigs at this stage.
Lester Edok grinding that short stack. Now third in chips, 52 big blinds. Representing the Philippines here at APT Taipei. Dinesh says, let's go. Let's go indeed. How are you, Dinesh? Thanks for dropping into the chat. Folks, you're watching here on YouTube. 285 of y'all are watching. Thanks for doing that. Do us a favor, just hit that like button. Helps us grow the channel, helps us grow the game of poker here in Asia. And if you want to stay tuned with our 11 days of streaming, hit that subscribe button. Reminds me of the 12 days of Christmas.
I expect by the end of the schedule, you'll have a nice little song.
Probably on the 11th day.
Nice little parody.
The APT gave to me
1 lion trophy.
Oh, very good. No, that's when we get to 5. Lion trophy. No?
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. I just couldn't do it like you, but that's exactly what I heard in my head.
We'll write it together.
Completely undeterred. Finds the king 9 off. Knows it's an open on the button. And Roman, we saw him get a tad frustrated last time. He lost a couple of hands back to back, added a third one. Made a bit of a comeback this time, flatting from the small with queen jack off.
Roman will call queen jack off from the small blind versus Punat's button open. We're heads up to a flop. Button versus small blind, king 9 versus queen jack. Connectivity between these two cards, they will clash on certain board textures. As flop comes queen 5-4, 2 spades, top paired jack kicker for Roman. And Punat here with king 9 high, checks it over to our pre-flop aggressor. Fairly high frequency C-bet board. A C-bet from Punat, 32,000 to just under 100k. Third pot bet. Roman top pair, jack kicker. Certainly shouldn't be going anywhere. Yo, says Vinay. Is our Indian mogul still in? Are they referring to bitter single?
I wish I was an Indian mogul. They're, of course, referring to Santosh.
Ah, yes,
Santosh Savarna, the Indian mogul from Mangalore, I believe. He is not still in, unfortunately.
Unfortunate.
Did come on our feature table to kick off the day, but Santosh had to say goodbye to us.
Oh, good game to Santosh. 7 million total live earnings, representing India, 214th all-time money list.
Not only does Santosh have 7 million in all-time earnings, he basically started playing tournaments in September 2022. If you go down his hand and mob, you'll realize that's his first big score. Not only that, he's coming fresh off, I think a week ago, a $25,000 EPT win. And early on in the year, a couple of months ago, he won a WSOP Europe bracelet, making him the 4th bracelet winner from India.
Wow.
A legend in the making, if not a legend already. Started off running, I believe, some businesses, including poker-related businesses in India, and then slowly moved his way to international cash games. So there he is, Indian mogul Santosh Savarna.
Amazing. And we'd love to see the Indian representation as well here at the APT.
Certainly hypes me up. Thanks for asking, Vinay, in chat. Elki has a hand.
Ace
suited wheel cards.
Suited. Vinay says, GG. Exasperated GG is right.
What do you call Ace 4 suited, Greg? Is this your GTO Wizard special or something?
No. It's an Ace 5 suited. Ace 5 suited is the
Has
GTO
to be Ace
Wizard
5?
special.
I thought GTO wise it's all the same.
Yeah, probably. Steve O'Dwyer is all in with the pocket sevens.
I think so.
And a quick fold by Elki.
Yeah, 217.
Steve O'Dwyer, our short stack ninja at the table.
Nothing's good.
We'll pick up a pot. As we take a look at our chip count, Steve O'Dwyer chips up a couple big blinds here. Still at bottom of the pack though. Punat Poonsri following shortly after that, 26 bigs, but still a very, very deep game. Again, shout out to Christy, the dealer. Has dealt at many, many tournaments here at the APT and has been such a huge asset. Speaks many languages, Mandarin, Japanese, English. Helps out with some translations here and there. And overall, just a lovely human being. Thanks for dealing.
So Greg, 21 players left as we're approaching our next 15-minute break, after which we play 3 more levels. What do you think we get down to today in terms of number of players?
It's hard to say. Are we doing a 2K USD under over bet?
I'll do 2K Taiwanese.
Ooh, I'll do 2K Vietnamese dog.
Well, we got to scale our prop bets in relation to our buy-in potentials. We aren't exactly playing the Superstar Challenge ourselves, but I suspect the right line is something around 15 or so, which means we can look forward to 15 of the players coming back tomorrow, give or take, of course. Could be a few lesser or more. Does mean we have a game on our hands tomorrow as well. Meanwhile, an action flop. Look at the equities, it's a flip. Despite one player having top pair, one player having middle pair and sharing the other card. Thanks to the flush draw of Ike. Even stacks as well.
Can't feel too great about the jack high flush draw either though. As action will go check.
Pot control exercised by Ding. Good timing for it too, considering the even equities, but now a clear favorite with the jack 10 off. Ike has enough of a hand to consider leading out here. He certainly does not want his opponent to see more free cards in position. He can charge all kinds of single heart hands, as well as even lower pairs than a 9 that might call off 7s, 8s. Makes a small bet. Ike essentially setting his own price to reach the river, but also trying to get value from hands such as just 2 overs, perhaps with a heart.
Ding Biao will make the call with the best hand. Isaac needing a 9 or a heart. There it is. 4 to a flush on the board. Isaac Haxton with the jack high flush. the 5th nuts. 6-8 suited, of course, being the first nuts.
Well, what about
Jack 8 suited?
other such combos of useless hands that never happen? I want to see a straight flush so bad on the stream.
We saw quads. We saw quads. That's a good day. And Isaac will go for value here. 115 to what was about 145. 2/3 pot bet.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll figure it out. Thank you.
For value. Isaac Haxon just seems to have this really nice innate sense of knowing where he is in a hand.
Tough break for Ding. 4th heart. Does make it easy for him to let it go. So we move on to the next one. He's still up there. Co-chip leading with Ike. Takes back the chip lead. Lester Edok not too far behind. So there's this sort of layer of 3 people at the top, 2 in the middle and 2 at the bottom. But any of these players really, they just know how to play perfectly at every stack depth. Navigate tricky situations as we've seen some of the hands the man on the screen in the green hoodie Roman gets involved with. Never hesitates to get himself into tricky spots if it gives him a shot of building up his chip stack. If anything, I think Elky has been a bit too quiet at the table.
Sometimes you just go a little card dead. And Puna Punsuri picks up the last playable hand from Elky. Ace-4 of diamonds down to the suit. Steve O'Dwyer, short stack with the suited connector. We'll let it go. Short stack. You prefer to have hands with more direct showdowns. 6-5 suited is not one of those hands. Diamond on diamond action. Lester Edok completes the big blind. Jack 9 of diamonds. Diamonds are not Lester's best friend here. So we're off to a flop. 10-9-6, 1 diamond pair for Lester. Checks it over to Punat.
Tough board to continuation bet. 10-9-6 will smack the big blind calling range fairly often. Punat himself having not much to write home about. It is tempting though to just try and get the hand over with, hoping your opponent has whiffed completely.
And there's the turn just to give Lester a little extra bit of confidence despite already having the best hand. The big blind defense range is very, very wide. Lester will already have a lot of boats here, flop straights. But with that, also a lot of bluffs. Spade draws, single 7x, single 8x.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Punat call one street. As disconnected as his hand is from the board, Lester is going to have all the hands you mentioned, plus Lester will be forced to turn any air into bluffs on this street. Punat, of course, beats all air with his ace high.
Unblocking spades. It's good for Punat as well. Unblocking 7x, 8x.
Once you check behind on the flop, your opponent is going to be betting into you with all kinds of bluffs. Punat stacked though. Maybe one of the reasons you might want to wait for a better spot. Only 24 bigs in his stack.
And Punat will just let this one go. We'll find a better spot. Looks like some table shuffling is happening now. I see Rex coming to this table.
And then slowly one by one. Do we move after? Yeah. Can we go or we do first? Can we go? Yeah, go ahead. We're going to do the chip race first. Okay? When you guys come back from the 10.
So, just confirming soon is break time, I believe. Yeah, that's it. We have hit that break we were talking about, so we will come back with a new feature table as we're down to 21 players out of the 49 that started. We will take a quick 15-minute break and see you all shortly.
Congratulations, guys, for making the money here in Frankie.
Do you want to do 25 or just 5?
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
How much is it? How much is the bet?
Count.
And 24K of my chips is already in the middle.
And give us 20.
Yeah, you
25.
You put that 24 now. No.
245?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All in.
Just make already, right? Already nothing, right? Just make already.
I'm going to arrive just in time. Let's go.
Just run the board first.
Shouldn't we run the board first? And then
I'll get my coffee.
We don't need to count anything.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thanks, buddy.
Oh, don't count.
Oh, nice.
Easy.
Yeah, this is right.
Is that jutsu? It's okay.
All right, now you can count.
Doing good.
Cheers. Lucky good.
You know when I say that it's always best heaven on the pair.
What do you want? It's okay. I'm not even doing it. I'm just saying it. Like 123. Wow. Take it out. Oh, that's bad.
Definitely
bad feeling about it.
So sick.
Let's see, how lucky is the drink?
Yeah, lucky. I think that one is small. Careful, Bo.
Empty.
Oh, hold the alcohol.
Yeah, hold the alcohol.
Hold the bowl. Lucky coffee.
Yeah, what do you have? 7?
7s, yeah.
You're gonna get 7.
Okay.
Okay. 6 one time.
6 on time.
One time 6.
Good night, eh? Fuck you, Bo.
What is rich?
Okay, there. 7 is fine. 6 is fine.
6 is good.
6 hours.
Oh, I love
Okay. Hey, take care.
Good year.
How do you lose with 7-7?
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to APT Taipei, coming to you live from the Asian Poker Arena here in lovely Taipei. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined in the commentary booth with Stephen Lai. We are coming down to that final segment of day one of the Superstar Challenge, the record-breaking, record-setting event, the high roller event here. 25,000 USD was the buy-in. 49 entries is what we ended up with. That leads to a prize pool of 36 million Taiwan dollars, aka 1.16 million US, also leading to a first place prize exceeding 360,000 US dollars, making it, by the way, the biggest first place prize, at least on Taiwanese soil. What an event this has turned out to be, but for now we're looking at day one. This is the final 2 hours, the final 3 levels before we wrap up day one. We're down to 21 players. Steven, we were talking how many players make it to the end of day one. But before that, let's take a look at the prize. It's 367 up top, 61,000 US, that is, to make the min cash. That's 7 players. It's all to play for. What do you think? What is going through the heads of the 21 players remaining right now?
Well, I think for those experienced players, first of all, they're not too worried about the payout. So they will play the A game as much as they can. And, you know, money pressure is not going to be an issue in their head. That's number one. I think number two is to get to day 3, or get to day 2 even, like get through today. 3 more levels. You know, if you have a stack, you can get into day 2, you still have a chance. So getting through today, I think, is the main objective.
Yeah, a lot of players undervalue the idea of making it the next day. After all, there's no payout, there's no extra money, but there is a mental game involved. Not only have you survived day 1, you come back well rested, you can make the best decisions. You might have a better table than you did on day 1 right now. So we're going to line up a new feature table, as we've been doing with every break, and see the new host of players we have in front of us. But before that, I do want to talk about the man of the hour, and I do mean literally the last hour, because that's when I was in the booth. Isaac Haxton had been chip leading the table and likely the tournament. Did get into a few big pots with his rival in making, Mr. Roman, and as a result has been dented down. But making his first appearance here, is chip leading on the table, along with some other sickos. Of course, we were talking about Punat Punsri earlier. He did win the largest Taiwanese prize last year, the APT main event, 350K, and now has a chance to beat it by just about a hair, $10,000 or so.
So what, he wants the first and the second record? Is that what you're saying?
Well, he's greedy. That's how you get to Thailand's all-time #1 money list, by being greedy. Aren't all poker players greedy, Steven?
And he's also good.
And he's good, of course, a great ambassador for the game. Of course, we are looking at multiple days for this tournament, which does mean that we are going to have a lot of these players fire into the super high roller, as we're calling it, the $10,000 buy-in. Here we see some of our streaming schedules. So tomorrow we have the Superstar Challenge final day, followed by the super high roller I just mentioned. That's the $10,000 buy-in. We are going to stream. Exactly, we're going to stream the final day of that. Then we get into the fun events, the Natural 8 influencer events, and of course the Natural 8 events go across regions. So we have Hong Kong, we have Thailand, we have India, and then of course the main event coverage, day 2, day 3, day 4, all the way till the final table. Of course, we tap out the series as always with the usual $5,000 high roller. What a series it's going to be. We are on day 2 of the stream schedule, day 3 of the series, and those are the 3 big ones to play for: the main event champion, the high roller champion, and the super high roller champion.
Isn't it interesting that the biggest buy-in doesn't get a 3D line? You know, it just gets a flat line.
Yeah, it's still special. It's the flat line. We'll probably show that trophy soon. It's nice and black. Has a nice little look to it. Those 3 APT lions, though, the big ones, those are the ones you want to take home. Those are the ones I insist must have a seat of their own on the plane ride back.
Absolutely. Danny Tang is back, I can see. Seat number 9.
We have Tony Lin in seat 5, who had a prop bet as to how many players will enter. Decided to take the over on 50, 50 being a push. And what do you know? We end up at 49. He tried his best to eliminate as many people as he could, but could not make it work.
In fact, I think he eliminated one, didn't he? I think he...
Well, he eliminated someone who was jet-lagged and not likely to buy in again.
And Mike Takayama randomly just won the prop bet.
There we go.
Okay, phone.
Look at him. He's just such a captain, isn't he?
He really is.
Only 30 seconds. Okay.
Yeah, only 30 seconds. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And Tobias is back. Who else is here? Danny Tang is here. Who is seat number 2? I think we had him earlier today, but I think I've forgotten his name. Who's seat number 2? Oh,
look who did rebuy.
That's why I got to 49.
Yeah, Leon did end up rebuying. I mentioned that he was jet-lagged. He is indeed the player Tony Lin knocked out, and yet here he is.
So the maths actually works out perfectly, right? Like if Tony was to stake Leon $2,000,
Not mine.
right? Then he's free roll the EV.
Yeah, but don't forget it's a single re-entry buy-in, so there was no way for Tony to influence the odds. He lost the bet fair and square. We'd be happy to have another re-entry, of course, but as we have it, we still have a record-breaking $1.16 million prize pool.
Okay, what are we waiting for?
Danny Tang seems to have the same seat as he did previously at the feature table.
It looks like we're going to play 700.
I know, it's good looking.
There are 21 players left. 3 tables of 700 poker.
There we have it. Seat 2 is Justin Saliba from the United States. He did actually get knocked out pretty early on in this tournament, I feel. I was looking at the live updates, which you can do as well. apt.poker is the website. Amazing live reporting team. Keeps you updated on everything going on the outer tables, and in fact, protects the integrity of the 30-minute delay by not spoiling anything on the feature table.
want Google. Okay. No, I mean.
You got kids?
C3 is Daniel.
She had me covered. 255. 5,000.
Could be.
No, you have more.
22.
They're gonna reset the clock.
22 when 3 kids are fair. Huh?
3?
Three kids are okay.
Tony Lin, of course. We just mentioned. We have a player from Singapore as well.
You check the DNA?
Oh, and you see, did you know Danny Tang is actually the second chip leader at the table?
We're gonna reset the clock or what?
With 830k.
Monster stack at this stage.
And then Tony Lin is the chip leader with 900k. There you go. Right. Off we go again. Tobias with Queen Jack suited. Opens from UTG.
所以 APT 几周打你打？
一定要打。
那么小会怎么样？
没有很少啊。我很开心在亚洲飞来飞去打小比赛啊。简简单单没压力，跟朋友喝喝酒，睡到几点起来都可以。
We're gonna reset the clock, right?
怎样的生活是我梦寐以求的？
你不是每天都在过？
不一样，哪里打 Triton 不一样，整个压力不一样。
你有啥压力？
Saying
有啦。
playing Triton is just too much pressure.
Well, it certainly doesn't seem like it when he's playing it.
I hope he's not referring to this 25k as a smaller event.
I have a feeling he is. By the way, look at this spicy card. The absolute action card on the turn. The Queen of Clubs. Gives a double gutter to Daniel now. Tobias had a double gutter in the flop already. That's a flush draw for Daniel. It's tough to say who's even way ahead here. At least in terms of perceived equity. Tobias does have the Queen, of course. 75% for his hand to hold up. Daniel can certainly find the jam. He only has 8 bigs left. Yeah, he does. And now can Tobias call? Wow, quick call.
Can't be happy with that. Cannot be happy with that.
So player at risk immediately. Jack 7 of clubs.
What a turn.
Double gut, huh?
Daniel
Double gut
Milic, I want to say, from Austria. Not to be.
So we don't have to learn the name anymore.
Oh, GG, sir.
GG.
All the way down to 20 players.
Tobias is like, yep, that's how it goes. Quite happy. Yeah.
Made it look easy. Calling off middle pair there.
So we're down to the last 20 players.
APT 它那个最大有多大买入？
APT
传奇啊。
I am guessing they're going to redraw when they're down to 16 players. I think there's going to be a complete redraw.
Of course, we're playing 8-handed.
哦。
整理不可以飞，不一样。济州岛可能比整理更好，老实讲。
25000应该不会。
不知道喽。
但因为大陆能打25000没几个人。
不会吧？
Tony Lin, by the way, is the other chip lead on the table. 900,000 in his stack. Absolutely monster stack. Again, because of the structure of this tournament, still have an average of about 40 bigs at this stage.
Which is what Danny Tan has. He's Master of Disguise again.
Yeah, excuse us on the photo, of course, just like Isaac Haxton in that seat. Took a while to update. So will Danny Tang, who is replacing Isaac in that seat.
Tobias has got the invisible cloak on,
now that's
like
the
Harry
master
Potter.
Now that's the master of disguise right there. You don't know what he looks like.
I'm sure the operators are aware of the problem and it will be fixed ASAP.
身份比较特殊。我为什么周传不搞一个回来？周传为什么不搞一个回来？
schreiben müssen, ja, komm da in den Raum rein.
gesagt, abstellen.
Aber jetzt sagen, dann kommen da in den Raum rein, dann auf die Bühne und da abliefern, das ist ein bisschen
So, when I was gone for the hour, is there a new color chip introduced? Is there a new chip in play right now that's different? No,
The greens are 25,000, so I think this should suffice for now.
Right.
Let's see if the 100k chip is out yet.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering now.
Danny Haxton, people saying in chat, referring to Danny Tan's photo there.
Tony Lin wakes up with pocket queens. Is he going to bust Leon out twice in one tournament?
Leon has 26 bigs and ace-9, can certainly not find himself committed to this spot with a holding like that. But Tony Lin, I have to say, he's been off the feature table longer than he's been on it, but at least when he's been on it, has been running super hot. Queens, kings, aces, jacks, pairs holding up. And now he's certainly made the most of it, having almost a 900k stack.
Danny Haxton. That's funny.
Yeah, ace-9 can find the fold. Tony Lin giving the nod. Yep, I had it. I had it. No need to be too sus.
Which is the same look he gives when he doesn't have it.
Well balanced. Always well balanced. Yet to hear from the player from Singapore. Seat 6.
Bao Ho.
Bao Ho.
我以前都不卖股份，开传奇就卖一点点，也不怎么卖，因为别人压力太大。
So once again, we welcome the 236 strong viewers. Thanks for supporting us. This is the APT Taipei Superstar Challenge event, day 1. We have 2.5 hours or 2.5 levels left. Maybe about just under 2 hours worth of play before the end of today. We are paying top 7, with the top price being over 350,000 US dollars.
哎呀，这么大！
Tony Lin put it in with 9-3. And then he said 这么大, meaning I think his opponent is got a big hand, which is ace-7. Tony Lin has 2 live cards, cannot complain. 40% equity.
对，真的真的。
他说随便两张都可以，为什么哪里可以？
Okay, we see the flop right now. There is none of the cards that Tony was looking for. Ace high is still good. Now he's got a gut shot that could be a... No, the deuce doesn't help anything. But is giving Tony Lin a straight draw possibility.
Actually,
oh no, it
Bao
doesn't.
would make
That's
the
not
bigger straight. Yeah.
So nothing. Nope, there's a double up.
And that's why, kids, you don't jam 9-3 off.
哎呀，那股东就要找我算账了，我跟你说。
No, I think that's
对，本来就已经很
that's
惨
just
了，
sample size too small.
Of course. But you also don't jam 9-3 off. Maybe if you have 2 big blinds. If you look at the Nash equilibrium chart, I think 9-3 off and 7 deuce off will be right at the end.
Correct.
Oh, look at those earrings, by the way.
我第一次卖股份是
Linked
去
out.
年传奇，
I love it.
我卖了一点。
Bao Ho from Singapore.
我夸一下，好多人。
I have one of those lowest deceptive Hendon-Bomb all-time earnings, under the $500,000 mark. Player from Singapore, but usually there's more to the story. Some cash game expertise, some online 6 scores. don't stumble into the Superstar Challenge here. Not to mention whittle yourself down to the top 20 players left.
King 7 suited, opening from the cutoff position. Bow ho from the small blind. Suited ace. Seems a bit too strong to give up. It's hard to play though. Post flop. Is there a jam here? Yep, he's jamming. He's putting his money in with ace 5 suited from the small blind. Danny Tang still looking a lot like Haxton.
我在美国打的所有比赛都没有卖过1分都没有。
So Tobias
那你就
obviously
超有钱哦。
gives up his King 7 suited.
能打就打嘛，赌命。我巴哈马人都没有，我除了传奇。
You see the flags? Germany represented twice. The USFA represented twice. Singapore, we just mentioned Bao Ho. We do have Danny Tang. Of course, counts as Hong Kong.
Definitely Hong Kong.
Does fly the UK flag. That's where he's born from, Wrexham, as you told us yesterday, in Wales.
你们真的顺，你们真的信了。真的有人打2-3趴了没？
哎，我跟你说很多，美国那些玩家非常。
那2-3趴打来，为什么不直接去打小比赛呢？
It's Leon Sturm, seed 1 from Germany. Justin from the US has been fairly guard dead and quiet as a result.
Tony again.
Tony does not care if he's guard dead. There's a mountain of chips to put to work. That's exactly what he starts doing. Ace 5 off from the cutoff. Opens it up.
We're going to see a 3-bet from Danny Tang here. Tony Lin opens quite loose from the cutoff. So 6-7 suited is a good bluffing combo. Oh, Leon picks up a good hand. Legitimate King Queen off. I think we're going to see a jam actually. Nope, just flats it. Alright, let's see the flop. Wow, flop comes Jack 8-3, all clubs, with Danny Tang holding 7-6 of clubs. Danny
Must
Tang is
be
flop, big flush.
Nice. Leon, though, still not out of it. Tony drawing dead.
Tony's got 0%. Must be not so nice.
And Tony, the pre-flop aggressor, has been checked too. Seems to have plans. Wow. Fearless. Gets into the small and the big on a board like that. Certainly looking to wield his big chip stack. And he's going to have something to say about it.
Tiny C-bet of 2.5 big blinds. And he's like, I'm not folding here. Okay, is Leon going to make a move here? With the Queen of Clubs? As well as some runner-runner possibilities of straight, which of course would be no good against Danny Tang's 7-6 of clubs.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame a call or a fold here. You do have 2 overs and a flush draw, but the flush draw isn't the best, and you could just be drawing dead against a bigger flush draw and a pair.
Now he's getting himself in trouble because he now has an open ender and a club draw.
Luckily, the flow of the hand is in the favor of Sturm because Danny's in the small blind and Tony is the one who let out on the flop. It gets checked all the way back to Tony again. Leon gets to see the last card for free, so to speak. It's a brick. And he gets the check mark, but likely no more chips. Nice little pickup though in the middle for him.
He's going to want to bet a certain amount because it's so easy to be checked behind.
He could bet half a small blind. He probably still doesn't get called.
don't think there are any 5K chips in play.
He could bet a time bank chip, and it will not get matched. I kid, of course. This is the highest level of poker. I mean, you have to give your opponent credit for a bluff, even multi-way. Tony Lin does have an ace. Could get frisky. Bet is big, though.
Full house, pocket A. 收了，对吧？来一张嘛。哎。
Tony's like, can I see one of those?
我操！
不多鸡应该不错吧？不多鸡
应该是对吧？我觉得
很难找到鸡。
对，
我觉得应该是对吧
No, this is not a replay. This is live, delayed live stream.
太少鸡了呢。
应该是对吧
So this is the Superstar Challenge Day 1, and this is a delayed live stream by 30 minutes.
不知道你怎样找到鸡，不多
It's
鸡了。
happening right
范围太
now
少鸡了呢。
in Taipei at the Asia Poker Arena. This is the APT Taipei series, Super Challenge Day 1, with a buy-in of
美国很多玩家
$25,000 US.
打到你真的很多2趴
2%吗？美国吗？
很多。
So the comment is, this is live delay replay stream. That makes no sense, but there you go. Okay.
It's live. Let's just say it's live.
Yes.
You can ask us any questions, and we'll respond, and that way you know it's live. Let us hear it, chat. Who are you supporting, by the way? We're down to, I want to say 19 players now. We'll have the graphic up in a moment. You can also check the live updates, but who are you supporting out there? We have some superstars still in the mix. We have some superstars on the screen, really. I'm sure they're friends and family watching as well.
Justine Saliba, 10 big blinds with ace 10 off from the big blind. Could be a jam, actually.
I don't believe it is Justine. That would be a girl's name.
I was going to say.
Saliba finds the jam, and Tony once again
How much have you?
has a premium. I think this one's getting called. Saliba's going to be in trouble. He's been patient.
I got a bigger one.
I've got a bigger one.
I need to protect myself.
Wow, that's a big one.
He's just a silly person, isn't he?
good.
He's just having fun.
And why
Ace
not?
queen off.
slow roll 啦。哎呀，slow roll。哎，thank you, thank you, thank you.
Careful, too much.
What does it say? No gamble, no future. So, quite true.
Hey.
Good.
Run the diamonds.
Steven, you know the new word of the day.
Go on.
Chopportunities.
King of diamonds.
A 6 would be a chop.
King.
Now an 8 as well.
Go on then.
3 side, 608.
608.
What?
Boom.
GG.
To me.
GG. Good luck. Good luck.
Played Mr. Saliba. He's been eliminated 18th in this 25k Superstar Challenge. And then during the break, I was down in the main hall, and then 2 flights of the National Cup was in action tonight.
Flight B and Flight E. It's wild out there, huh?
So packed.
没有，
肯定没有啦。
就是很多打
我啊，
很多打
我的
2-3%。
很多打20%的，非常多。
但是是
You know, I'm starting to think my 3,000 entry prediction isn't that great.
Really now?
对对对对对。有
That would be awesome.
我听过就是1.5，他们只需要卖
不是1.5
58天直接拿免费了。
哪里有人打
Tony Lin just absolutely in control. Very, very few missteps. Cards working in his favor. He did lose a prop bet. He has donated to the cause.
Pocket change.
Pocket change has gone to the hands of Mike Takayama. The pocket change, by the way, is nearly a main event buy-in. But he is in good shape. 10 players away from the money now, by the way. So we were talking earlier, Steven, right? How many players do you think we'll be down to by the end of day 1? We have, I want to say, an hour and plus left in play today. by the way, for all 250 of you so watching, just stick around with us for the remaining hour. Let's see how this winds down. And what do you think? What's your best guess? How many players will we be down to?
So we're going to play 2 more levels. So I reckon you could go down to the FT actually. Could be 8.
No way. That is so ambitious.
8.
We have about, frankly speaking, a full 3 levels left. So
yeah, so down to 8.
Possible. But I think the FT. I mean, obviously the money begins at the 7th place finish, so it's not even an FT bubble per se. So you're right. It is a very unusual circumstance where action technically should not slow down as you approach the FT. But let's not forget the average blinds is 41, thanks to the structure of the tournament. So people aren't that shallow. It's tougher to get eliminations. What I'm saying is I would gladly take the line at 8 if you want to put up a few beers.
Well, I think...
You know what? I'll be generous. I'll take the line at 10.
10?
9.5? Over?
How about 10 for a push?
Okay.
So what, you going over?
Yeah,
so
I'll
you
go
think
over.
11 or more, yeah?
Yeah, let's do it. There you go, chat. I get 2 beers.
Easy.
2 beers on whoever wins. You think Tony Lin is the only one who can make prop bets? So what if it's not 2,000? We'll do 2 beers.
Oh, they can be expensive beers.
There we go. Now it all depends how many players Tony Lin wants to knock out before he's done with Bay. Not the chip leader of the tournament, by the way. On the table, rather. Danny Tang still has a slight edge.
He's hit his 1 million mark. I'm slightly surprised that Anson Zhang isn't playing this event. He's another super high roller from Hong Kong.
Do you know if he's made it to the tour yet?
Oh, he won the first high roller event.
Did he?
Yeah. That's why I thought he was going to play this.
Come on, gotta spin it up.
I think the first event he played, he won 1.3 million Taiwanese dollars.
Badass.
We usually call those scores a trip saver. Made this trip saver in the first event. But there are so many Hong Kong players at the venue. So many. There's so much Cantonese being spoken, and they just walk down the venue and we're like, oh, am I back in Hong Kong?
There we see the outer tables, by the way. That's true. Edok in the frame. Roman, of course, in his now signature green hoodie.
Elky's still in.
Do you spot it?
Do you think S-Pen is still in?
Oh yeah, LQ was at the back. How could I miss the golden blonde hair? I don't believe I spotted S-Pen. Can't check the live updates, of course.
I was going to say, for the latest updates, please go to apt.poker.
Exactly.
My friend. Stop the guesswork. I'm guessing they're redrawing right now. It's actually down to, or is it hand for hand?
That's right. They are waiting for the other table because it is hand to hand, because there's going to be a redraw when we hit 16 players. Keep you updated. I did pull up the live reporting. Ever trustworthy live reporting team.
Yep.
No Espen.
No.
Basically looking at 2 tables and change here. Joshua McCulley, somebody who I believe hasn't been on a feature table yet.
No.
Still in the mix. You see him right at the edge of the second table, I believe.
Mr. Haxton's still in, it seems.
Mr. Haxton's still in. Joshua McCulley is seat 3 on the other table.
Lester's here. Takayama.
Mr. Mike Takayama no longer in. Another player we haven't had on the feature table. There you see him in the blue shirt on his phone on the right hand side of the screen. Seat 2 on the second outer table. Aiden Tam from Canada. So a few players we haven't had the honor of introducing to our stream certainly all seem primed to make it a day 2, in which case they're very likely to end up on the stream. There's a shot of the entire table, by the way. Do have Mikhail Anderson, who had some fans in the chat, thanks to his ruggishly handsome looks. There's Joshua McCullough, by the way. Gets the full close-up.
Wow, look at the venue. All the tables are in play, with 2 flights of the National Cup in action right now. So the National Cup is interesting because they get to ITM at 14.5%, but they will play down to the last 5% before they get to day 2. So day 2 is going to be, you know, reasonably small number of players.
Although there are 5 flights that people are coming from, so
yep.
Sure, it's a decent field.
Oh, amazing.
Another player, by the way, we haven't had the privilege, I think most of the players in seat do, is the player from Japan, Hirokazu Kobayashi. Looking forward to seeing that.
So who is... So where's the action? I don't... So we're waiting for a hand to finish, but I don't know which table is.
Table 2, I believe. Elke has had a lot of DMs to reply to today. I think he's happy being off the feature table. Because of course we take the phones away.
Yes.
Elke waving to us from 30 minutes ago. Hi, Elke. There you have it. 16 players left, average bigs 37. 11.6 million TWD, Taiwanese dollars. Up top, good for 350k plus US, 367 to be precise. All the way down to 61,000, a little over double your buy-in for your efforts. Not too bad for a day or so's work for those who make it to the money, but really it's all about getting that record-breaking first place prize, the biggest first place tournament prize in Taiwan, up on offer. You know what's cool? That record will only stand for 5 days.
Exactly. Well, hopefully.
Oh, no. Definitely. We're guaranteed to be.
Of course, yes.
$2 million is the guarantee at the main event, $2 million US for the APT Taipei 2024 main event. So chat, while we're figuring out the table redraw, there we have it. The players, by the way, go down to 16, which means there's going to be a redraw. Once again, we'd love to hear from you. Hit a like, by the way, while you're at it. You wouldn't believe how much it helps us. Let us know who you're supporting on the stream. What is a cool hand that you've seen today?
Okay, we're down to 16, it seems. They are withdrawing right now.
Precisely. Telling you, man, those DMs, they're coming in strong today.
How often does he have to bleach his hair to have it so kind of impeccable?
I never even think about it. I only think of Elke looking naturally like this somehow.
So he's dyed his eyebrows? Is that what you're saying? Okay, so
what a beautiful preview of day 3 here. The full arena full of hopefuls trying to make it to day 2s and final tables.
Dreamers.
The audio isn't capturing the insane chip riffling. It is capturing it a little bit, actually. But when you're actually out there, there's just nothing like it. Live poker is just so fun. There you have it. Interesting table redraw.
So Lau Ka Fai is saying Elke is using a Samsung. Do pro players like using Android? Well, Elke actually lives in South Korea. So South Koreans you know, a good percentage of them prefer Android or prefer Samsung Galaxy to Apple products. So that might be the reason why he's using Android.
Yeah, in case you're not familiar, Samsung is the Apple of South Korea.
Samsung is really weird because it makes everything, and even has a bank. So Samsung is like a giant corporation that does everything in South Korea. You can borrow money from Samsung
and buy Samsung products with it. Closed loop of capitalism. Michael Anderson seems focused.
Indeed. He was playing quite well at the feature table earlier today.
Very well, very patient. Got his money in good. Solid player. High stakes cash player from Macau, I believe.
So the tournament director is updating the seed draw for our benefit. The next APT will be at Jeju, a luxurious resort in Jeju. So for more information, visit apt.poker. Have you been to Jeju before?
Not yet. Looking forward to it. How about you?
Yes, that's where I won my first international tournament.
Look at
you.
you.
An APT Jeju event.
Wow.
So I'm looking forward to, hopefully I'll be invited to come back to the booth and go back to Jeju and say this is how it all started.
That's gotta feel special. So Jeju, a big hub for poker in Korea?
Used to be, yeah. I think the reason, well, first of all, it has casinos.
By the way, there's the Superstar black trophy you were referring to. Look how slick, freshly polished it is. It's almost blending into the background, actually. Maybe the shot doesn't do it justice. You gotta put it up there, maybe. We will see it being lifted tomorrow. Sorry, Stephen, you were telling me about Jeju.
And the reason why it's such a popular poker destination is because mainland Chinese could get to Jeju visa-free. So it attracts a lot of mainland Chinese players. So one of the players is concerned about the starting time.
We will be starting in a few minutes, I assume. Gotta make sure all the chip counts, the redraw works out well. Oh, look at that. Look at all the events. Short deck, single re-entry, no limit hold'em, bomb pot champion. That's what I would want. Win the button champion. This is just incredible.
Double board.
One day, boom. I am just foregoing this commentary business, using up all my bankroll and playing every mixed game, every small event I can at the APT.
You don't have the time because you're going to run deep.
Well, Stephen, let's be realistic. I'll have plenty of time to do plenty of events. But I will play them all, goddammit. I just think they're so fun.
你看一下，这一步要杀死我的这个样子，你说这不太行。上一次才把我杀死的手下留情啊，两个 BB 也是命啊，人家一个 BB 都能躲。
Our friend Greg, by the way, might fire some bullets today, as he said. There's the midnight super hold'em TikTok boom, where the levels go from 10-minute level increments to 5 to eventually 2 minutes, which is just ridiculous. That's the fun of it, really.
There was one TikTok event in the previous series where, when it went down to 3 players, the average stack was 0.5 big line. So everyone just sitting there tanking, just using up the time banks.
That is hilarious. We also have a lot of mixed games on offer today as well. And mind you, there's a second venue where a lot of these are occurring. Of course, you could see in the previous shot how this venue is essentially packed. There you have it again. No worries, shuttle running back and forth. You went to the other venue, Stephen.
Correct.
How far would you say it is?
Oh, 5 minutes.
Perfect.
Max in the car. They had 68 entry today in the single day high roller event on the other side. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
And a lot of the mixed games happen in the other venue as well.
Tobias, having a quick meal.
950K, even.
So I did meet Victor Chong at the cafe, and he mentioned how CTP might have the best food at any APT stop. The cafe is becoming fairly legendary. I just chowed down some dinner myself. You're about as experienced in Taiwanese food as anybody? Steven? What do you think?
Oh, the cafe. This time was so busy that they ran out of rice at 8 p.m. this evening.
And when you run out of rice in Asia, you know you've hit quite a milestone.
You know it's a happy problem.
Exactly.
So they are coloring up maybe some of the chips. And they're doing like a recount. So that is 103万 1,030,000 chips.
1,030,000. Yes, correct.
Correct.
That's Kelvin, our producer. This is the kind of laborious work that makes it possible to have a successful stream with constantly updating chip counts. Of course, we've given a huge shout out to the many dealers who take care of the streaming side of dealing, where you have to announce bets, handle the shot clock. So much work to do. Huge shout out to the dealers and the production staff. And of course the cameraman giving us the full 360 right now. Keeping us engaged. As is the man on the screen, Tony Lin. Ever entertaining. Really hoping for him to go deep, just to keep us entertained.
Good.
Isaac Haxton is back on the stream. Seat number 2.
Good. Better than Ding Tai Fung or no?
Better than Ding Tai Fung? Impossible.
You always eat at Ding Tai Fung in Coca-Cola Studio. The dumplings they have there.
Ding Tai Fung is a very famous chain of Xiaolongbao restaurant in Taiwan. So Xiaolongbao is a Taiwanese delicacy, a small soup dumpling.
Love some Xiaolongbao. Apparently there's a really famous, maybe it is the restaurant you just said, Din Tai Fung, in Taipei 101. Is that it? Ah, that's the one. I've heard that. Love me some good soup dumplings. By the way, just a quick update. We did just find out 3 minutes till we resume tables. We're down to 16, 2 tables, 7 people paid, meaning when we get down to the final table of 8, we still won't be in the money. And just to keep things spicy, Steven and I have a little bit of a prop bet. I feel like we'll have more than 10 players left towards the end of the day. We have, I want to say, 2.5 levels to go. That's 40 minutes left.
Anything could happen. And
I'm just excited to have Ike back. Certainly made it interesting with a few hands he played at the feature table. I think with Ike, knowing his cards versus not knowing his cards makes a huge difference.
Indeed.
He could do anything at any point. Next to Ike is going to be Elki, as you just saw. Ike in seat 2 there, Elki to his right, or to his left rather, our right on the screen. Elki in seat 3. Tobias Schwett hasn't moved. Seat 4 on this feature table. Same goes for Tony Lin, who you saw earlier, seat 5. Bao Ho from Singapore is back. Seat 6. Danny Tang hasn't moved on seat 8. We do have the player Ding, who I believe is from Hong Kong. Just have to double check that.
I don't think so. I don't know.
Oh, Singapore. My apologies. It's Bao Ho.
自己 set the rules 说就是主办单位不可以打，就不打。
We heard
Okay.
Danny.
Sorry.
We heard Danny Tang announce 1,030,000 in chips, making him the chip leader on the table at least. And Tony Lin not too far behind, 970,000. As is Ike, by the way.
Oh,
almost a clean million.
I think that's the checkpoint all the players are looking for. It's the feeling of, you know, getting over 1 million, even though it doesn't really mean anything, but it's like a symbolic place.
我跟他说5个还不够，我说你传奇上一站进了多少个 final table？ 我说5个嘛，他一定要说8个。5个都不行啊，总共就打8个。总共就打8个，那要说他8个 final。
哪一场进了8个？
The players, no doubt, as angsty as us to get going. I think it's safe to say we just have a 1 minute countdown until we kick off.
Excellent.
Meanwhile, would love for you guys in chat to tell us who you're supporting here. Personally, I found it very easy yesterday to root for Lung Lung, the wild card at the All-Star Showdown. Stand-up comedian, having been playing poker for just 1 year, decided to just come and ship it against all the sickos in the world.
Okay, we are just about to resume. It looks like the dealer is shuffling, and then we are about to resume. We're down to 16 players. We're going to play another 2.5 levels.
Make a bet international against China?
Yes.
So we should finish by
Let me
midnight.
kick out the ad ticket first. To the leader, right?
Oh.
And
Ding Biao is from Hong Kong. But anyway, he could be. All right, Danny Tang. Folds. Pocket sevens is a standard open. Haxton with ace jack off from the cutoff against a +1 open.
No, but
Difficult.
Is there any other ways I can go? Like another time?
So decides to flat because it's too good to give up. Perhaps too weak to 3-bet. It'd just be a shame to get 4-bet and have to fold. So flatting.
Well, the last time around, I got 4-bet from +1. He ended up 5-bet jamming 10s. Never discount Ike, but Ding is a new player on the table. Or maybe Ike has been playing with him, but
there you go.
Takes the standard line, flops best. Easy life. 88% likelihood Ike crosses the 1 million chip mark. Joins Danny Tang in that exalted zone.
The original race is checked to, so Tony's checked from the big blind. The original aggressor's checked from +1. It's now up to Axton to act. Decided to check, 2-pair. Which gives Tony a gut shot. Straight draw. It's probably going to check. Yeah. Pocket sevens is pretty much given up. Yep. Ace jack's too strong, not too bad.
Yeah, good. Happy to be here. Another trophy. I need to win a trophy.
This hand should be likely over after a
I
bet.
don't have many poker goals anymore. I don't care, but I want to.
So 150k pot might be worth 50k.
I want the Lion trophy.
25k. All right.
7 duels.
The old 1.25 BB bet multi-way. Still gets through.
I thought my 50k bet was small.
Look at the chip distribution. 55 BBs up top. Now the chip leader on the table. Essentially tied with Danny.
Win only.
Couple of 40 big stacks in there as well.
One to win, right?
Going all the way down
If one of you 4 win,
Okay.
you 1K. If one of
to
you
that
4 win,
sub 15 level.
Okay.
Okay, good.
How much? 1K?
1K? More? You want more?
US dollar or
Yeah, 1K.
Oh, sub 20. My apologies. The shortest stack of the table.
Okay.
Bao Ho. 19 bigs. Tied with the German sensation, but currently on his second board, Leon Sturm. Also 19 bigs. And Elke with 20 bigs. So 3 shorties. Still plenty to work with.
Oh, you
19 bigs.
got a more chip? No, oh no.
I know we've said this many times, but it's true that one double up will change everything.
Very good player. No matter how much. No? What? Why you laugh?
They have all the chips. No? Then you guys have a little bit more chips.
哎呀
But it's okay.
So now we team now. 哎呀，自己人自己人。哎呀，自己人也得
Something about forming a team.
20, 30.
Sure, he's joking.
Oi.
He's jamming
Don't snap
into a 17 big blind. Oh, he's got ace high.
Ace 10, please.
Ace
7
7.
你都 call 啊？自己人这么凶。
He's saying, "Ooh, what are you calling with ace 7? You're so loose." Yep, says the man who jammed with king queen off. So it takes one to know one. But the equity is running pretty close.
Well, Tony was hoping his opponent had ace 10.
It's so bad.
It's even worse.
Queen.
Right on the flop. Tony's all smiles now. Oh, it's drawing so thin all of a sudden. And ace is the only card that can rescue him. Jack does nothing. Barry Greenstein needed. Start using that stand-up equity. Now he decides to stay in his chair like a man. Sees the queen hit. The river is eliminated in 16th place. GG, sir.
If anything is better, you can bully on the bubble if you have all the chips better.
We lose the player from Singapore.
Another 13 minutes to go until the end of this level, and then we're going to play 2 more after that. I think I've got a feeling you might win the bet. It's going a lot slower than I anticipated.
Really? For you to say that right as we have an elimination, that's encouraging. I think it's going to be close.
Should we ask that table to do it against this table?
Oh yeah, I can do it.
You want a 1K, 1K, 1K?
Happy to buy out
1K, 1K?
for 1 beer.
Wait a minute, I want to hear Tony Lynn's prop bet. Last longer? Is that what he suggested?
1K, last longer.
Guys, you're playing for 350,000.
Seem fair, but no.
8 away from the money.
Can lose once. He's a better player.
It's only with the same actually.
We only 3 players now.
Okay.
You 1K, okay.
I would obviously also book it, but I feel like it's unfair for you.
Actually, you want bet? 1K?
Danny Tang with his ace king off.
1K USD, yeah. Now we got trouble, only 3 players, so I need to protect the 2 guys. Okay.
Wait, so you got action? Tony Lynn, the master of prop bets. So we were talking about our own prop bet, and you said you were willing to buy out. I'm going to be like Mike Takayama and let it ride. Let's see what happens. 2 beers or 1 beer, it's all the same. Just want to win and collect.
Well, you got to win first.
Well, if Tony's calling 9-8 off, I don't know. He's in the mood to eliminate some people, I think.
Coblio.
Pretty loose call on the button.
Cannot
against
call.
an under the gun open. Speculative to say the least.
Call already? I lose 1 more teammate again.
Does flop best, but look at the equities.
2
Almost
overs.
a coin flip.
And he got shot. Check. 4 doesn't help anyone. Oh no, or the spades. Danny can't be too happy. Tony's checking for spades.
Tony knows he's likely ahead, but doesn't want to get raised.
He's betting a 2.5 big blinds, 50k.
I mean, these guys are the best of the best, and I wouldn't read into it too much, but certainly a lot of signs of weakness from Tony in terms of not having at least a nutted hand. Sure, Danny's picked up on all of it, but might just think his ace king is good enough to take to showdown.
Ace high, please.
Ace high it is.
哇 ，Ace King 你埋伏这么深。
我是开的大哥。
啊
Ace high, please, he says.
完了，我又 lose mine。哦。
And Tony's like, I'm just drawing, and I hit. Oh well.
Yeah, Danny's not finding it as amusing as Tony, understandably.
刚才15给你撞了20几
Tony
万，
now.
输撞回你
Hefty chip lead up top.
我跟你说，我一天
71
打一个比
bigs.
赛。
你以为他是大盲？
对，我以为他大盲，我8-9开枪，你给我疯了8-9打我疯了。但我刚才也是一把有了 over， 我没看到，我 over 那对子跟进来了，然后给他吃了。服了，你吃了，我是20比30万。
Tony's really got the true spirit of the game, you know, just having fun, talking. It seems the non-Chinese speakers are just hoping that the day will be over soon. They seem a little bit tired.
Tobias, king 10 off, good enough. Late position, hijack. Opens it up. He's hoping to get some credit since he's been quiet for a while, but Tony. Getting premiums, hitting when he doesn't have a premium. It's Tony's world, and this table is just living in it. Ace queen suited this time around. Got caught with the king queen and hit the queen. This time he traps essentially. Ace queen suited, an absolute monster.
No, undergun over. This one maybe I call you.
He's balancing his range. He called with 9-8 off last time. This time he flats ace queen suited. Interesting board. King jack 6. Tobias does end up with top pair, but Tony has the gut shot to the Broadway. Tobias holds one of the 10s.
He checks. Ooh, that's quite smart.
Doesn't have the greatest of kickers. Wants to make this a 2-street hand. Now has the gut shot to the straight as well. Can comfortably fire out. Tony has under-repped his hand. Effectively has only a gut shot in terms of making a real hand. Does not have a club. Backdoor club draw just came. Can't convince himself that ace queen is ahead enough of the time. Combined with the Broadway draw to make the call. Also, when you under-rep your hand, I feel like you just want to call it off once. Show some discipline though.
Bluff.
Never bluff.
Tobias didn't even answer. Like, yep. Just leave me alone.
Tony, you know this is being streamed, right? You can always check afterwards.
我打得很猛，真的非常经常走神。刚刚才走神，跟他说了走2次了，没有走神。不尊重比赛啊！我也觉得是。
So we are 7-handed on this side, on the feature table, and 8-handed on the outside table.
我感觉他应该是整个比赛啊，你们最有钱的一个，真的，不开玩笑。
你看啊，那些老外、
对家好。
没有，那些老外要不都是11点刀拿那个扳水嘛，要不呢都是3、4点刀，好像我讲的，他呢12点刀，扳水不要，扳水不要。
King 9 suited.
但是都不要哪个扳水。
Opens from hijack.
12点来的，我从来没拿过扳水，不够也是。
Just to preview our scheduling, tomorrow we are going to see the final day of this Superstar Challenge. And then on Sunday, it's going to be the Super High Roller final day. Monday and Tuesday are the two Natural 8 localized events, including the KOL Challenge. And then the main event will begin on Wednesday, where we're going to stream the whole of day 2. Wednesday will be day 2, Thursday will be day 3, Friday being day 4, and Saturday being the final day. And then we'll wrap up our series on Sunday with the APT 2-day event, High Roller 2-day event.
And we should point out, usually in our stream schedule, day 4 is the final day. But considering the turnout that we expect for this incredible $2 million USD guaranteed main event, we will need that extra day to get to the winner.
I pay what?
300 surrender.
300 to buy out?
Surrender, yeah.
Oh, what the hell? No. No.
You pay $300 US to surrender. Wow, 9-4 suited from the big blind.
But it's suited. When Ike does it, it has to be right, isn't it?
One time, please. Just one time.
Tobias has the perfect hand on this board. Absolutely has a lock on the hand with the exception of a 5, making a straight for Isaac. Mandatory C-bet here with the pocket 10s. Dream flop for 10s. Goes big. 75,000.
哪一方面？
就生活没有概念。
生活。
就像你刚才说的那种事情。对啊。
And Ike did defend 9-4 of clubs. Now that you flopped a straight draw. Must you continue despite the size of the bet?
你刚才都能说。
刚才你还跟我聊什么增肌的观念，我都不会。
Haxton has a gut shot, and that's good enough for him.
觉得怎么看，我都没概念的。全世界都是一家人。
Not there yet. So he's kind of thinking maybe the 9 is a clean out for him. You know, he's playing against Ace King, Ace Queen, or Ace Jack, which just got the underturn. Kind of has to continue.
There's the second barrel. Nice for value. Like, let's go. So 15 players still left. Lines are up to 10,000, 20,000. Next level goes to 10,000, 25,000. So a very small increment.
Thank you.
看起来是都好看，我看到漂亮美女就眼花。老板是不是这么聊天？渣男，不是这么聊天。
渣男。
Tony is saying flattering things to the dealer who just left the table.
I have no surprise that Tony is very comfortable complimenting the dealers. Certainly seems that type of personality. Can we just take a moment to absorb this Superstar challenge? I'm looking at Ike, I'm looking at Elke, Tony Lin, of course, a legend, Zone, Danny Tang, battling it out here at the APT feature table. And we're still so early into the series. What a great start. And what a sort of new level reach for the APT here. Having such a big event with such good turnout.
Well, it's giving players a lot of confidence that, you know, all these amazing superstars are playing the APT. You know, they inevitably will be playing the main event, and then you're going to have a chance to sit next to Haxton and bluff him.
I would definitely enter any tournament where I would get Haxton bluffing equity.
which is never too much.
Well, it's like rounders, isn't it? You make a good bluff against a legend. You tell that story for life.
It's true.
Sorry, Johnny. I don't remember.
Oh, here we
the
go.
Matt Damon story.
Yes. So 2 flush draws out there.
放心，我们今天2个都不能夺冠。
Isn't it interesting? Look at the equity runs they run so close. Even though ace high is way ahead, surely. Oh, but then again, Elki can hit a heart. Yep. Okay, well, Leon takes down.
I get it, Steve. It's getting to that point of the night. We're approaching the end of the stream. 5 high flush draws do get missed. Do not blame you in the slightest.
Good evening, Leo Pang. We don't play until ITM. We're playing 2 more levels.
Thank you. 1K, appreciate it.
1K.
Wow.
We have reached the next level, by the way. 10,000, 25,000 with the 25,000 ante.
Gambo, huh?
Somebody bigger.
Opening to 50k from under the gun with ace jack off. Danny Tang. Hijack. Time to 3-bet, surely.
Big stack versus big stack. UTG open. Ace king now. Offsuit variety. In the hijack.
Yeah.
There's the 3-bet.
Good stuff.
Goes back around to Tony. Really all options on the table, but I suspect he's going to lean towards folding. Danny did 3-bet his under the gun open. He's in the weaker part of his range.
He's unlikely to go out of line against Danny here.
Yeah, Danny does have a mountain of chips. Not quite above the 1 million mark anymore, but...
Do you see that? He
yeah,
was pretending
the
he's
pump
gonna
fake with the no gamble, no future sticker. Classic Tony.
你成功了。我叫群里的人去看。
8K, yeah.
可信度非常低。你这种人买不了。
Danny's just like, yeah, ace king, I had ace king.
Ace is
If you don't believe me, I'm still going to say have ace king because I really did have ace king.
我看上次 AK 啊。
So welcome to 290 viewers from around the world. Let me know where you're watching this stream from. I know Leo Pang is watching it from Hong Kong. Don't know the rest of them actually. So tell me please, where are you watching the stream from? How many viewers from Taiwan? And India.
We did see Akshay Kapoor in the chat. Has commentated for the APT before. Maybe if Santosh was still around, some Santosh fans might have been there, but he was eliminated a while ago. Look forward to seeing him play the super high roller he mentioned he would play, by the way.
Steph just left a message saying he's watching this from Cyprus.
Supporting maybe any of the Triton players. Isaac Haxton comes to mind.
No, they live in Malta, don't they? Not Cyprus.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
Cyprus
yeah.
is just where they hold a lot of events.
Yeah.
Big poker destination now.
It's true.
125.
Here we go.
125.
The open ender for Isaac. Good enough to bet big. Tony Lin has the perfect hand to continue. Top pair, decent kicker. Could be fireworks.
How much total you play?
Just under 950 total to start.
John Berryman from Texas.
780 behind.
Good morning, Texas. Tony asking a dangerous question here, Steven. Said, how much are you playing? Of course you want to know, but could have been contemplating a check raise. Goes with the call. Ike knows Tony has something and just bangs the nuts. The perfect card, the offsuit 8.
Too easy.
Top pair remains top pair. Should not look too dangerous,
easy.
considering Isaac opened from the cutoff. 7-6 is going to be down the list of potential holdings. This could get interesting. 400k in the middle. I can easily set up a river jam sizing.
270.
That's an example of river jam sizing. It goes big. And I think we can all learn a lesson here. I mean, you do get tempted to keep your opponent in by betting smaller when you have the nuts like this, but realizing that when Tony calls, he's going to fold the 5s and 4s anyway, doing more sizing. Might as well bet big, get hands such as the one Tony has to commit a huge chunk of chips and feel even more committed on the river.
It's confusing. I'm almost certain I have 2 dime banks. I don't know where they went.
Oh, he's not sure about something. Tony usually acts quite fast, so when he's deliberating like this,
he knows the rest of Ike's stack is very likely to end up into the middle on the next street. This is a key moment, not only of this hand, but perhaps for Tony's tournament. He is drawing stone dead.
And Haxton's tournament too.
Wow, great fold, Tony.
No bluff.
King high.
As much as Tony fools around,
Are you supposed to have?
he made that fold look easy.
No, how many should you have right now? Did you steal mine?
He's complaining about Elky stealing his time banks. That's funny.
翻牌是满坡。
对啊，我知道，flop 满过，他们等牌不是吗
Floor。皮十了，应该是这皮十。
He's asking for floor to come and check on the time banks. Brilliant stuff.
Just thinking back to the hand, I mean, Ike had the perfect situation. The nuts against the drawing dead top pair good kicker on a dry board. What do you think happened there? Maybe the bet was too big for Tony to continue? Smaller sizing, surely Tony does not fold.
I think Tony was just concerned that Haxton could bluff any river.
Oh, 6-7.
Yeah. And, you know, a pair of 9s is medium strength, right? A naked pair. You know, Haxton could have all sorts of 2-pair on that board as well.
Still a great fold nonetheless. I mean, when you're looking up Isaac Haxton, he certainly could have plenty of bluffs, so to fold pretty up there in your range, it's very impressive.
Hey, pocket kings. So SSS, you're watching from home, so where is home? Please do tell us. The moon or Mars?
Perfectly reasonable to play Melody.
Or Taipei even?
I mean, I don't know what's in that green bottle, but I bet it makes you forget things.
Standard 3-bet here from the big blind. Pocket kings.
Yeah, it's a chicken.
so sketchy.
I think there is actually merit in flatting this big blind against a button open.
And the language is Thai.
It's Thai.
The reason being that the button's going to be so wide. Kings is so strong.
It's like a chicken.
Well, at least that's how I feel, right?
There's one English word on there. It says
Because he needs a full double up. Like he doesn't want to take down pre, really. No, he needs to climb up that chip count board.
It is good for the metagame, as they say, to raise there. Of course, your opponent won't see what you had until the end of the stream, so does disincentivize them from raising your light the next time around.
It's like camphor, menthol, and some.
Yeah, I smell it a little bit through the mask.
So it's some sort of menthol kind of wakes you up.
Oh, no, I don't think. I'm not sure.
Does that count as performance-enhancing drugs?
I wouldn't call it a drug, but definitely performance enhancing.
It's just a box of nice smelling stuff. Apparently.
King, queen suited, 15 big blinds. No one is going to criticize this jam, including me.
Oh, you're holding too? Oh, okay. Let me think.
Someone's here for your accent, by the way.
No, this one has no ketamine.
No ketamine?
No ketamine, nothing.
Gotham mocking me. Frequent.
You're welcome.
Hey, 300 viewers.
Hey, hello to 300 viewers. I was gonna say Gotham's often in the chat, including in Indian events, and I do tend to code switch, having spent 10 years in the US. It is funny though when you have Indian names sometimes, because of course I understand the global poker community, for instance, with Santosh would call him Santosh. That's what I'm here for. Clarify the Indian pronunciations.
Thank you very much. Ace Juice opening from UTG.
Not really happy now.
I'm sorry.
Tony Lin. Not happy. I'm sure you're very happy.
Big fold?
Big fold. Never fold that hand in my life.
What? Why make a big fold? Why you fold pocket nines?
High fold.
Still talking about that hand.
Tony having fun out there.
Trying to convince people that he folded pocket nines.
Oh, I didn't even realize he opened the gun.
Smell some eucalyptus.
Huh?
Go smell some eucalyptus.
Can't be too happy with pocket fives here.
I've tried it many times before. Yeah. From Thailand, right?
Yeah.
For one thing, you're at risk for being counterfeited, which is about the worst feeling in poker. Queen would render the fives useless.
3 pairs doesn't beat 2 pair.
3 pair should beat full houses. I'm convinced. Big bet, by the way. Ike asking the question. Are you ready for the spot to balloon up? Unless you have an 8 or perhaps a queen. Do you want to fight back? For now, yes, says Ding. Not going anywhere. Hard to make a pair, especially on this board. How about a 5 to reward the stickiness? All of a sudden, Ding is going from hoping his opponent doesn't have a queen or better to just wanting them to somehow have an 8, somehow have an overpair. Get the full double up. Ike was under the gun, so let's not forget he's out of position. This is getting very tricky. Your opponent flatting on queen 8-8 certainly makes it difficult for them to continue. Ike goes big.
Big turn bet.
240.
Half pot.
More than half pot. 2/3, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Not to mention, it's about 40% of Ding's stack. Very, very easy flat call here for Ding. Keep the bluffs in to the extent Ike has exactly the kind of hand he has. A queen probably wouldn't pay off a jam anyway, and 8s, you'll find yourself all in on the river. So, very easy call. The question is, what is Ding representing? Essentially a queen, or of course an 8. Hands such as the jack 10s, the smaller pairs, likely not continuing to this bet. So does Ike have the triple barrel in him? Absolute brick on the river. This is the moment. Essentially what it comes down to is, does Ike think Ding would fold a queen? But considering that Ding can easily have an 8 as well, I don't think Paxton can really make this bluff. A call on the flop, a call on the turn. The board as dry as it gets.
He is bluffing.
Wow. Insta call.
That's done.
You can count his, not mine.
Wow, wow, wow. What a huge swing.
Yep.
哇，我天葫芦，哎呦，
嚯，
葫芦你不好进吗？
Turn set.
你不好进吗？
We have a new force on this table. 1.5 million in chips for Ding. Easy game.
Okay, now
When you hit a set, yeah.
4K is like so big right now compared to just.
How about Ike finding the triple barrel with the ace deuce? Fearless.
No.
This is why coming back to that hand with Tony Lin, that fold with top pair is so incredible because clearly Ike can have absolute air at any point. Tony Lin managed to make the right decision, and of course, Ding managed to make the easy decision of hanging on with his pocket fives. Much easier after he hit the set, or rather the boat on the turn. Look at that Ike stack reduced to a third of what it was. Still plenty to work with.
No deal. Actually, I told you never bluff. That's why both have the pair.
Tony
He's still talking about that hand.
There we go, Ike. Saying, I had the nuts, do you mind? I'm the one who just lost.
Pocket users, never loses.
I mean, it is interesting to think back on the hand. Ike essentially is taking the gamble that his opponent should not have an 8. It is, of course, very tough to have an 8 when two are out there, and of course, 8's not really in the calling ranges pre-flop anyway. Let me pause a moment because I sense a jam coming against his somewhat nemesis, Tony Lin, who's been needling him a bit.
All in. I think it's
10.
10.
How much total?
3.
This is surely just posturing from Tony. Cannot call off pocket deuces here.
3, 4, 10.
It's a bit too much, right? You hurt this stack a bit too much.
Yeah. It's not getting the desired equity.
I think 10 big blinds he would call off.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, no. He's just calling off anyway.
Excuse me?
Yep.
Never bluff.
Pocket deuce. Never
Pocket
lose.
deuces.
I bet on Jackson.
Color me surprised. That is an ambitious call. I
like it
mean,
by hand.
you're flipping at best, and we've seen Tony is willing to take flips, but you're dominated just like this so often.
See that?
No,
There we go.
Don't help.
10-8-4, so a deuce and a deuce only for Tony to knock out Ike. Otherwise, Ike's just right back in it. Back-to-back hands. Roller coaster.
Deuce high.
Needs a red deuce. That's what Tony's calling for. Otherwise, Ike is back to over 35 bigs.
Or a black juice for misdeal.
Yeah, there's always a black deuce. That's true.
Would I have?
So it only took one hand for Paxton to just get back into shape.
I mean, you know what's funny is that calling off deuces there means obviously you're willing to take a flip, which I guess is fine against Ike because obviously he's one of the best in the world. Flipping is fine, but you have to give Ike credit for steaming and jamming light with 2 overs there.
But
And
that just doesn't happen.
Ike don't steam. I mean, he's number 8 all-time moneyless in the world of all time ever.
Let me tell you, he's probably more steaming about losing a time bank
Exactly.
than losing that bluff.
Exactly.
I don't know him personally, but judging by the hands I've seen him play,
Yeah, a bit of a misstep.
You know,
there
he
from-
doesn't care about bluffing incorrectly. He just, that's how I'm supposed to play.
Yeah, and I did want to talk more about that bluff actually. So the Queen 8-8-5 brick board. I mean, essentially Ike is trying to get his opponent to fold a queen by saying I'm never triple barreling without an overpair or at least an ace queen.
I'm almost certain.
Is that it? Does that justify the bluff? He has an ace there, so he blocks ace queen, which makes it very difficult for even king queen to call. So the ace was the key card.
And he's also blocking a lot of the ace high who would call off
Oh, no.
as well.
Yeah, no, I just can't. Small blind is
So, and all the pairs, all the under pairs, like 4s, 6s.
Yeah, they'd
they
have
all
to fold on the turn or the river, of course. By the way, 3 decent holdings here. Jacks for Leon. Facing the squeeze potential. Under the gun open. Pocket 7s for Tobias. Yeah, he goes with it, of course. Pocket Jacks is an excellent squeeze candidate here with his stack.
How much is it? 355.
你给我发的这个是哪的份？啊？门口你不是关了吗？
Tobias should find the fold.
就这个什么牛肉
Pocket
饭？
sevens. With Tony behind. Tony could be trapping, by the way. Considering Leon's stack was out there in the open for all to see. Very often with short stacks behind.
Nope.
Wow, he calls as well.
He's rejamming. Jamming Tony out of the pot. Saving him, actually. Yep.
So
This is the bad
checks
news.
seem to be getting calls pretty light. There we go, jacks versus sevens this time. Both suits covered. 8, 10, 3. Few backdoors possible, but mostly needing help from those two remaining sevens. 3% now for Tobias. Otherwise, Leon is right back in it as well. There it is, the queen, 820k. Goes the way of Leon Sturm. Some Germany on Germany violence in that hand. And what do you know? Tony would have had top pair there with his ace-10.
Won't beat jacks.
Would not beat jacks. Certainly.
Whew. The dynamics is all shuffled around now. Bao Ding, chip leading with 61 big blinds. Followed by Danny Tang, Haxton, Leon, around 30-ish. Tobias, 27, Tony Lin, 26. And the surprisingly quiet Elkie with 14 big blinds. Thank you for tuning in. 320 viewers. For the first time, we're breaking the 300 viewer mark. So every day we get more viewers, hopefully. Please come back.
You want to come back for day 2 of this event, that's for sure. I mean, just look at this lineup. Now imagine them playing for the biggest prize pool in Taiwan, 350k up top.
And then I said Elkie has been quiet, and then he picks up ace-king to flip with Paxton's pocket 8s. Here's my prediction.
I suspect you're right. Away we go.
Can't get any more classic flip than that. Don't really know why Elkie is ahead. I think there must have been some cards folded. There's an ace.
Clean, safe turn. 2 red 8s in the deck. Otherwise, Elkie now up to 750. There he is.
2 pair versus 2 pair.
You grind and you grind and you grind and you bind again and you start flipping with Isaac Haxton and you double up. That's the secret to Elkie.
Just to remind our viewers, this is a 25,000 US dollar event and a single re-entry is allowed.
Ike now at the bottom of the leaderboard, 20 bigs.
But previously it took him one hand to double up again, so watch out for that.
Countdown begins. When will Ike double up again?
It'd be funny if he's still concerned about the missing time back instead of losing the chips. Right, BVB. Tobias with 10-5 off.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Flatting pre.
Does that tell you anything about his small blind strategy, Stephen?
Yep, you're just limping everything
Limping
and then
all.
mixing a lot of limb race in it. According to the solver, around the 25 big blind range, you can limp about 80% of your range. What is black on Elki's wrist? I don't know, he's walked away. Let me pay some attention when he comes back.
A lot of people wondering why Elki's going back and forth. It's to answer all his Instagram DMs. We have to take away the phones for the feature too, for obvious reasons, but we do allow you to use them in case you're away from the table.
Oh, he's got a watch, and the other one is a fitness band. It's a Whoop, W-H-O-O-P.
Oh, what is that?
You came by yourself?
It's like a Fitbit.
Like a Fitbit.
By yourself? Yeah. Don't you guys like ever like
Nice name.
fly
Whoop.
together?
Whoop.
Reminds me of the Family Guy.
I don't know.
Cool whip.
No? Like American.
But this year's latest trend is going to be a fitness ring.
Oh yeah, the Aura, I believe it's called.
Aura is big. Ultra Human is big.
Oh, that's right.
There's one called Ringo.
Oh, I like that one. I like the Beatles.
Yes. Samsung is going to release some kind of Galaxy ring soon. No doubt Apple will do something similar. Back to the hand. Jack high board with a bow ding hitting top pair. Jack 7-5, 2 spades. Tony has a gut shot with 10-9. Decides to bet from the small blind. Top pair can't really go away, so just call to see what happens.
How about Ding, by the way? Just seems to find himself with the best of it in position. His big double up came from Ike against that turn set, or turn full house, I should say, with the pocket fives. Now an easy continue. Top pair against the bluffing of Tony Lin. Tony can't catch an 8. Spade helps also. Tony with the only spade.
He was like, why couldn't it be a deuce?
That must have been insane, though. Pretty good.
Tony Lin must be quite happy. He's picked up a little bit more outs. All the spades and 4 8s. Adds up to be 24% equity. 1 in 4 times he'll hit his hand.
He is not slowing down. Almost a full pot-sized bet. A lot of leverage on this bet, as I like to say, suggests that a river jam might be coming. Exactly why Ding is eyeing his opponent's stack, but simply put, Ding has top pair, too far up in his range. Surely wants to see one more street. Can't be too happy about the spades, about the potential straight completing, although it's tough for your opponent to have exactly 6-4.
Yes, top pair and a lot of chips. That helps too.
This is the moment. Has Tony learned from Isaac Haxton and wants to pull the trigger against Ding the 3rd time? Or is he afraid of Ding doing exactly what Ding did to Ike?
Which is turning a set?
Well, having some sort of a made hand and stringing along his opponent. Not to mention, in this case, Ding is the one who has his opponent covered. This is a tricky one. Tony can find the barrel. Ooh, he checks. Ding would have been in the blender, but look at this. Ding is just going to expand his lead.
Taking the save line. You know, if he bets and gets jammed, it's actually going to be quite complicated.
$70 bigs, 1.8 million for Ding. Everyone else below the 1 million chip mark. We do lose somebody on the outer table, down to 14 players. Wow, Tobias letting the pocket threes go in the cutoff. Probably because of the short stack of Tony behind, and Tony does wake up with the ace-queen off. Fascinating stuff. Just hyper aware of all the dynamics at the table.
We shouldn't sound so surprised.
I'm just impressed. Sometimes they just know.
Yep, suited 10. Worth peeling a flop.
R.I.P. Doyle Brunson.
That's my birthday too. 2nd of October. Just telling the world.
Send your wishes and presents to Stephen Lai, please. Quick checks. And another one from Danny. Not trying to steal this one. The king. Not the ideal card for Danny to make some plays at it yet.
Nope, Tony is protecting his range. It's ace queen. Danny's not repping that jack, so
Just depends how badly Danny wants it. Can certainly try to make a big bet. Tony's hand is a little bit face up. No c-bet on the flop seems to imply pairs are unlikely. Ace high is exactly what Tony is representing by checking 2 streets.
Yep.
Makes the call.
When do you go to Jeju? Probably. I have not committed for sure. Maybe 4th. And the 4th, yeah. Probably that flight, but I haven't decided which day.
Fold from early position. Tobias just folded pocket 3s. King 9 doesn't make the cut. And ding. Monster chip stack on the button. Decent ace. Here comes the raise.
You want to buy out?
What?
Ooh, I like your poetry there.
Decent,
decent ace. Here comes a raise.
Oh. I'm a poet and I don't even realize.
I didn't realize that you wrote poetry. I didn't realize you wrote such bloody awful poetry.
We need Greg in here to do the freestyling that he's now known for.
No, I think I've got it, by the way. I think I've got it.
Leon defends. He's been quiet ever since he doubled up. Jacks versus 7s.
I think the chatter has really died down, isn't it? The table was all rowdy before, and now everyone just like, oh, actually, this is quite serious.
Yeah, I mean, we're 7 away from the money, about a level away from the end of the day. Let's not forget, they've been at it for 11 hours already. We're approaching the 12th hour of play. Tournament poker is no joke, especially when you're playing against the best. I was asking Greg, actually, if he could feel the added tension of playing against really good players and the mental toll it takes. And even though, in jest as we say, he only played at the All-Star Showdown for maybe 30-40 minutes, he said it was really true. Facing down the best of the best is even harder than you would think. So 11 hours of that. And you know another reason chatter has died down a bit?
Go on.
Tony's lost a huge percentage of his stack. A little muted for the moment.
So well, several years ago when Macau was still kind of booming, I had the opportunity to play a 100,000 Hong Kong dollars tournament. Like the main event of a certain series is 100,000 Hong Kong, so it was very big. And I was playing against, you know, all sorts of amazing players. And the tension, yes. And because I was less good, I was less studied at the time, so I didn't realize I was in so much danger. I think the more you learn, the more you realize, oh my god, I'm being played here.
And well, thinking back to Lung Lung yesterday, the wild card, who clearly just had no fear like that, and it really helped her.
Not that she was stupid or anything.
Oh,
I mean,
no,
she played
just-
very well, very smart.
I need a photo head
You know,
up.
very controlled, very disciplined.
She has a lot of natural talent, and that's not me saying it. It's Espen Jorstad and Danny Tang saying it to her on the table. And we, of course, seeing her cards, could tell she was holding her own. But it is one of those things on that learning curve. Like, the more you know, the less you know. And right before you reach that stage, you're actually a little more potent than you realize. Bit more fearless.
I'm just imagining Tony Lin being at that table and the chatter he would have had with Lung Lung would be
absolutely
very amusing.
You know what? You just made me realize I am rooting for Tony Lin to have more chips, just so we get more chatter. 9 versus 9. Leon is pipped. Isaac has the 10 kicker. Small versus big, limp pot. Time to start building it.
你在 Poker Go 里面打牌会比较专注，它那个 studio 会让你很专注。
那你先接下来读，完了我再看。
Tony's talking again.
It depends how we do. Probably not tonight.
Oh, this is a disgusting card. So now Haxton has a flush draw and a straight draw, a gut shot, versus Leon's 2-pair. Chips could go all the way in.
By the way, a 10 or a queen rescues it as well. So
Oh, yeah.
Haxton has plenty of outs. Leon leads with his 2-pair. Understandable.
哎，没有你，我哪敢跟你弄呀？我和谐。
Should be an easy flat call from Isaac. Cannot risk raising, getting blown off all the equity you have in this hand.
拼顺，转牌拼花顺转是吧？那个没抽出来是吧？
你过我让你买我可以，最后谁大谁拿就算了我。
Boom. There you go.
和谐。
It's that easy, is it?
It's the queen and the club. The double rescue. Certainly doesn't help Isaac's case in terms of getting paid off that Leon's 2-pair has been counterfeited itself.
拿两个人情就这样平。
后边吹了真有可能不要了，有可能不要了。
我要合牌真推你就肯定有中花。
Leon taking his time to come up with all the German curses towards the poker gods he can muster up before the inevitable check.
他跟你玩那把是那死。
How polarizing does it need to be? You know, are we betting 150k on this river?
那你头老婆打他也没用，他也会买。
我推他呀，不会买。
翻钱，翻钱太多了吧
90.
那此前有
90.
25啊，但是后手就40还是可以的，因为他
Don't really think Leon can call here. No club. Just one pair of 9s.
要么就抄对，我也怕忘记抄，那抄对也会这么打。
Some of Ike's bluffs might beat him. And when some of your opponent's bluffs might beat you, that's the time to exit in hand.
And you know, you still have 26 big blinds left. It's not too bad.
对，我觉得他不会抄我的。当年我本来想推他的，没办法。
There you have it. Ding, in control. Danny Tang, not so much.
大学读不读都一样，这个可以。
Has been crippled down from $1 million to 800k. Still second in chips on the table.
Just responding to a comment there. Cobain Kwon is telling me that he's watching this stream from Taiwan. Ni hao. ZJ, 7 people will get paid in this event, and they will complete the Superstar Challenge tomorrow.
所以他现在都没有回伦敦了。
有回啊，他刚回去几个月。
哦，他是从欧洲飞回来，然后跟你飞这样，都不是。
对。
哦。
Still the same crappy cats.
Beautiful nut low.
Still no.
The dirty diaper, I think we call it now. 3 deuce off.
Come on.
And that's a no too. Well done, Tony.
Big fat call you.
Hmm? You snap call me?
Snap.
I'm glad I didn't jump then.
I snap
You
call.
would never push it. No.
I snap a call his target to walk and I cannot snap.
Look how close the stacks are, by the way.
Okay, that's a good hand.
Elky. Third place, 28 bigs.
Wow. I think they should
Last place, 22 bigs.
Before didn't announce it, they were. So it's not announced. I don't know. I mean, it. Based on the clock, it was. Before didn't say anything. I don't know what's supposed to happen.
Lines up, lines up. No. Yes.
Depends what kind of hand.
There you go, the final level.
I guess we're playing 15-30. You know? I don't know what was supposed to happen.
Up to date, that is. 15k, 30k. Again, a small increment. From the 10k, 25k, the smallest possible, really. 1/6 of the big blind. 1/5 rather, 25k to 30k.
他们底下出头了，找几个不认识。下面那就好。
Axton.
哎，这两桌分桌。
Raising it up on the button with the king 7 off.
Right, this is the Superstar Challenge event. Right, up, small blind
下面很多不是打到的。
big blind and tee off 30,000.
我最不喜欢的两个人坐我后面的坐我。
最不喜欢的吗？你呢？他怎么讨厌我？讨厌我？
我怎么不喜欢我了？
对啊，
不喜欢你两个坐我后面。
4-3 suited, defending the big blind from Tobias. Axton hits.
如果我可以永远是 button 就好了。
10-10-7. Here's the pair.
Like you see the behind him. Yalding like you see the next him.
Pretty great flop. Opening king 7. How do you get value now?
Very not Gao.
Very difficult. With great difficulty. There you go.
Isaac's hand's trembling a bit, by the way.
Okay, you notice that?
Not sure if that means anything. Certainly not from nerves, I'm guessing.
Fatigue.
Yeah, purely fatigue, probably. Look at that. 26 bigs is second place on the table, Danny Tang. All the way down to 17. 5 of them within the 26 and 21 bigs range. This is very, very precise distribution of chips.
Kind of reminds me of the challenge yesterday. What's it called? It wasn't Superstar Challenge, just All-Star Challenge.
That's
yesterday.
right. There's the chip leader with a premium.
Just taking off his jacket.
Finally getting comfortable. Last level of the day.
Danny Tang has pocket jacks. That is interesting. Flatting +1 with pocket jacks.
That is mighty interesting. Way too much respect being given to the player from China. Bao Ding. By the way, with the top score at this event, could cross 5 million in earnings. He's at 4.7 right now.
Danny should be very happy with pocket jacks on this board. It's unlikely Bao Ding has 10 deuce or 10-3 or 3 deuce. Some pocket deuces, some pocket threes.
Why don't stay for my chip?
Some pocket tens.
Why don't stay for my chip?
Why, how would I save your chips?
Just fold.
When?
Play go hand.
With, like, you called the jacks? So you don't call it?
They're still talking.
Oh, why you didn't? Yeah, no, I don't know why you didn't. I thought you said, why didn't I say?
No, why you don't say too much if I say too much for you?
Tony seems to have found his favorite interlocutor on the table. Thinking back to earlier in the day, I remember when Elkie sat down, Tony was super excited, saying this was the first time they were playing on a table together. Really wants to make the most of it with Ike as well. And by the way, Ding managing to lose the minimum. Just a check fold.
Huh?
$4.7 million in lifetime earnings. Clearly no coincidence. The radar is strong.
开始了。Tony。Tony。Tony，开始了。Defense, cheap raise, 1,000 cheeks.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay.
Danny Tang, EDG with ace-9 suited. Opens from the under the gun position. So Tony was rushing back to the table, and he thanked Danny Tang for acting a little bit slower so that he could keep his hand from the small blind. Tobias at the button with king 10 suited. A little bit too nice to give up. So he flats. And Tony just gave up his small blind pretty quickly. Danny Tang slightly ahead pre-flop. Flop comes 6-5-4, 2 diamonds. Neither players has the diamond. Danny Tang checks. No point taking a stab here. Checks back. Turns deuce. Danny Tang now has a gut shot straight draw. Oh no, actually he doesn't, because the 3 would just make it a chop board.
Double flush draw board would mean that Danny is checking with the intention of calling to any bet.
River's a queen. Hi Edward. If you'd like to know more about the other table, please visit apt.poker. apt.poker. I think in real time they have another 7 minutes to go until the end of the day. But this stream is delayed by 30 minutes. So our commentary will end in about 37 minutes time. Plus wrap up. Tobias decides to bluff this spot with a bet of 135k, which is pot size.
Maybe 2/3 spot. 330k total. Still pretty hefty.
It's big.
And he knows exactly what he's targeting. I mean, Danny's hand is face up. Some sort of ace-high holding. This is exactly why Tobias did not check back the king-high. And look at that. What a great bet. I mean, what a way to steal the pot at the perfect time. I did speculate that Danny had checked the turn with the intention of check calling. But the river, bringing in that queen, seemed innocuous enough, but Tobias was just able to use it. Well played.
Ace-5 suited from under the gun. Opens up.
And he does make the call. Let's go to a flop. King, queen, deuce, rainbow. Let the games begin. Danny checks in flow. Does Leon want to start telling a story? Certainly. Kings and queens on the board favor the undergun raiser. Easy c-bet, easy fold. So Steven, 13 players left. We have a small prop bet going. We have about 35 minutes left. 35 minutes of play left. So if we get only 2 more eliminations, I end up winning.
You want to bet again?
Any more? It's either a push or you win.
Bet again.
Seems like it's going to be tight.
I don't know yet.
Seems like you said the right line.
Well, you know.
Your background, of course.
Well, there's a reason why I'm a former.
A former sports betting analyst? What do you
Person?
say?
Yeah. Whatever it is. I don't. It's, you know, it's definitely something I consider myself an expert in, I suppose.
6, 7, short.
Big hand in the big blind for Leon. Ace 10 off. We are 7-handed, mind you. Ranges are going to be much wider in general, including the under the gun opening range. As dry as it gets. 8-4 tray, rainbow.
Only 5 left. Gamble too much your table.
Oh, what a man, Tony Lin. Check.
Yeah.
Ace high is way ahead now.
He's going to be blind on me. What?
You're sending another gun?
Yeah. Big blind moves, no? Yeah. Big blind is going to be eye. Okay, let them say, but big blind is going to be eye for me.
We spoke about the idea of trying to make it into day 2. Still 30 minutes of play left. I doubt players are going to give up any EV to try and make it a day 2. Certainly, these caliber of players are always willing to go for it. Isaac seems to think he has a decision. Goes with a check. Leon would love to see a showdown. Just had the situation where the king high decided to bet and steal the pot from Danny Tang. This time around, Leon gets to scoop.
All right. So with the increase in blinds, Bao Ding is at 56 big blinds. Leon 28, Danny 25. So everybody is is over 20 big blinds.
Thank you.
It's a bit of a touch and go. Oh, Mr. Haxton has been moved to the
I'm going to take one.
outer table.
Thank you.
You did an update over there. 12.
That means
Now it's fair against fair again.
3 was 3, okay. Now maybe
possibly
you can make another side.
we have one more elimination down to 12 now.
I didn't know
I'm
that.
guessing.
Oh yeah, you want to get that for me? Thank you.
Okay, Steven.
What's that?
Looks like we're heading towards your line set.
Oh.
One more elimination will certainly make me nervous. We have 30 minutes of play left.
Lucky.
Our prop bet aside, let's not forget what's at stake. If you are indeed correct, and we're down to 12, we are 5 away from the money. 61,000 USD. Pretty respectable top place score in many tournaments, including many of the ones we have in the series here, is the minimum payout for 7th place. Understandable for a 25,000 USD buy-in. But it's all to play for that 367,000 USD up top. That's 11.6 million in local Taiwanese dollars. Total prize pool for this new event that we have here. First time, $25,000 buy-in, $1.16 million.
So as you know, I have an organization in Hong Kong called HKPPA.
That's right.
And we run 2 tournament series a year in Taipei. So in the series in autumn, I played in our own Super High Roller event. And I came 3rd in that event. Well, it's a 3-way chop.
Oh, wow. Look at this.
And the prize money from that high roller event wouldn't pay for the entry to this event.
Damn. This goes to show.
This is 800K Taiwanese dollars, and I won 700K.
Wow. Well, that's what. This is not exactly a high roller. We heard Leon complaining earlier that the super high roller is a 10,000 buy-in. This is a superstar event.
Wow, Taipei. I'm waiting for Anna. The Anna sister is not really nice for me.
See, somehow I just think Elki is really, really good at nursing a short stack.
Oh,
waiting
yeah.
for his chance.
We've actually seen that at other APT stops too, if you remember. He actually is able to be patient, even though he has that image of being a wild maniac from his younger TV poker days. Turns out he's just trying to make perfect decisions, not get too out of line. He's essentially tag, isn't he? Tight aggressive.
He is.
Every time I pick a blind open. Huh? Okay. One time, please.
Yes, Tony. One time, please. Okay, on the big blind, one time,
Every
please.
time I pick a blind open, okay.
Oh, King Tang suited, not bad. Not quite a one time, please. And then he's saying, I'm on tilt, let's go. Trying to shake his hand. He's using all the tools spots and he flops trips. Woohoo.
And checks it. He's having fun. He's having fun for all of us. Into a 12-hour streaming day. I thank Tony for his entertainment. Ding does not take the bait. Checks behind with the ace-jack off. Ding just finds a way to dodge tricky spots. It's a whole different style of playing, isn't it? Thinking back to when he check-folded the dry board after opening pre-flop out of position against Danny Tang. Danny happened to have jacks then. This time around, Tony has a pair of trips. Ding drawing dead. Does make the one call on the turn. Not giving Tony credit. Absolute brick on the river. Can Tony extract more value? Don't forget, Tony had to show down that 10-9 bluff that gifted a lot of chips to Ding earlier when Ding had top pair with the jack and a deuce. So Ding knows Tony is capable of bluffing. That's a big one. Healthy bet. 225 to about 315. Ding needs to make quite a hero call. I love the sizing here from Tony. Incredibly representing some sort of a backdoor missed flush draw, missed straight draw.
So what was Tony defending from the big blind that would allow him to bluff low? Wow! Got paid!
Great sizing from Tony.
Ooh.
To answer your question, Stephen, you know, the jack nines of the world, all kinds of diamonds. Tony just absolutely using the image he's built so far. Perfect sizing to get paid from the ace high.
Thank you very much, he says.
So the king does bleed. Ding, finally taking a dent. His stack was only going one way. Still has a healthy 1.4 million. Tony gets a little bit of claw back from that previous hand. Now second in chips on the table. Back in the comfort zone.
妈的，都是拿这边筹码推回那边上头看到。
那现在开始站那边了。
More folds to Tobias, who folds as well. Tony in the small blind with Jack Deuce
他的
off.
舞蹈是美国的，你不要忘记啊。
Decides to limp.
他根本就是 international。
And then Bao Ding is going to check behind. King 6 suited. Flop comes 10-4-3, all hearts. Of no help to either player. Tony checks. King High needs to check here too. Oh no. Takes a stab and takes it down.
Elke still the shortest stack. 20 bigs though. Pretty much tied at the shortest stack along with Tobias. Players remaining. Not sure I'm a favorite to win my prop bet against Steven, but it certainly seems close. We have about 22 minutes of play left for the day.
It has to be close to be heads up. You
That's
know,
right.
a pick'em has to be close. Otherwise, no one is going to bet.
We apologize for the glitching stream. Just informed by production that we are fixing it very, very shortly. Just hang there. 5-3 of diamonds for Ding, the chip leader. Goes with the raise. First time Ding is raising from the small. Does it need to be respected? Do you peel with 10-8 off?
So now you're
Frankly, all options on the table.
Maybe I slightly prefer. I slightly prefer a 3-bet here, actually.
When in doubt, a 3-bet is preferable to a call in these scenarios, but like I said, Ding, who's been pretty solid with his hand selection, raising out of position from the small blind for the first time. Danny waits for a better spot.
When Danny reviews the session today, you would see he got bluffed.
It's all part of it. Can't be right all the time. What are we, Mike Possum?
Hey.
Jack 10 suited for Elke. Good enough to open. Playing a 6 max table here. Ding lets the 7 deuce go. And he certainly will not let the pocket 5s go that easily. Time to set mine, maybe. Elke's raised on the gun. Has 18 bigs effective. Awkward stack size for Danny to consider anything more aggressive. So off to the flop. King,
Ooh,
9,
I
6.
thought that was a 5.
Certainly would have made things a bit spicier. Even for now, Danny is technically ahead, but look at that. Odd even equity. Elke has 2 overs, gut shot, backdoor draws. Danny.
Ooh.
Not ready to give it up.
I wonder if he would give up if it was a rainbow board.
Yeah, good question. I mean, Danny is just so good. There's been instances where he literally raised and called when he was ahead and then found the fold when behind. Now the check back from Elke should be validating his thesis that pocket fives were good on the flop. Gets to show it down. Elke not that interested in bluffing at it.
There you go. You don't need to hit a set to take down a pot with pocket fives. So Elke is heading towards the danger zone with only 17 big blinds now.
Uh-oh, Steven. Players remaining. 11. Oh, no. I'm currently technically in the money. But we have about 15 minutes to go.
Well, I'm happy to see just one more elimination.
Yeah, push.
To keep it
Attempt.
friendly.
Keep it friendly, keep it fair. We'll buy each other.
Considering we've got another 7 days together, I don't want you to be all grumpy.
Well, I won the beers one way or the other, so either you buy me 2 or we buy each other 1 each. Weak aces everywhere, but only Tobias seems to be wanting to wield his pair. 7s for Elke. And just a call, respecting the on-the-gun raise. Certainly with his stack, could have considered other options. We are playing a 6 max after all.
It's not a bad flop for pocket 7s against the UTG Open. It's okay. No, wow.
Instamuck. I think Elke is in the mode to get to day 2.
That's the absolute opposite to what Danny Tang did.
True.
Right?
Danny Tang, of course, continued with his pocket 5s on a board that was even more connected.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, get rid. Alright. Ace 8 off from the button. Very standard, you need to open.
By the way, the stream is back, glitch free, crystal clear, in case we did not notice.
Pocket 9s. Puts it in from the small blind. I don't think Leon can call. Really? No, Leon cannot call, surely.
Next time it's only 4 10, so 4 or 5.
It's got to be close. Leon knows his button opening range.
Do you see someone at the back in the green shirt talking to Victor?
Isaac Haxton. Oh, that means he's
Afraid
busted.
He's busted.
He must have been the 12th person out. GG Ike. Yeah, Leon makes the call. I guess he's thinking his button range is going to be perceived as very weak. And Elke will shove all kinds of hands, including Broadway cards. So Elke in a great spot to double up. Queen, deuce, 5, 2 diamonds. All clean. Leon looking a bit dejected.
Looking for an ace.
3 or 4. Could keep things spicy. 10 doesn't do much. And Ace and an ace only. A king. Confirms the double up for Elke, who's now up to 30 bigs. Easy life. That's why he folded the sevens.
Speaking of elimination, if you look at the top left corner.
Oh no, 10 players left. Steven, you're free rolling.
We are in the chopping zone.
Yeah,
very high choppability.
Yeah, but you have a sick free roll.
Wow.
We have 14 minutes of play left.
Happy to take a chop.
That's kind of you. And not to mention kind of whoever will not get eliminated if we were to push the bet. Currently Leon could be that player, down to just 11 bigs.
Tony is being moved, I think. Yes.
Yeah, 10 players remaining. 5 players on each table now. 5-handed, even more exciting. Ranges should get even wider from every position.
Not as wide as King 8 off.
How about 4 deuce?
Well, I would say no, but what do I know, eh?
Well, Leon seems to want to time down a bit. I get it. He was jet lagged like 8 hours ago, if you remember. Here he is, 15 minutes away from the verge of making day 2 for this prestigious event. On his second bullet, mind you. Just lost the flip to Elke. Well, not a flip. Ace 8v pocket 9s.
30%.
Give me the black coffee.
You get black coffee.
Elke, there's 10 minutes of play left. Get a nice warm tea.
No, maybe they want to play the midnight TikTok.
The super hold him TikTok boom, we call it now.
TikTok boom.
Or tick tick boom, maybe?
You don't make any more black. I got the only one.
Tick tick boom, perhaps, yeah.
Tobias just completely unafraid. Bluffing into the chip leader. Small blind versus big. Ding continues with the suited queen. This is what I like to see. Blind versus blind action, and Ding is just unstoppable. Pocket queens. Or rather, sorry, trip queens, I should say. Tobias surely forced to take a stab at it. The board is looking ideal for a small continuation bet after the pre-flop aggression. How much does he lose here? He's drawing dead, essentially.
Are you underestimating 3% chance?
Never. There's always backdoor clubs. We did see Danny Tang actually hit those backdoor hearts. That was about a 3% chance. Against Alexandros earlier in the day. And Ding in a familiar position. Nutted hand, in position, flat calls. Add some diamonds. Overkill. Gets the check mark, Tobias. How much more does he want to fire into the void? Once again, Ding would have had to show down. Well, he did make that hero call with the ace-jack against Tony Lin. I'm sure the table observed that Ding doesn't always have to have it when calling.
We apologize for the slightly glitchy video footage.
Bear with us. Sometimes towards the end of the stream we need to switch links and all that.
But our voices are still crystal clear, I think. It's time for Ding to put in a bet and Tobias will simply fold. On to the next hand, and we have about 10 minutes to go until the end of day 1. Leon is in the danger zone now with only 11 big blinds left. Desperately needs a double up. But from whom? That's the question.
Just check, by the way, you were correct about Isaac Haxton being eliminated from Lester Edoc, who's on fire. I think our chat was trying to spoil that for us. Lester Edoc on fire is what I saw in chat. Also in the live reporting. By the way, we lost Joshua McCulley in 13th place as well. Once again to Edoc.
Oh, he's on fire.
That's why they said he's on fire.
So I said Leon was desperately looking for a double up. Jamming UTG with ace-4 suited. It's folded all the way around to the big blind of Danny Tang, who folds 9-8 offsuit. Everything is reasonable here. No one's getting out of line too much. Elkie, 30 big blinds.
Danny asks how many more hands. Sometimes when we're down to 2 tables like this with a few minutes to go, we might just do a draw to see how many more hands we have. Which is to say we might, I guess, pull a card?
Yes. So I think the answer is 3 more. So we're going to end at hand 174.
Okay, so it looks like our prop bet might end up in a push.
I know, I'm quite happy with that. Danny Tang's jamming with ace-4 off, the small blind. So we have 2 more hands until we wrap up for the day. And it's getting very, very likely that our friendly side bet will end up being a draw. What a waste of resources.
It's the friends we made along the way, Steve.
Yes, but it's only just the 2 of us here.
Oh, good point. It's the fun we had along the way. I mean, that's really the fun of a full day of commentating or watching the stream. For some reason, you and I are wired to enjoy it. Especially when we're looking at players of this caliber and the plays of this caliber. We've been joking about how these top caliber players end up going 3 streets with short stacks. We saw that today. We saw a sick triple barrel from Ike. And I can only imagine day 2 tomorrow has so much more to offer.
There is Ang Lin, a very famous poker pro from Taiwan.
Ding. Let's go off what is going to be, I believe, the second last hand. Does not bother pressing his advantage with the big stacks on this sort of day 2 bubble.
I think this is the last hand. I don't know, actually.
You might be right.
Ace-9 off from the button.
Oh, this is a jam. 11 bigs. He wants the pickup as he kicks off for the day.
It's a jam for Leon. Might not be a jam for mere mortals like you and I. And you know what? These crazy people will call off with King Jack suited.
Oh, wait a minute. Leon at risk, as is the prop bet, although that matters much less, but he is in a great spot to try and double up. Marginally better equity, 54% against the King Jack suited.
So you are at risk of losing 2 beers?
That's right.
Leon is at risk of losing
2 bullets.
2 bullets. 50,000 US dollars. That's more than 2 beers.
As we go to the flop and the graphics glitch at a tense time. 7-7-10. Clean so far, just needs to dodge a jack and a king, and Tobias will be the one absolutely crippled, and a king on the turn. I don't believe this. That is just brutal. And Ace needed to rescue Leon's dream of making it to day 2, and the 8 on the river ends things. He looks completely, understandably dejected, essentially losing a flip on the very last hand of day 1 rather, of the Superstar Challenge on his second bullet. I really feel for him. I mean, it's very unusual for us to focus too much on the negative side of tournament poker, but after a day of grinding and 2 bullets, to get knocked out on the last hand, that is rough.
I think to look at it in a different way, he was willing to take that risk, even though, you know, it's for his tournament life. But he went for it. He was ahead pre-flop, lock up the equity pre-flop, and then just the run out of the cards just didn't favor him. Unlucky, unlucky.
As you said, mere mortals perhaps would not want to get it all in that spot. But of course, ace-9 just too good on the button. You want to pick up the dead money in the middle. Frankly, I'm even more amazed by the quick call by Tobias. He's just willing to take the gamble, just goes to show the mentality these players have. And why not? They're playing for an absolutely enormous $367,000 up top. Nice little 14x your buy-in of $25,000 that we have going on here. We do have, I'm assuming, the last 10 on the outer table, because now that we're down to 9 players, the action is definitely over. We can simply come back 9-handed tomorrow.
I'm not sure whether they're going to put them all on the feature table 9-handed, or they're going to split 4 and 5.
No, we tend to start final tables like that 9-handed.
Yeah?
Yeah, even in an 8 max tournament.
Okay.
And then just simply rearrange the seats when we get down to 8.
So that means when we come back, we are 2 away from the money.
That's right. So we do see the remaining players for day 2, essentially. Most of them we've had the chance to get to know. Tony Lin, of course, seat 1 on the table. We do see Mikael Andersson from Sweden.
Mr. Andersson.
Mr. Andersson, that's right. I can't believe it's the first time you brought that up.
You know what? Have you noticed I've not actually done any pop reference. I've been focusing on the poker.
That's true. I mean, considering the stakes and prestige of the event.
I've been trying to be as professional as can be.
We, of course, have Roman Frabeck, I believe, is his last name.
Yes.
Very dominant force on the feature table, especially when he's battling it with Ike.
Tony Lin is here.
Thinking back to our own feature table, Elke, of course, found a nice little double up.
Yes.
Ends up on the FT, essentially, at least the pre-bubble FT. Danny Tang on our table as well.
Tobias
just got the hearty almost double up, thanks to that king on the turn. Who else did we miss?
Don't underestimate
the chip
Bao
leader.
Ding.
Bao Ding, of course.
Well, the chip leader, I think, might be Lester.
You're right. Lester Edok.
Edok is the chip
running
leader,
hot,
surely.
having eliminated Ike and somebody else back to back.
And Mr. Anderson isn't too short stacked either.
Bagging and tagging.
Actually, no. Actually, no, he's quite short stacked. Who's the guy next to him in the yellow sunglasses?
In case you're wondering what it feels like to bag a $25,000 tournament, it looks the same as any other tournament, but it probably feels slightly better. There you have it, 49 entries. The average stack is 1.36 million. That's good for 46 blinds, which means we'll come in with just about 2 hands left on this level before we go on to the next level. That's going to be level 17, so I'm guessing the average big blinds will get down to 40, which is just perfect, just like we planned it. The players remaining are 9. As we just said, the prize pool ended up an incredible 1.16 million USD. Record-breaking in Taiwan. As a result, a record-breaking first place finish of 367,000 USD. I have to say, if I can pat the APT and ourselves on the back, a smashing success for this inaugural Superstar event, $25,000 buy-in. What a turnout and what gameplay. I've had a lot of fun today, Stephen. What are your thoughts on the day?
Excellent poker, of course, without saying, and a lot of funny banter and entertainment too. It just shows you poker is a fun game and also a very analytical game.
Well, I was just so impressed when some players would lose a flip at these stakes, laugh about it, take it in stride,
go to the cashier, rebuy in again. Did feel for that final elimination, of course. Leon getting unlucky there with the ace-9. But that's how it goes sometimes. We have the final 9 we are playing down, of course, to the winner tomorrow, starting out at effectively a 9-handed final table. But only 7 players get paid. $61,000 is the minimum payout for a $25,000 buy-in. So the stakes could not be higher. Make sure you join us. We will kick off coverage of that at 11:45 a.m. tomorrow. But for now, for me, Vidar Singhal and Stephen Lai, I want to wish you a good night. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Make sure you join us for the entire streaming schedule. And of course, we will be here bringing you all the action from APT Taipei 2024. Good night for now.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.